The School for Good and Evil Number 3. The Last Ever After. By Soman Chainani. Now, in their love, which was stronger, there were the seeds of hatred and fear and confusion, growing at the same time. For love can exist with hatred, each preying on the other, and this is what gives it its greatest fury. T.H. White, the once and future king. In the forest primeval, a school for good and evil, 2 towers like twin heads, one for the pure, one for the wicked. Try to escape, you'll always fail. The only way out is through a fairy tale. Part 1. Chapter 1. The Master and the Queen. It is natural to doubt your true love when you do not know if he is young or old. He certainly looks young, Sophie thought, peering at the lean, shirtless boy as he gazed out the tower window, bathed in faded sunlight. Sophie studied his hairless white skin and snug black breeches, his thick spiked hair the colour of snow, his tight-veined arms, his glacier blue eyes. He didn't look a day more than 16. And yet, somewhere within this beautiful stranger was a soul older than 16. Much, much older than 16. For the last 3 weeks, then, Sophie had refused his ring. How could she bond herself to a boy with the schoolmaster inside of him? And yet, the more Sophie looked at him, the more she couldn't see the schoolmaster. All Sophie could see was a fresh, ethereal youth asking for her hand, with sharp cheekbones and full lips. More handsome than a prince, more powerful than a prince, and unlike Prince You-Know-Who, this boy was hers. Sophie reddened, remembering she was all alone in this world. Everyone else had abandoned her. Every desperate effort to be good had been punished with betrayal. She had no family, no friends, no future. And now, this ravishing boy in front of her was her last hope for love. Panic burned through her muscles and dried out her throat. There was no choice anymore. Sophie swallowed and slowly stepped towards him. Look at him. He's no older than you, she soothed herself. The boy of your dreams. She reached shaking fingers for his bare shoulder until she suddenly froze in her tracks. It was only magic that had brought this boy to life, she thought, pulling her hand back into her sleeve. But how long does magic last? You're asking yourself the wrong questions, came the smooth voice. Magic thinks nothing of time. Sophie lifted her eyes. The boy didn't look at her, his focus on the sallow sun, barely a force through the morning fog. Since when can you hear my thoughts? Sophie said, unnerved. I don't need to hear thoughts to know how a reader's mind thinks, he replied. Sophie took her place beside him in her black cloak, feeling the chill off his marble-coloured skin. She thought of Tedros's skin, always sweaty and tan, with the warmth of a bear's. A hot flash bolted through her body, rage or regret, or something in between. She forced herself closer to the boy, her arm brushing his pale chest. He still didn't look at her. What is it? Sophie asked. The sun, he said, watching it flicker through the mist. Every day it rises weaker than the one before. If only you had the power to make the sun shine too, Sophie murmured. Every day could be a tea party. The boy shot her a sour glare. Sophie stiffened, reminded that unlike her once good best friend, her new suitor was neither good nor friendly. She quickly looked back out the window, shivering at an icy breeze. Oh, for heaven's sake, suns weaken in the winter. Don't need a sorcerer to know that. Perhaps it takes a reader to explain this, too, he replied, sweeping to the white stone table in the corner, where a long, knife-sharp pen, shaped like a knitting needle, hovered over an open storybook. Sophie turned to the book, glimpsing the colours of the last page, her painted self kissing the schoolmaster back to youth, as her best friend vanished home with a prince. The end. 3 weeks since the Storian wrote our Never After, said the boy. Within days it should have begun a new story, with love on evil's side now. Love that will destroy good, one fairy tale at a time. Love that turns the pen into evil's weapon instead of its curse. His eyes narrowed to slits. Instead, it reopens the book it just closed and stays there, hanging over the end like a play whose curtain won't shut. Sophie couldn't look away from Agatha and Tedros on the page, embracing lovingly as they disappeared. Sophie's gut twisted, her face searing hot. "Here," she croaked, slamming the cover down on them and shoving the cherry-red storybook next to the Frog Prince, Cinderella, Rapunzel, and the rest of the Storian's finished tales. Her heartbeat calmed. Curtain shut. Instantly, the book ricocheted off the shelf and smashed into her face, knocking her against the wall before it flew onto the stone table, swinging open to the last page once more. The Storian glimmered defiantly above it. "This is no accident," spoke the boy, stalking towards Sophie as she rubbed her stinging cheek. "The Storian keeps our world alive by writing new stories, and, at the moment, it has no intention of moving on from your story. And as long as the pen does not move on to a new story, the sun dies, day by day, until the woods go dark, and it is the end for us all." Sophie looked up at him, silhouetted by the weak light. But what is it waiting for?" He leaned in and touched her neck, his fingers frigid on her peach cream skin. Sophie recoiled, jamming into the bookshelf. The boy smiled and drew closer, blocking out the sun. "I'm afraid it has doubts whether I'm your true love," he cooed. "It has doubts whether you've committed to evil. It has doubts whether your friend and her prince should be gone forever." Sophie slowly gazed up at the black shadow. "It, meaning you," said the schoolmaster, holding out his hand. Sophie looked down to see the ring of gold in his cold young palm and her terrified face in its reflection. 3 weeks before, Sophie had kissed the schoolmaster into a boy and banished her best friend home. For a moment, she'd felt the relief of victory as Agatha silently disappeared with Tedros. Her best friend may have chosen a prince over her, but there was no such thing as a prince in Gavaldon. Agatha would die an ordinary girl, with an ordinary boy, while she basked in ever after, far, far away, wrapped in the arms of her true love, soaring towards his silver tower in the sky. Sophie waited to feel happy. She'd won her fairy tale, and winning was supposed to mean happiness. But as they landed in his murky stone chamber, Sophie started to shake. Agatha was gone. Her best friend, her soulmate. And with her, she'd taken a boy who Sophie had grown close to in so many forms. When she was a girl, when she was a boy, when he was her true love, when he was just her friend. Agatha had won Tedros, the only boy Sophie ever truly knew. Tedros had won Agatha, the one person Sophie never thought she'd live without. And Sophie had won a beautiful boy of whom she knew nothing, except the dark depths of his evil. As the schoolmaster moved towards her, young as a prince, with a cocky smile, Sophie knew she'd made a mistake. Only it had been too late to turn back. Through the window, Sophie glimpsed Agatha's vanishing embers, the castle's rotting vulturous black, boys and girls smashing into vicious war, teachers firing spells at students, at each other. Stunned, she twirled to the schoolmaster, only to see the frost-haired boy on one knee before her, ring in hand. Take it, he'd said, and 2 years of war would cease. No more good versus evil. No more boys versus girls. Instead, only indisputable evil, a schoolmaster and his queen. Take the ring, the beautiful boy said, and she would have her happy ending at last. Sophie didn't. The schoolmaster left her alone in the tower, sealing the window so she couldn't escape. Every morning when the clock struck 10, he came and asked again. His young, sinewy body inexplicably clad in different clothes, one day a lace-up shirt, the next day a draping tunic or tight vest or ruffled collar, and his cloud-white hair just as fickle, whether sleeked or tousled or curled. He brought gifts, too, exquisite jeweled gowns, luscious bouquets, lavender perfumes, vials of creams and soaps and herbs, always anticipating her next wish. Still, Sophie shook her head each time, and then he'd be gone without a word, scowling with teenage sulk. She'd stay there, trapped in his chamber alone, with the company of his fairy-tale library and his old blue robes and silver mask, abandoned like relics to hooks on a wall. Food would appear magically 3 times a day at the moment she felt hungry, and precisely what she was craving in perfect portions on plates made of bone. Steamed vegetables, steamed fruit, steamed fish, and the occasional bowl of bacon and beans. She couldn't shake the cravings from her time as a boy. When night fell, a giant bed would materialize in the chamber, with velvet sheets the color of blood and a white lace canopy. At first, Sophie couldn't sleep, petrified he would come in the dark, but he never returned until the next morning for their silent ritual of ring and refusal. By the second week, Sophie began to wonder what had happened to the schools. Had her rejections prolonged the war between boys and girls? Had she cost any lives? She tried to ask what had become of her friends, of Hester, Dot, Annabel, Hort. But he answered no questions, as if the ring was the price of moving forward. Today was the first day he'd even spoken since he'd brought her here. Now, standing beside him in the glow of a dying sun, Sophie saw she could no longer delay without consequence. The time had come for her to seal her ending with him, or slowly fade into death, too. The gold ring sparkled brighter in the schoolmaster's hand, promising new life. Sophie looked up at the bare-chested boy, praying to see a reason to take it, and saw nothing but a stranger. "I can't," she breathed, shrinking against a shelf. "I don't know the first thing about you." The schoolmaster stared at her, square jaw flexing, and put the ring back into his breeches. "What is it you would like to know?" "For one thing, your name," Sophie said. "If I'm going to stay here with you, I need something to call you." "The teachers call me Master." "I'm not calling you Master," Sophie snapped. He gritted his teeth, about to fire back, but Sophie wasn't cowed. "Without me, your never after doesn't exist," she preempted, voice rising. "You're nothing but a boy. A well-built, virile, obscenely handsome boy, but still a boy. You can't lord over me. You can't scare me into true love. I don't care if you're gorgeous or rich or powerful. Tedros had all of those things, and la-di-da, didn't that turn out well? I deserve someone who makes me happy, At least as happy as Agatha, and Agatha doesn't have to call Tedros Prince for the rest of her life, does she? Because Tedros has a name, like every boy in the world, and so do you, and I will call you by it if you expect me to actually give you a chance. The schoolmaster swelled crimson, but Sophie was breathing flames now. That's right. I'm in charge now. You might be the master of this infernal school, but you are not my master, and you never will be. You said it yourself. The Storian won't write because it is waiting for my choice, not yours. I choose whether I take your ring. I choose whether this is the end. I choose whether this world lives or dies, and I'm happy to watch it burn to dust if you expect a slave instead of a queen. The schoolmaster glowered at her, veins pulsing beneath his ghost-white neck. He bit his lip so hard, Sophie thought he was about to eat her, and she stepped back in horror, only to see him slacken with an angry pant and look away. Then he was quiet for a very long time, his fists clenched. "Rafal," he mumbled. "My name is Rafal." Rafal? Sophie thought, astonished. In an instant she saw him anew. The callow milk of his skin, the adolescent sparkle in his eyes, the erect puff to his chest, matching the storm and youth of a name. Rafal. What is it about a name that gives us a story to believe in? She suddenly felt the blush of desire, craving to touch him, until she remembered what choosing him would mean. This was a boy who'd butchered his own blood in the name of evil, and he believed her capable of the same. Sophie held herself back. "What was your brother's name?" she asked. He spun, eyes aflame. "I don't see how that will help you get to know me any better." Sophie didn't press the point. Then behind him she noticed the fog abating, revealing a greenish haze over 2 black castles in the distance. It was the first time in 3 weeks he'd unsealed the window long enough for her to see through. But both schools seemed dead quiet, no sign of life on any of the roofs or balconies. Where is everyone?" she sputtered, squinting at the heeled bridge between the castles. "What happened to the girls? The boys were going to kill them." "A queen would have the right to ask me questions about the school she rules," he said. "You are not a queen yet." Sophie cleared her throat, noticing the bulge of the ring in his tight pocket. Why do you keep changing clothes? It's strange." For the first time, the boy seemed uncomfortable. "Given your refusals, I assumed dressing like the princes you chase would move things along." He scratched his rippled stomach. "Then I remembered the son of Arthur wasn't fond of shirts." Sophie snorted, trying to ignore his perfect torso. "Didn't think the all-powerful were capable of self-doubt?" "If I was all-powerful, I could make you love me," he growled. Sophie heard the petulance in his voice, and for a moment saw an ordinary boy, lovesick and striving for a girl he couldn't have. Then she remembered this was no ordinary boy. "No one can make anyone love them," she hit back. "I learned that lesson harder than anyone. Besides, even if you could make me love you, you could never love me. You can't love anything, not if you embrace evil as a choice. It's why your brother is dead." "And yet, I'm alive because of true love's kiss," he said. "You tricked me into it." "You never broke your grip." Sophie blanched. "I'd never kiss you and mean it." "Oh? For me to return to life, to return to youth, the kiss had to go both ways, didn't it?" He looked into Sophie's stunned face and grinned. "Surely your best friend taught you that." Sophie said nothing, the truth extinguishing her fight. Just as Agatha once could have taken Tedros's hand before she chose Sophie instead, Sophie too could have sent the schoolmaster back to the grave. But here they were, both beautiful and young, victims of a kiss she was trying to deny. Why had she held on to him that night? Sophie asked herself, even once she knew it was him she was kissing. Looking up at the porcelain boy, she thought of everything he'd done to win her, across death and time, his unyielding faith that he could make her happy beyond any family, friend, or prince. He had come for her when no one else wanted her. He had believed in her when no one else did. Sophie's voice clumped in her throat. "Why do you want me so much?" she rasped. He stared at her, the clamp of his jaw easing, his lips falling open slightly. For a moment, Sophie thought he looked the way Tedros did when he let down his guard, a lost boy playing at a grown-up. "Because, once upon a time, I was just like you," he said softly. He blinked fast, falling into memory. "I tried to love my brother. I tried to escape my fate. I even thought I'd found—" He caught himself. "But it only led to more pain, more evil. Just as every time you seek love, it leads you to the same, your mother, your father, your best friend, your prince. The more you chase the light, the more darkness you find. And yet, still you doubt your place in the evil." Sophie tensed as he gently lifted her chin. "For thousands of years, good has told us what love is. Both you and I have tried to love in their way, only to suffer pain," he said. "But what if there's a different kind of love? A darker love that turns pain into power. A love that can only be understood by the two who share it. That's why you held our kiss, Sophie. Because I see you for who you really are and love you for it, when no one else can. Because what we've sacrificed for each other is beyond what good can even fathom. It doesn't matter if they don't call it love, we know it is, just as we know the thorns are as much a part of the rose as the petals." He leaned in, lips caressing her ear. "I am the mirror of your soul, Sophie. To love me is to love yourself," he whispered. Then he raised her hand to his mouth and kissed it like a prince, before he gently let it go. Sophie's heart wrenched so sharply she thought he'd torn it out of her. She'd never felt so naked in her life and huddled tighter into her black cloak. Then, little by little, staring into the harsh symmetry of his face, Sophie felt her breath come back, a strange, safe warmth flooding her core. He understood her, this dark-souled boy, and in the sapphire facets of his eyes she suddenly saw how deep they went. She shook her head, rattled. "I don't even know if you're really a boy." He smiled at her. "If your fairy tale has taught you one lesson, Sophie, it is that things are only as you see." Sophie frowned. "I don't understand," she started, but somewhere in her soul, she did. The boy looked out at the sun, frail and hazy over his school, and Sophie knew that the time for questions was over. As he slid his hand into his pocket, Sophie could feel her whole body trembling, as if pulled towards a waterfall she wouldn't escape. "Will we be as happy as Tedros and Agatha?" she pressed, voice cracking. "You must trust your story, Sophie. It has come to the end for a reason." He turned to her. "But now, it's time for you to believe it." Sophie looked down at the gold circle in his hand, breaths growing faster, faster. With a shudder, she pushed him away. He reached for her, and Sophie shoved him against the wall, pinning her own palm flat against his frigid chest. He didn't resist as Sophie moved her hand over his sternum, eyes wild, panting hard. She didn't know what she was looking for until she found it beneath her fingers, and froze. Her hand rose and fell on his chest, rose and fell, his heart throbbing between them. Slowly, Sophie looked up at him, drinking in his strong, hopeful beat, no different than her own. "Rafal," she whispered, wishing a boy to life. His fingertips caressed her face, and for the first time Sophie didn't flinch from the cold. As he drew her in, Sophie felt the doubts melt out of her, fear giving way to faith. Black cloak pressed to his white body like two swans in balance. Sophie raised her left hand into the sunlight, steady and sure. Then Rafal slipped his ring onto her finger, the warm gold sliding up her skin inch by inch until it fit tight. Sophie let out a gasp, and the snow-white boy smiled, never breaking his gaze. In each other's arms, master and queen turned to the enchanted pen over their fairy tale, ready for it to bless their love, ready for it to close their book at last. The pen didn't move. The book stayed open. Sophie's heart stalled. What happened? She followed Rafal's eyes to the red-amber sun, which had darkened another shade. His face steeled to a deadly mask. It seems our happy ending isn't the one the pen doubts. Chapter 2. After Ever After. "You don't know the first thing about me," Tedros spat, and clubbed his princess in the face with a musty pillow. Agatha coughed and bashed him with a pillow right back, knocking him against her black bedframe as feathers burst all over him. Reaper leapt onto Tedros's face, trying to eat them. "I know too much about you is the problem," Agatha snarled and grabbed at the poorly set bandage under her prince's blue collar. Tedros shoved her away. Agatha tackled him back before Tedros snatched Reaper and threw the cat at her head. Agatha ducked and Reaper sailed into the bathroom, flailing bald, wrinkled paws before landing head-first in the toilet. "If you knew me, you'd know I do things myself," Tedros huffed, tightening his shirt laces. "You threw my cat at me," Agatha yelled, launching to her feet, "because I'm trying to save you from gangrene." "That cat is Satan," Tedros hissed, watching Reaper try to climb out of the toilet bowl and slide back down. "And if you knew me, you'd know I hate cats." "No doubt you like dogs. Wet-mouthed, simple, and now that I think about it, a lot like you." Tedros glowered at her. "Getting personal over a bandage, are we?" 3 weeks and the wound isn't healing, Tedros," Agatha pressed, scooping Reaper up and toweling him off with her sleeve. "It'll fester if I don't treat it." "Maybe they do it differently in graveyards, but where I come from, a bandage does the trick." "A bandage that looks like it was made by a 2-year-old? Agatha mocked. "You try getting stabbed with your own sword as you're vanishing," said Tedros. "You're lucky I'm even alive. 1 more second and he'd have run me through. 1 more second and I'd have remembered what an ape you are and left you behind. As if you could find a boy in this rat-trap town better than me. At this point, I'd trade you for a little space and quiet. I'd trade you for a decent meal and a warm bath," Tedros boomed. Agatha glared at him, Reaper shivering in her arms. Finally, Tedros exhaled, looking ashamed. He stripped off his shirt, spread out his arms, and sat on the bed. "Have at it, princess." For the next 10 minutes, neither spoke as Agatha rinsed the 4-inch gash across her prince's chest with rose oil, witch hazel and a dash of white peony from her mother's cart of herbal potions. Thinking about how Tedros earned the wound a hairbreadth from his heart made Agatha's stomach chill, and she forced her focus back to her task. She didn't need to think about it, not when the screaming nightmares did the job of reminding her well enough. The schoolmaster turning young, grinning at Tedros bound to a tree, eyes flashing red as he stabbed. How Tedros didn't have nightmares about their last moments at school, Agatha couldn't grasp. But maybe that was the difference between a prince and a reader. To a boy from the woods, every day that didn't end in death was a good one. Agatha sprinkled boiled turmeric on his wound, and Tedros clenched with low moans. "Told you it wasn't healing," she murmured. Tedros gave her a lion's growl and turned away. "Your mother hates me. That's why she's never home." "She's busy looking for patients," said Agatha, rubbing the yellow powder in. "Have to eat, don't we?" "And why does she leave her medicine cart here?" Agatha's hand paused on Tedros's chest. She'd been asking herself the same question about her mother's long disappearances. Agatha rubbed harder and her prince winced. "Look, for the last time, she doesn't hate you." "We've been trapped in this house for 3 weeks, Agatha. I eat all her food and crap at cleaning, tend to clog the toilet, and she keeps seeing us fighting. If she doesn't hate me, she will, soon." "She just thinks you're a complication to an already complicated situation." "Agatha, there is an entire town out there that will kill us on sight. There's nothing complicated about it," Tedros argued, sitting up on his knees. "Listen, I'll be 16 in a month. That means I take over Camelot as king from my father's council. Sure, the kingdom's broke, half the people are gone, and the place is in shambles, but we'll change all that. That's where we belong, Agatha. Why can't we go back?" "You know why, Tedros." "Right. Because you don't want to leave your mother forever. Because I don't have a family anymore and you do," he said, looking away. Agatha's neck rashed red. "Tedros." "You don't need to explain," her prince said quietly. "If my father was still alive, I'd never leave him either." Agatha moved closer to him. He still didn't look at her. "Tedros, if your kingdom needs you, you should go back," she forced herself to say. Her prince sighed. "I'd never leave you, Agatha." He pulled at a thread in his dirty socks. "Couldn't, even if I wanted to. Only way back into the woods is to make the wish together." Agatha went rigid. He'd thought about leaving her behind? She swallowed hard and grasped his arm. "I can't go back, Tedros. Terrible things happen to us in the woods," she rasped anxiously. "We were lucky to escape." "You call this lucky?" He finally looked at her. "How long can we stay trapped in this house, Agatha? How long can we be prisoners?" Agatha tensed. She knew he deserved answers, but she still didn't have them. "It doesn't matter where your ever-after is, does it? It just matters who you're with," she said, trying to sound hopeful. "Surely a teacher said that once." Tedros didn't smile. Agatha lurched up and ripped a strip from a clean towel hanging on the bedpost. Tedros flopped back onto the bed, arms splayed cactus-style, and lapsed into silence, as Agatha bound his wound tight with the cloth. "Sometimes I miss Philip," he said softly. Agatha looked at him, startled. Tedros turned pink and picked at his nails. "It's stupid, given all he did to us. Or she. Or whatever. I should hate him. Her, I mean. But boys get each other in a way girls can't. Even if he wasn't really a boy." Tedros saw Agatha's face. Forget it. You really think I don't know you? Agatha asked, hurt. Tedros held his breath a moment, as if contemplating whether to be honest or to lie. It's just... those first 2 years, we were chasing the idea of being together rather than actually being together. I got to know Philip better than I ever got to know you. Staying up past curfew together, stealing lamb chops from the supper hall, or even just sitting on a rooftop and talking. You know, about our families, or what we're afraid of, or what kind of pie we like. Doesn't matter how it all turned out. Really, he was my first real friend. Tedros couldn't look at Agatha. You and I never even got to be friends. Don't even have nicknames for each other. With you, it was always stolen moments and faith that love would somehow be enough. And now, here we are, 3 weeks cooped up in a house, no time alone or room to go for a walk or a hunt or a swim, and then sleeping, eating, breathing with the other person hovering around like a keeper, and still we feel like strangers. I've never felt so... old. He glimpsed Agatha's face. Oh, come on. Surely you feel it too. We're like fusty married saps. Every tiny thing that bothers you about me must be magnified 1,000 times. Agatha tried to look understanding. What bothers you about me? Oh, let's not play this game. Tedros puffed, rolling onto his stomach. I want to know. What bothers you about me? Her prince didn't answer. Agatha flicked hot turmeric onto his back. Tedros flipped over angrily. First off, you treat me like I'm an idiot. That's not true. Tedros frowned at her. Do you want to know or not? Agatha folded her arms. You treat me like I'm an idiot, Tedros repeated. You pretend to be busy every time I attempt conversation. You act like it's easy for me to give up my home, even though a princess is supposed to follow her prince. You clump around the house in those horrible shoes like an elephant. You leave the floor wet after your baths. You never even try to smile these days. And if I question anything you say or do, you give me this attitude that I shouldn't dare challenge you because you're just so what? Agatha glared. Good, said Tedros. My turn, said Agatha. First off, you act like you're my captive, as if I kidnapped you away from your best friend who doesn't even exist. Now you're just being spiteful. You make me feel guilty for bringing you here, as if I shouldn't have saved your life. You act like you're all sensitive and chivalrous, and then declare things like a princess should follow her prince. You're impulsive, you sweat too much, you make sweeping generalizations about things you know nothing about, and whenever you knock things over, which is often, you blame my house instead of yourself. There's barely any room to walk. You're used to living in a castle, with west wings and throne rooms and pretty little maids. Agatha snapped. Well, we're not in a castle, oh princely one. We're in real life. Have you thought that maybe I'm spending all my time worrying about keeping us alive? Have you thought that maybe I'm trying to figure out how to make our happy ending happy? And that's why I'm not spending all my time smiling like a clown and having deep conversations over cappuccino? Of course not, because you're Tedros of Camelot, handsomest boy in the woods, and God forbid he feel old. Tedros cocked a grin. That handsome, am I? Even Sophie was more tolerable than you! Agatha yelled into a pillow. And she tried to kill me! Twice! So go into the woods and get your Sophie back, Tedros retorted. Why don't you go and get your Philip back? Agatha barked. Then, slowly, they both blushed to silence, realizing they were talking about the same person. Tedros slid next to his princess and put his arms around her waist. Agatha gave in to his tight, warm hug, trying not to cry. "What happened to us?" she whispered. When Agatha rescued Tedros from the schoolmaster, she thought she'd found the way out of her fairy tale. She'd escaped death, saved her prince, and left the woods behind with her lying, betraying best friend still in it. As she clutched her true love, haloed by the white light between worlds, Agatha breathed in the relief of ever after. She had Tedros at last. Tedros, who loved her as much as she loved him. Tedros, whose kiss she could still taste. Tedros, who would make her happy forever. Agatha smashed face first into a wall of dirt. Dazed, she'd opened her eyes to pitch darkness, her body on top of her prince's in Gavaldon's snowy cemetery. In an instant, she remembered all she'd once left behind in this tiny village. A broken promise to Stefan to bring his daughter home, the elder's threat to kill her, the stories of witches once burned in a square. "Relax. This is our happy ending," she'd soothed herself, her breath settling. "Nothing bad can happen anymore." Agatha squinted and saw the slope of a roof atop the snow-capped hill, shaped like a witch's hat. Her heart had swelled at the thought of being home once and for all, of seeing her mother's euphoric face. She looked down at her prince with an impish grin. If she doesn't have a stroke first. "Tedros, wake up," she'd whispered. He'd stayed limp in her arms in his black trial cloak, the only sounds coming from a few crows pecking at grave worms and a weak torch crackling over the gate. She grabbed her prince by the shirt strings to shake him, but her hands were flecked with something warm and sticky. Slowly, Agatha raised them into the torchlight. Blood. She dashed frantically between jagged graves and sharp-edged weeds, clumps crunching through powdery snow before she saw the house ahead, none of its usual candles lit over the porch. Agatha turned the doorknob slowly, but the hinges squeaked and a body bolted out of bed, tangled in sheets like a bumbling ghost. Finally, Callus's head poked through, her big bug eyes blinking wide. For a split second, she coloured with happiness, reunited with her daughter who'd been gone for so long. Then she saw the panic in Agatha's face, and went pale. Did anyone see you?" Callus stammered. Agatha shook her head. Her mother smiled with relief and rushed to embrace her, before she saw her daughter's face hadn't changed. Callus froze, her smile gone. "What have you done?" she gasped. Together they'd fumbled down Graves Hill, Callus in her saggy black nightgown, Agatha leading her back to Tedros. Ploughing through snow, they'd lugged him home, each grappling one of his arms. Agatha peeked up at her mother, just an older version of herself with helmet black hair and pasty skin, waiting for her to balk at the sight of a real-life prince. But Callus's pupils stayed locked on the darkened town below. Agatha couldn't worry to ask why. Right now, saving her prince was the only thing that mattered. As soon as they pulled him through the door, her mother lay Tedros on the rug and slit open his wet shirt, the prince unconscious and covered with cockleburs, while Agatha lit the fireplace. When Agatha turned back, she nearly fainted. The sword wound in Tedros's chest was so deep she could almost see the pulsing of his heart. Agatha's eyes filled with tears. He'll be okay, won't he? He has to be." "Too late to numb him," said Callus, rifling through drawers for thread. "I had to bring him, Mother. I couldn't lose him." "We'll talk later," Callus said, so sharply Agatha shrank to the wall. Crouched over the prince, her mother made it 5 stitches in, barely closing the wound, before Tedros roused suddenly with a cry of pain, saw the needle in a stranger's hand, and grabbed the nearest broomstick, threatening to bash her head in if she got an inch closer. He and Callis had never quite seen eye to eye after that. Somehow Agatha sweet-talked Tedros into sleeping, and that next morning, while he snuffled shallow breaths, his stitches half done, Callis took her daughter into the kitchen, hanging a black sheet to close off the bedroom. Agatha had sensed the tension immediately. "Look, first time we met he threatened to kill me too," she'd cracked, pulling 2 iron plates from the cupboard. "He'll grow on you, I promise." Callis ladled foggy stew from the cauldron into a bowl. "I'll sew him a new shirt before he leaves." Mother, there's a real-life prince from magical fairyland sleeping on our floor, and you're worrying about his shirt?" Agatha said, perching on a creaky stool. "Forget that the sight of me within 100 feet of a boy should be cause for a town parade, or that you've been telling me fairy tales are real from the day I was born. Don't you want to know who he is?" Agatha's eyes widened. "Wait, before he leaves? Tedros is staying in Gavaldon forever." Callis put the bowl in front of Agatha. "No one likes toad soup cold." Agatha bucked up. "Look, I know it's crowded with him here, but Tedros and I can get work in the village. Think about it. If we save up enough, maybe we can all move to a bigger house. Maybe even something in the cottage lanes." Agatha grinned. "Imagine, Mother, we could actually have living neighbours." Callis fixed her with a cold brown stare, and Agatha stopped talking. She followed her mother's eyes to the small, slime-crusted window over the sink. Agatha pushed out of her chair, bowl untouched, and grabbed a wet dish towel from the rack. Pressing against the glass, she scraped at the grey smear of dust, grease, and mildew until a stream of sunlight pierced through. Agatha backed away in surprise. Down the snow-coated hill, bright red flags billowed from every lamp-post in the square. "Wanted. Witches. Gold reward. By order of elders." "Which?" Agatha choked, gaping at 100 reflections of her own face. Beyond the square, the colourful storybook houses, decimated by attacks from the woods, had been rebuilt as monotonous stone bunkers. A phalanx of guards in long black cloaks and black iron masks carried spears, patrolling the cottage lanes and forest perimeter. Dread rising, Agatha's eyes slowly fell on the spot where her and Sophie's statues once glistened near the crooked clock tower. Now there was only a raised wooden stage, with a giant pyre made of birches, 2 flaming torches fixed to the scaffolding, and a banner of her and Sophie's faces hanging between them. Agatha's stomach dropped. She'd escaped a public execution at school, only to find one at home. "I warned you, Agatha," her mother said behind her. "The elders believed Sophie a witch who brought the attacks from the woods. They ordered you not to go after her the night they surrendered her to the attackers. The moment you disobeyed them, you became a witch too." Agatha turned, her legs jellying. "So they want to burn me?" "If you'd come back alone, the elders might have spared you." Callis was sitting at the table, head in hands. "You could have taken punishment, like I did, for letting you escape." A chill went up Agatha's spine. She looked at her mother, but there were no wounds or marks on her hooked-nose face or gangly arms. All her fingers and toes were intact. "What did they do to you?" Agatha asked, terrified. "Nothing that compares to what they'll do to you both when they find him." Callis looked up, eyelids raw. "The elders always despised us, Agatha. How could you be so stupid to bring someone back from the woods?" "The storybook said the end," Agatha stuttered. "You said it yourself. If our book says the end, this has to be our happy ending."
"Happy ending? With him?" Callis blurted, jolting to her feet. "There is a reason the worlds are separate, Agatha. There is a reason the worlds must be separate. He will never be happy here. You are a reader, and he is a—"
Callis stopped, and Agatha stared at her. Callis quickly turned to the sink and pumped water into a kettle. "Mother," Agatha said, suddenly feeling cold. "How do you know what a reader is?"
I can't hear you, dear."
"A reader," Agatha stressed over the strident cranks. "How do you know that word?" Callis pumped louder.
"Must have seen it in a book, I'm sure."
"Book? What book?"
"One of the storybooks, dear."
"Of course," Agatha sighed, trying to relax. Her mother had always seemed to know things about the fairy tale world, like all parents in Gavaldon who had feverishly bought storybooks from Mr. Deauville's storybook shop, hunting for clues about the children kidnapped by the schoolmaster. One of the books must have mentioned it, Agatha told herself. That's why she called me a reader. That's why she wasn't surprised by a prince. But as Agatha glanced up at Callis, back to her, pumping water into the kettle, Agatha noticed that the pot was already full and overflowing into the sink. She watched her mother staring off into space, hands clenched, pumping water faster, faster, as if pumping memories away with it. Slowly, Agatha's heart started to constrict in her chest, until she felt that cold sensation deepening, whispering that the reason her mother wasn't fazed by Tedros's appearance wasn't because she'd read storybooks, but because she knew what it was like to live through one.
"He returns to the woods as soon as he wakes," Callis said, releasing the pump.
Agatha wrenched out of her thoughts. "The woods? Tedros and I barely escaped alive, and you want us to go back?"
"Not you,"
said Callis, still turned.
"Him."
Agatha flared in shock. Only someone who's never experienced true love could say such a thing. Callis froze. The skeleton clock ticked through the loaded silence.
"You really believe this is your happy ending, Agatha?"
Callis said, not looking at her. "It has to be, Mother, because I won't leave him again. And I won't leave you," Agatha begged. "I thought maybe I could be happy in the woods, that I could run away from real life, but I can't. I never wanted a fairy tale. All I ever wanted was to wake up every day right here, knowing I had my mother and my best friend. How could I know that friend would end up being a prince?" Agatha dabbed at her eyes. "You don't know what we've been through to find each other. You don't know the evil that we left behind. I don't care if Tedros and I have to stay trapped in this house for 100 years. At least we're together. At least we'll be happy. You just have to give us the chance." Quiet fell in the sooty kitchen. Callis turned to her daughter.
"And Sophie?"
Agatha's voice went cold. "Gone." Her mother gazed at her. The town clock tolled faintly from the square before the wind drowned it out. Callis picked up the kettle and moved to the wooden stove. Agatha held her breath, watching her spark a flame beneath the pot and stew a few wormroot leaves in, circling her ladle again and again, long after the leaves had dissolved.
"I suppose we'll need eggs,"
said her mother at last.
"Princes don't eat toads."
Agatha almost collapsed in relief. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you."
"I'll lock you both in when I go to town each morning. The guards won't come here as long as we're careful."
"You'll love him like a son, Mother. You'll see." Agatha grimaced. "Into town?" You said you had no patience.
Don't light the fireplace or open the windows, ordered Callis, pouring 2 cups of tea.
Why won't the guards come here? Agatha pushed. Wouldn't it be the first place they'd check?
And don't answer the door for a soul.
Wait, what about Stefan? Agatha asked, brightening. Surely he can talk to the elders for us. Callis whirled.
Especially not Stefan.
Mother and daughter locked stares across the kitchen.
Your prince will never belong here, Agatha, said Callis softly. No one can hide from their fate without a price.
There was a fear in her mother's big owl eyes that Agatha had never seen before, as if she was no longer talking about a prince. Agatha crossed the kitchen and wrapped her mother in a deep, comforting hug. I promise you, Tedros will be as happy here as I am, she whispered, and you'll wonder how you ever could have doubted 2 people so in love. A clang and clatter echoed from the bedroom. The curtain drew back behind them before collapsing entirely, and Tedros lumbered through, groggy, red-eyed and half-naked, with a torn, bloodied piece of bedsheet stuck haplessly over his wound. He sat down at the counter, smelled the soup, and gagged, shoving it aside. We'll need a sturdy horse, steel-edged sword, and enough bread and meat for a 3-day journey. He looked up at Agatha with a sleepy smile. Hope you said your goodbyes, Princess. Time to ride to my castle. That first week, Agatha believed this was just another test in their story. It was only a matter of time before the pyre came down, the death sentence lifted, and Tedros felt at ease with ordinary life. Looking at her handsome teddy bear prince, who she loved so much, she knew that no matter how long they stayed in this house, they would still find a way to be happy. By the second week, however, the house had started to feel smaller. There was never enough food or cups or towels. Reaper and Tedros fought like demented siblings. Agatha began to notice her prince's irritating habits, using all the soap, drinking milk out of the jug, exercising every second of the day, breathing through his mouth. And Callis had the burden of supporting 2 teenagers who didn't like to be supported at all. School was better than this, Tedros carped, bored to tears. Let's go back and you can finish getting stabbed, Agatha replied. By the 3rd week, Tedros had taken to playing rugby against himself, dodging invisible opponents, whispering play-by-play, and flinging about like a caged animal, while Agatha lay in bed, a pillow over her head, clinging to the hope that happiness would fall like a fairy godmother from a star. Instead, it was Tedros who fell on her head one day while catching a ball, reopening his stitches in the process. Agatha belted him hard with her pillow, Tedros clocked her with his, and soon the cat was in the toilet. As they lay on the bed, covered in feathers, Reaper dripping in the corner, Agatha's question hung in the air, unanswered. What happened to us? As the 4th week went on, Tedros and Agatha stopped spending time together. Tedros ceased his manic workouts and sat hunched at the kitchen window, unshaven and dirty, silently looking out at the endless woods. He was homesick, Agatha told herself, just as she'd once been in his world. But each day, a darker anguish settled into his face, and she knew it was deeper than homesickness. It was the guilt of knowing that somewhere out there, in a land far away, there would soon be no new king to take the crown from the old. But Agatha had nothing to say to make him feel better, nothing that didn't sound self-serving or trite, and, hid beneath her bedcovers, reading her old storybooks again and again. Gazing at beautiful princesses, kissing dashing princes, she wondered how her ever-after had gone rancid. All these fairy tales had tied up so neatly and satisfyingly, while the more she thought about her own, the more loose ends seemed to appear. What had happened to her friends? To Dot, Hester, Annadil, who had risked their lives for her during the trial? What had happened to the girls charging into war against Arik and the boys? Or to Lady Lesso and Professor Dovey, now faced with the schoolmaster's return? Agatha's chest clamped. What if the schoolmaster started kidnapping children from Gavaldon again? She thought about the parents who would lose more daughters and sons, about Tristan, and how his parents would learn about his death, about the balance in the woods tilting to death and evil, about her once evil best friend, left to fend for herself. Sophie. This time no anger came at the name, only an echo, like the password to her heart's cave. Sophie. Sophie who she'd loved through good and evil. Sophie who she'd loved through boys and girls. Sophie who she'd vowed to protect forever, young or old, until death did them part. How do you turn your back on your best friend? How do you leave them behind? For a boy. Shame coloured her cheeks. For a boy who can barely stand the sight of me anymore. Agatha's heart shrank, as small and hard as a pebble. All this time, she thought she had to choose between Sophie and Tedros to find a happy ending, and yet, each time she picked one over the other, the story twisted back upon itself, and the world fell out of balance more than before. Every thought of Sophie, alone in a tower with a deadly villain, brought on more guilt, more pregnant fear, as if she was trapped in a purgatory of her own making, as if she hadn't failed by choosing a prince over her best friend, but in making that choice at all. I think about her too. She turned and saw Tedros at the window, watching her, his mouth trembling. About how we just left her, he rasped, eyes welling. I know she's a bad friend. I know she's evil. I know Philip was a lie. But we just left her, with that monster. We left all of them, the whole school, just to save ourselves. What kind of prince is that, Agatha? What would my father think of me? Tears spilled down his stubbled cheeks. I don't want you to leave your mother, I really don't. But we're not happy, Agatha. Because the villain's still alive. Because we're not heroes at all. We're cowards. Agatha looked into her prince's messy, earnest face and remembered why she loved him. This isn't our happy ending, is it? She breathed. Tedros smiled, his old glow returning. And for the first time since they came home, Agatha smiled too. Chapter 3. The New or the Old? Maybe we'd have to close our eyes, said Tedros. Or do a rain dance in pyjamas while singing Ring Around the Rosie, Agatha grumped, Reaper fast asleep in her lap. It's past dinner time, and I'm starving. How many times can we try this? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have somewhere better to be at the moment? Agatha watched a roach mosey by, cram under the double-locked front door, and disappear. You have a point, she said, and shut her eyes. All right. Tedros sucked in, closing his eyes. 1, 2, 3. Agatha scrunched up her face. Tedros did too, and both of them thrust their index fingers at the other. They exhaled at the same time and opened their eyes. Neither of their fingertips was glowing. Tedros peered closely at Agatha's. You bite your nails too much. Oh, for crying out loud! We can't get into the woods unless our magic comes back, she barked, shoving her hand in her pocket. Magic follows emotion. That's what we learnt at school. You said it yourself. If we both make the wish at the same time, the gates should open. Unless one of us is having doubts, said Tedros. Then I suggest you get over them. Agatha huffed, standing up. Let's try in the morning. Mother's never this late. She'll be here any second. Agatha? She saw Tedros giving her that lopsided grin, the one that said he knew exactly what she was thinking, even if she was doing everything she could to keep it from him. You're smarter than you look, she groused, sitting back down. And you're the one famous for not judging books by their covers. He scooted next to her. Look, if you want to say goodbye to your mother first, that'll just make the doubts worse, mumbled Agatha. How do you tell your mother you're leaving her forever? Wouldn't know. My mother left me without saying goodbye, Tedros replied. Agatha looked at him, suddenly feeling very stupid. Tedros slid closer. What is it, my love? He asked. What are you really afraid of? Agatha felt panic rising, something coming up she couldn't keep down. What if I'm the problem? She blurted. Every time I try to be happy, it goes wrong. First with Sophie, then with you, and all I can think of is that it's not us who's broken, it's me. The girl who ruins everyone's story. The girl who's meant to be alone. That's why I'm afraid to leave my mother. Because what if I'm not supposed to be with you, Tedros? What if I'm supposed to end here just like her, never finding love at all? Tedros froze, taken aback. Slowly, Agatha felt the air return to her lungs, as if a boulder had lifted off her chest. Her prince traced his finger between bricks in the floor. We only see the finished storybooks, Agatha. How do we know every ever after doesn't take a few tries? Think about it. Each time you left the woods, you tried to come back to your old life. But this time is different, isn't it? When we get to our true ending, you'll have a new life with me. We'll have my kingdom to protect, until we're old ourselves and it's time to pass it on. Just like my father did, and his father, and all who came before. Looking at him, Agatha realized how selfish and small-hearted she'd been by keeping her prince here. I promise, he said, squeezing her hand. This time, we will be happy. All right. Say we do get back to the school for good and evil, Agatha allowed. What's our plan? Make things right, of course, Tedros puffed. Rescue Sophie, kill the schoolmaster, take back Excalibur, free the other students, and you and I go to Camelot in time for my 16th birthday and coronation as king. The end. He paused. The real end. Agatha made a sound halfway between a cough and a sneeze. All right, Sophie can come too, if you're going to be difficult about it, he sighed. Tedros, my love, said Agatha cuttingly, you think we can just waltz through the school gates and kill the schoolmaster like we're buying bonbons from the bakery? I think buying anything from the bakery would pose far more obstacles at the moment, said Tedros, eyeing the triple-locked door. Agatha let go of him and braced for a fight. First off, the schoolmaster is an all-powerful sorcerer who last we saw came back from death, turned young again, and stabbed you with your own sword. Second, for all we know, he's killed the Evers and has everyone on his side. And third, you don't think he'll have guards and traps and... Merlin had a saying. Worrying doesn't solve problems, just gives you gas. Tedros yawned. I take back the smarter-than-you-look thing, Agatha groaned. Her cat stirred and staggered out of her arms, but not before spitting in Tedros's lap. The prince backhanded it, and Reaper fled, throwing Agatha a horrible scowl at her choice of mate. He used to love me, Agatha said, watching her cat gnaw the head off a dead canary. Agatha, look at me. Tedros, you don't even have your sword, let alone a plan. We're going to die.
Agatha, please look at me.
She did, with folded arms.
You can't plan your story any more than you can plan who you're going to fall in love with. That's the point of a story, said Tedros. And even if you could, what's the fun of living through it if you know what's going to happen? All we know is that good always wins, right? So if good hasn't beaten evil yet, our fairy tale can't be over. As soon as we make our wish, we'll be back where we belong, chasing our happy ending. Trust our story, Agatha. We'll know what to do when the time comes.
And what about Sophie? Agatha asked. What if she hasn't forgiven us? Tedros thought for a moment.
Everything Sophie did, she did to get closer to you or me. We've all made mistakes, that's for sure, but good or evil, boy or girl, the three of us are in this tale together. He leveled eyes with her. So how can Sophie be happy until we are?
Agatha fell quiet, aware of the dark room hemming her in with her prince and yet keeping them apart. Long before she ever met her best friend, she'd secretly read storybooks from Mr. Deauville's, buying them right after the shop opened, when no one else was inside, and paying for them with the coins her mother had given her for sweets. She drank in the lesson of those fairy tale books more than any hot cream or fudge. That same lesson told and retold. You didn't need 100 true loves to find ever after. You just needed one. It didn't matter if an entire town called her a freak, or a witch, or a vampire. If she could just find that one person who loved her, one measly soul, then she'd have everything a princess did. Minus the horrific pink dress, obnoxious blonde hair, and moony-eyed face. From the moment she met Sophie, Sophie was that soul. The friend who made her feel normal, who made her feel needed, who so clearly cared about her, despite all her efforts to disguise it. Back then, Agatha had done everything she could to ensure they'd end up together forever, rather than let her best friend be stolen away by a boy, until Agatha somehow fell in love with that boy herself. And so the story had turned on its head, this time Sophie doing everything she could to keep a boy and her best friend apart. It was a wicked love triangle, with Sophie the point that had to be removed, until finally Agatha and Tedros had rid themselves of her, turning that triangle into a straight line between them, prince and princess united at last, just like in the storybooks buried under her bed. But now, as Agatha sat in darkness, feeling more and more like the graveyard girl of old, she wondered if the reason she missed her best friend was the simplest of all. What if Sophie wasn't the force that kept her and Tedros apart? What if Sophie was the force that brought them together? Without Sophie, she never could have opened up her heart. Without Sophie, she never could have learned to love. Without Sophie, there never could have been a Tedros and Agatha.
Princess, what is it?
Agatha slowly looked up at her prince, new life in her eyes. Let's go find our best friend. Tedros blinked at her, stunned. His cheeks pinked and his Adam's apple bobbed, words swallowed by emotion. He placed his hand behind his back.
Wish to reopen our story, then?
Agatha smiled and hid her hand. Wish to reopen our story. Tedros closed his eyes.
1,
2, said Agatha, closing hers. They took a joint breath and thrust out their fingers. 3! The door slammed open to a sharp heel crack of boots. Agatha lurched to her feet. There was an elder guard in the doorway, the outlines of a black cloak and slatted iron mask blending into the night. Tedros instantly clasped Agatha and yanked her to the kitchen wall. He grabbed a meat knife from the sink and brandished it at the guard, blocking his princess's body with his.
"Move another inch and I'll cut your throat," Tedros spat.
The guard threw the door shut and hissed back at them,
"Hide, both of you!"
Agatha squinted at the big brown eyes glinting through the guard's mask. "Mother?"
"Hide, now!"
Callis shrieked, shoring her body against the door. Agatha couldn't move, trying to process what was happening, gaping at her mother, in the same uniform as the town guards ordered to execute her. Don't under... But then Agatha heard them coming. Footsteps. Voices. She tackled Tedros to the ground. Stunned, the prince lost his grip on the knife and flailed to reach it as Agatha yanked him by the belt buckle under the bed. Tedros lunged over her and snatched the knife. The door flung open, and Agatha spun to see Callis seized from behind and shoved to the wall by 2 guards. "No!" Agatha gasped, leaping out, but Tedros pulled her down under the bed, fumbling his knife at the same time. He stabbed his hand for it, only to see Agatha's hip knock it away. In horror, they both watched the blade skid across the floor and halt beneath the heel of a muddy leather boot. Slowly, their eyes traced up. A tall guard prowled into the house, teeth bared through his mask. From his pocket, he pulled a fistful of eggs, rolling them around in his big hand like marbles.
"First time I saw her stealing them, I thought maybe she can't afford to pay. Second time, I thought maybe she's gone hungry. But the third time..."
He let the eggs drop and splatter at Callis's feet.
"I wonder who she's stealing 'em for."
He spun and kicked aside the bed, revealing Tedros, unarmed and fists up. The guard's brutal blue eyes honed in on the prince.
"You and I can duel like men," Tedros threatened, "but leave my princess alone."
The guard stared at him strangely, then lifted his gaze. His pupils froze, reflecting Agatha behind Tedros, prostrate on the floor. In a flash, he threw Tedros aside, knocking the prince to the floorboards. But the guard's eyes stayed on Agatha. She trembled as his boots crackled through the bleeding eggs, step by step, until he placed his sharp, filthy shoe tip upon her neck. He took off his mask.
"So much for promises,"
Stefan snarled. The cage was meant for only 1 prisoner, not 3, so Agatha had to stand with her mother, Reaper curled in Callis's arms, while Tedros crouched in a daze, clutching his black eye. Back at the house, Agatha told him not to resist, but Tedros assured her Camelot's future king could flatten 6 armed guards with his bare hands. He'd been wrong. Agatha held on to the rusty bars, tottering for balance as the horse dragged the cage through the darkened cemetery, Stefan at the reins. She could see a crowd forming in front of the torchlit pyre, watching the guards march down the hill ahead of the prisoners. "That was your punishment for letting me escape, wasn't it? The elders made you a guard," Agatha said, turning to her mother. "That's why they never searched the house, because you were with them, protecting the town from your own daughter." Callis paled as she saw the distant pyre, 2 fiery torches hanging from its scaffolding.
"When the people blamed you and Sophie for the attacks, the elders named me and Stefan leaders of a new patrol, responsible for catching you 2 if you ever dared return. It was a test of our loyalty, of course. Either we saw our own children as traitors and vowed to make them burn, or we'd be burned as traitors ourselves." She looked at Agatha. "The difference between Stefan and me is that he took the vow seriously."
How could Stefan betray his own daughter? It was the elders who gave Sophie to the attackers. They're the evil ones. Why would he obey them? But as the cage creaked into the moonlit square, Agatha saw the answer to her question. The widow Honora and her 2 young boys, Jacob and Adam, huddled near the back of the growing crowd, watching Stefan lead in the prisoners. Agatha knew how much the 2 boys meant to Sophie's father, who seemed to love them far more than his own daughter. But it wasn't the boys that Agatha fixed on. It was the gold band, gleaming on the ring finger of Honora's left hand.
He had to obey them, Callis said quietly, because the elders made Stefan choose between his old and new family.
Agatha looked at her, stunned.
"Leave it to me,"
a voice groused under them. Tedros careened to his feet between Agatha and her mother, knocking both of them against the bars.
"They've woken the beast," he boiled, struggling to blink his swollen eye. "No one's laying a hand on us."
The cage door swung open behind him, and 2 guards gagged Tedros with a mucky cloth and hoisted him out by his armpits, before roughly nabbing Callis, too. Before Agatha could react, Stefan leapt into the cage and took her for himself. "Stefan, listen to me. Sophie needs our help," Agatha appealed as he pulled her through the crowd, who was abusing her with cries of "witch" and "traitor," along with chunks of spoiled food. "I know you have a new family, but you can't give up on her."
"Give up? You think I gave up? On my own child?" he seethed, pulling her up the stairs to the pyre behind Tedros, who kicked at his guards with muffled yells. "You promised me, Agatha. You promised you'd save her, and instead you left her there to die. Now you'll see how it feels."
"Stefan, we can still save her," sputtered Agatha. "Tedros and me."
"I always thought one day my daughter would abandon you for a boy," said Stefan. "Turns out I had the story all wrong."
He bound her to the pyre with a long rope around her belly as 2 guards shoved Tedros in next to her. Agatha could feel the heat of the flaming torches above her. "Stefan, you have to believe me! We're Sophie's only hope!" He gagged her with a black cloth, but just as he cinched it, Agatha managed one last breath. "The schoolmaster has her!" Stefan's hands froze, and his blue eyes met hers, big and wide. Then a hush swept over the crowd, and Agatha knew her time was up. The elders had come. Chapter 4. Death at an Execution.
"I'm afraid we only have room for 2 on the pyre,"
said the grey-cloaked elder with the longest beard, grinning at Agatha and Tedros as he paced the stage, top hat in hand. He leered down at Callis at the front of the massive crowd, her hands tied, standing between the 2 younger elders, both in grey cloaks and tall black hats.
"We'll let Mother watch before her turn,"
he mused as the 2 elders dragged Callis into the mob. Agatha spotted Reaper's shadow sprinting away from her mother and towards Graves Hill, a scrap of what looked like parchment between his teeth. Trapped on the pyre, she wrestled hopelessly against her binds, sweating from the heat of the torches above her. If her mother had entered the house 1 second later, she and Tedros would have had their magic back. They'd be far into the woods by now, her mother no longer in danger. Stifling tears, Agatha searched for her again, but darkness rendered the crowd a sea of shadows. They'd called her a witch from the day she was born, destined to burn on a stake, and now they'd made their tales come true. In the front row, a few rosy-faced children gawked at Tedros, clinging storybooks to their chests like talismans against the boy from inside of them.
"But we're not savages, of course,"
said the elder, turning to the captives.
"Justice is only delivered when there is a crime."
The crowd buzzed impatiently, eager to see the show and get to bed.
"Let us meet our guest from the woods."
the elder proclaimed, his shiny eyes flicked to Tedros.
"What is your name, boy?"
A guard ripped out Tedros's gag.
"Touch her, and I kill you,"
the prince lashed. The elder raised his brows.
"Ah, I see,"
he said, peering between Tedros and Agatha.
"For 200 years, those from the woods have kidnapped our young, ripped apart our families, and attacked our homes. For 200 years, those from the woods have brought our children nothing but terror, pain, and suffering. And here you are, the first to ever stand before us, claiming to protect one? An improbable twist."
He studied the way Tedros looked at Agatha, his tone easing.
"But if it's true, perhaps mercy is in the cards after all. Only the hardest of hearts can resist young love."
The crowd rumbled, as if they'd cast their own hearts in stone to see vengeance for all the curses of the woods. But as Agatha searched the elder's face, the old man's smile was almost friendly now.
"You'll let us live?"
Tedros insisted. Agatha's heart hammered, praying her prince had just saved them. The elder touched Tedros's chest with a shriveled hand. Tedros winced, his wound still tender.
"You're young and handsome, with your whole life ahead of you," the elder cooed. "Tell us what you know about those that attacked us, and I promise we won't hurt you."
Agatha's stomach sank. That tone. She'd heard it before. It was the same way he'd told Sophie she'd be sheltered from her assassins before he left her to die. Agatha pressed her fist into Tedros's ribs. Whatever he did, he couldn't play this game.
"Tedros,"
the prince proclaimed to the elder.
"Tedros is my name."
Agatha bristled, shoving him harder.
"And how do you know our beloved Agatha, Tedros?"
coaxed the elder, leaning closer.
"She's my princess,"
Tedros declared, gently clasping Agatha's fist.
"Soon to be Queen of Camelot and bloodline to King Arthur, so I suggest you unhand us at once."
The mob quieted in disbelief, children clutching their storybooks tighter. Red-haired Radley gaped goonishly at Agatha.
"Must be slim pickings in the woods,"
he murmured.
"A real-life prince?"
The elder stepped back. For the first time, he looked unsettled by Tedros, as if forced to acknowledge the possibility of a world bigger than his own.
"And to what do we owe this honor?"
Agatha squirmed against her binds, trying to get Tedros to look at her.
"I'm taking her to my castle in the woods,"
Tedros testified, eyes fixed on the elder.
"We pose absolutely no threat to you." "And yet, we were attacked only months ago by assassins from the woods,"
the elder said, masses clamoring behind him.
"Attacks from which we are still rebuilding."
"Well, the attacks are over," retorted Tedros. "Your town is safe." Agatha dug her heel into his foot. Tedros shook her off.
"Oh, really? Do your princely powers come with foresight?"
The elder scoffed, the audience echoing his laughter.
"How would you know anything about the fate of our town, let alone the attacks?"
Agatha shouted into her gag to stop him.
"Because I ordered them."
Tedros fired. The crowd went still. Agatha slumped against the rope. The elder stared at Tedros, then broke into a slow grin, colour growing in his cheeks.
"Well, we've learned all we need to know about our dear guest, haven't we?"
He smiled wolfishly at the prince and walked off the stage, passing Stefan with a glare.
Do the witch first.
Roars detonated from the mob, flocking closer to the pyre. Tedros spun to Agatha and saw her face.
But he promised us!
He cried. The elder glanced back as he descended the steps.
Every story has a lesson, doesn't it, young prince? Perhaps yours is that you're too old to believe in fairy tales.
Agatha felt Tedros gush into a sweat as the guards re-gagged him. Frantic, the prince thrashed at the rope, trying to free his princess, but his flailing only made the rope cut tighter. Choking for breath, Agatha hunted wildly for her mother, but still couldn't find her. She whirled to Stefan, knowing she was about to die. But Stefan hadn't moved from the side of the stage, his gaze fixed on her.
Is there a problem, Stefan?
The elder said, now at the front of the mass. Stefan kept staring at Agatha.
Or should we replace our prisoners with your new family?
The elder said. Stefan turned sharply. Guards held Honora, Jacob, and Adam in the crowd. Stefan's teeth bit the inside of his cheeks, then his expression darkened. He moved towards Agatha, no longer able to look at her. Body close to hers, he reached up and took a flaming torch from the scaffolding. Agatha cowered from the wrath of the flame as he drew it down, blinding her with smoke. She could hear Tedros's muffled yells, the echoes of the shouting hordes, but they were drowned out by the raging torch fire, hissing like a demon snake. Eyes watering, she caught flashes of Stefan's heaving chest, his quivering grasp on the torch, the red splotches across his cheeks. "Please," Agatha gasped into her gag. Stefan still couldn't look at her, the torch shaking so much that embers scattered onto Agatha's dress, burning tiny holes.
"Stefan,"
the elder warned in a menacing voice. Stefan nodded, tears and sweat mixing. The crowd went dead quiet. Seeing him bend towards the stake, he raised the torch to the sticks over Agatha's head, the flames about to lick onto the wood.
"Take me!"
Callus's anguished voice pierced the silence.
"Please, Stefan, let me die with her."
Stefan froze, his flame so close to Agatha it scorched the gag in her mouth. Heart stopped. Agatha watched him deliberate a moment, his face calcifying into a mask. Then he backed away and turned to the elder.
"It is a mother's last request," said Stefan, adding a snort. "Shove her in with her traitor daughter and watch the flesh melt off them. They deserve to writhe together, don't they?"
Even the most bloodthirsty spectators looked flummoxed, deferring to the elder. The elder's pupils raked Stefan over before his lips pursed in a flat line.
"Quickly, then."
"No!" Agatha shrieked, her gag breaking away. Guards wrenched Callus from the crowd onto the stage and shoved her next to Agatha, binding her waist to the pyre. Helpless, Tedros ripped at the rope, his bicep veins about to burst. "This is my fault," Agatha sobbed. "This is all my fault."
"Close your eyes, dear,"
said Callus, trying not to cry.
"It will all go fast from here."
Agatha looked up and saw Stefan's hand wasn't shaking on the torch anymore. With an eerie calm, he advanced towards her and her mother, the dancing flame reaching for the wood sticks between them. He finally met Agatha's eyes, a strange sadness in his face. "If you ever see my daughter again, beyond this world, tell her I love her."
"Now, Stefan,"
the elder commanded. Petrified, Agatha seized Tedros's hand as she leaned into her mother's shoulder. She saw Stefan looking at Callus, his lips trembling. "I'm sorry," he whispered.
You saved me once upon a time, Stefan.
Callis smiled mournfully at him.
I owe you a debt.
I can't, Stefan faltered.
You must,
said Callis, hard as steel.
Now!
The elder thundered. With a pained cry, Stefan plunged the torch at Callis. Agatha screamed. Callis thrust out her finger from beneath the binds and shot a blast of green light at the torch. The fire turned green and ricocheted off the pyre like a comet, blasting Stefan off the platform before circling the stage in a wall of green flames, sealing the captives in. Before Agatha could suck in a breath, her mother cut her and Tedros loose from the rope with her glowing fingertip. She grabbed Agatha and spoke over the villagers' cries beyond the firewall.
The spell won't last, so listen carefully. Stefan knew what I was, Agatha. From the night you went after Sophie, we had a plan to save you girls from the elders if you ever returned. Stefan would do anything to keep his daughter safe. But when you came back without Sophie, Stefan had no reason to keep the plan and endanger his new family, unless he believes his daughter still needs you. You must repay my old debt to him, Agatha. You must save Sophie, as Stefan saved you. You hear me? Do not fail. Now, run for Graves Hill as fast as you can.
You're a witch? Agatha sputtered, trying to find air. You were a witch all along?
The grave between the two swans. Help will be there waiting for you. Her mother cut in. You must find the grave before it's too late.
Dazed, Tedros turned to Agatha, expecting her to know what her mother was talking about. But Agatha was paralyzed, staring ahead. Tedros spun back to Callis. Who will be waiting for a... Only now Tedros saw what his princess was looking at. The circle of fire falling around the stage, Callis's spell about to end. In the green firelight, Agatha glimpsed Stefan, stunned on the ground but unharmed before a fleet of shadows jumped over him, throttling towards the stage. Tedros and Agatha raised their eyes at the same time to see the guards charging through the crowd with spears, dashing right for them. Callis took Agatha's face in her hands. Don't look back, Agatha. She kissed her daughter's forehead hard. Whatever you do, promise me you won't look back. With a scared cry, Agatha grabbed her mother's hand, but her prince was already dragging her towards the edge of the stage, away from the sprinting guards. Tedros hooked his arm over Agatha and flung the both of them off the platform in a flying leap. Spinning around, Agatha pulled her mother with them, holding on to her hand with every ounce of strength. Callis smiled at Agatha in the fading firelight and let her daughter go. Agatha crashed in dirt, twisting her ankle before Tedros lifted her up in darkness, towing her towards the town gates. No, I can't leave her, she croaked, resisting him. Don't look back. That's what she said. Tedros fought, goading her ahead. Trust your mother, Agatha. She's a witch, a powerful witch. We're the ones who need saving now. Hearing the guards' shouts, Agatha let Tedros shove her forward. She pinned her eyes on Graves Hill ahead, hobbling beside him. Don't look back, she begged herself, Tedros clenching her like a vice. Don't look back. Agatha looked back to see 3 guards hurdle the sinking firewall towards Callis, spears about to impale her. Her mother held her ground. What is she doing? Agatha choked, freezing in horror. Agatha, don't! Cried Tedros. Agatha broke free of him and started running back. What are you doing?
Kill her!
The elder's voice shouted far away. Callis raised her arms, welcoming the guards. They charged, and Agatha's mother fell.
No!
Agatha screamed, voice tearing out of her throat. She sank to her knees at the foot of Graves Hill, her eyes fogged, her heart deadened. All she saw was a blur of shadows swarming her mother as the shallow fires extinguished, an army of darkness overwhelming the last ashes of light.
"She let them,"
Agatha whispered.
"She let them kill her."
Little by little, she felt the dirt wet on her knees, the numbness wearing off to an onslaught of pain, the dagger-edged thoughts that she had no family any more, that her only parent had deserted her, that her mother had given her nothing to come home to ever again. She curled into herself, sobbing with fury. Men were no match for a witch. She could have done another spell. She could have ripped them all to shreds. Agatha cried and cried, until she heard a strange echo between shuddering breaths, the whispered sound of her name. Agatha lifted her eyes to a swollen-eyed boy standing over her, beautiful and scared, and for a moment she saw nothing but a stranger. It was only when Agatha saw his legs unsteady that she knew her prince was trying to tell her something. Slowly, Tedros pointed a shaky finger over her head. Agatha turned. 6 guards raced towards them from the square, armed with torches and spears. "We have to run, Agatha," Tedros rasped. "We have to run. Right now." Agatha didn't move, still nauseous.
How could she let them?
"To save you, Agatha," her prince implored, watching the guards gain ground. "And everything she did, everything your mother and Sophie's father did to keep us alive will be in vain if we don't go now." Agatha gazed into the wet pools of his eyes, and suddenly she understood. Her mother didn't want her to stay with her. Her mother didn't want her to come back to Gavaldon. She wanted Agatha to save her best friend, to find happiness with her prince, to abandon this world for a better one, far, far away. Because her happy ending wasn't here. It was never here. Her mother had died to set her free. Do not fail. She had to find her real ending. She had to run. Agatha looked up at the guards bolting towards them, spears gleaming in torchlight. Rage blasted through her blood and scorched through her muscles, nothing holding her back any more. Lunging to her feet, she hurtled up the slope of Graves Hill. "Come on! We'll lose them in the graves!" Together they ripped through the rusted graveyard gates into the dark expanse of graves. Even in pitch black, Agatha knew every step, navigating the headstones like a wily squirrel, while Tedros collided with them, cursing so barbarically even the grave worms fled. Panting fire, his princess led him into the thick of the cemetery. The elders had taken her family from her. They wouldn't take her prince, too. "The grave between the swans," Tedros called out behind her. "She said help would be waiting there." "Swans?" Agatha blurted. "There are no swans in Gavaldon." Tedros looked back down the hill and saw the guards barreling up, carrying torches. 30 seconds, Agatha. We have 30 seconds. Agatha scoured stones and plaques and obelisks for evidence of a swan. "I don't even know what I'm looking for." 20 seconds. Tedros's voice rang out. She couldn't see her prince anymore. Agatha whirled desperately, trying to steady her mind. The only birds she'd ever seen in Gavaldon were smog-coloured ducks and obese pigeons. She'd never even seen a real swan, especially not on Graves Hill. Agatha's heart pattered faster. But she had seen swans before, hadn't she? Swans were the symbols of the school for good and evil. One black, one white, representing 2 schoolmasters in balance, one brother good, one brother evil. If Callis was a witch, she'd have known the good and evil swans. That's how she knew so much about the school, Agatha thought. Her mother must have seen it for herself. 10 seconds, Tedros shouted. Agatha closed her eyes and tried to focus, her temples throbbing. Swans. School. Stefan. You saved me, Callis had whispered to him. What had she meant? If Callis and Stefan had a history, maybe the swans involved something that connected her mother and Sophie's father, something that both of them had in common. Or someone. Agatha's heart stopped. Her eyes shot open. She was already running. What is it? Tedros yelled, seeing her shadow dart deeper into the cemetery towards the house on Graves Hill. Here! It's over here! Tedros chased her, squinting at her outline fading into the dark. He looked back and saw the army of shadows smash through the graveyard gates, spears glinting. Tedros dove to the ground behind a domed stone. He peeked over it and saw the guards sweeping torches over the rows of graves. Tedros ducked down. This is worse than the woods, he wheezed, crawling through stones to follow Agatha. So much worse. Then he saw her, crouched in the final row of headstones only a short distance from her house. Tedros skidded into dirt beside her. They're coming, Agatha. Sophie's mother. That's what connected them, Agatha said, gripping a tablet gravestone knifing out of the ground, engraved with the words, loving wife and mother. 2 smaller dirt-caked graves, one lighter, one darker, flanked it on either side like wings. Before Sophie, she couldn't have a child. 2 boys, both born dead. She ran her hand over the lighter of the 2 boys' graves, pulling away the grime. Tedros's eyes bulged as Agatha's fingers cleared the headstone, revealing a small black swan carved into the unmarked grave. Tedros tore away the moss from the darker grave, revealing a white swan set in the stone. He and Agatha both turned to the larger grave in the middle, towering between the 2 swans. When she couldn't have a child, Sophie's mother went to see mine as a patient. That's what Sophie told me, Agatha pressed. Somehow it's all connected. Sophie's mother, my mother being a witch, the debt she owed Stefan. I don't know how it's connected, but it has to be. Firelight swept over the both of them. Agatha and Tedros flattened to the ground and swiveled to see the guards 5 rows back. We found the swans. We found the grave. Tedros panicked, gaping at the bigger headstone. Where's the help? Agatha shook her head. We can't fight the guards without magic, Tedros. We need to make our wish. The prince swallowed. Wish to reopen our story on 3, okay? Hands behind our back. He stopped. His right fingertip was already glowing gold. Agatha looked down at hers, glowing almost an identical shade. Did you make the wish? Tedros asked. Agatha shook her head. Neither did I, Tedros said, confused. How could our fingers be glowing then? Torchlight shined in their faces. They're here! A guard cried. They're over here! Agatha spun to see shadows vaulting over the last rows of graves. Unless my mother didn't interrupt our wish in the house, unless our wish worked when we made it the first time, unless our fairy tale was open all along. Agatha looked at her prince, deathly white. We're already back in our story, Tedros. We've been in our story from the moment the guards found us. Tedros looked up at the spears slashing towards their hearts. Which means we die at the end, Agatha. Terrified, she and Tedros clasped hands, each backing away from the spears into one of the swans, just in time to see a pale hand reach out of the grave between them and pull them both in. Chapter 5. A Princess Returns. Graves are meant for dead people who have no reason to see, breathe, or use the toilet. Unfortunately for Agatha, she needed to do all 3. Trapped underground in darkness, she and Tedros inhaled mouthfuls of soil while tangled in each other's sweaty limbs. Agatha couldn't make out her prince's face, but heard him hyperventilating with panic. "You're using up all our air," Agatha hissed.
"Graves have bodies, dead bodies."
Agatha blanched with understanding and gripped onto any of Tedros's flesh she could find. "Sophie's mother, she pulled us in?"
Can't see a thing. For all we know, she's right next to us."
"Magic," Agatha wheezed. "Use magic." Tedros gulped a breath and focused on his fear until his finger flickered gold like a candle, lighting up a wide, shallow grave the size of a large bed. Shivering on top of each other, Tedros and Agatha slowly turned to their right. Dirt. No body. No bones. Just dirt. "Where is she?" Agatha choked, rolling off Tedros, who groaned and rubbed his chest. She snatched her prince's wrist and swept his finger glow over the right half of the grave, spotting only a pair of dung beetles fighting over a dirt ball in the corner. She shook her head, baffled, and swung Tedros's hand to the left. Both of them froze. Two sparkling brown eyes glared at them through a black ninja mask. Agatha and Tedros opened their mouths to scream, but the figure gagged them with slender hands. "Shh! They'll hear you," the stranger whispered in a low, breathy voice. Tedros gaped at the ninja in the grave with them, wrapped in draping black robes. Are you Sophie's mother?" The ninja let out a giggly squeak. "Oh, how absurd! Now, shh." Agatha tensed. That squeak. Where had she heard it before? She tried to catch Tedros's eye, hoping he'd heard it too, but her prince was smothering the stranger in a hug.
"Oh, thank God. We've been trapped for a month in the smallest, foulest house you can imagine, almost burned at the stake, almost skewered by an army, and then you pulled us in, whoever you are, which means you have to get us out. We need to get to the school for good and evil and rescue our best friend. Surely you know it. It's halfway between the Murmuring Mountains and—"
The ninja gagged him with a fist. "I know cats that listen better than you. You have no idea," Agatha murmured, punchy from the lack of air. A sharp crackle ripped above their heads like a sword splitting earth, and the grave tremored, caving clumps of dirt into their faces.
"Check 'em all,"
someone growled gruffly, followed by more sharp tremors.
"Intercepted a message from the League of 13. Said they'd be coming through a grave."
Agatha's stomach plunged. The voice didn't sound like an elder's.
"Could have been more specific. Thousands of them, and I'm starving,"
a thick, oafish voice added.
"Besides, should have been out fixing our stories like the others, not digging around in graves. What's so important about these two, anyway?"
"Schoolmaster wants 'em. Reason enough for you,"
said the gruff one, punctuated by another violent crackle.
"He'll give us a turn at our story soon enough."
Agatha and Tedros swiveled to each other. The schoolmaster's men? In Gavelden? How had they gotten past the guards? The ceiling shook harder, showering clumps of earth.
"Think he'll let us eat an Everboy as a reward?"
asked the oafish one.
"Might even let us eat too,"
the gruff voice chortled. A black, furry claw smashed through the ceiling into the grave, with 5 knife-edged talons snatching right and left. Agatha and Tedros choked back screams as the ninja flattened them against the dirt wall, the hooked talons swiping at air, missing the inseam of Tedros's breeches by a whisker. It slashed in vain a few more times, and then curled into a fist.
"Nothing here," the gruff voice growled. "Come on, let's eat. Maybe we'll find a juicy little boy in the oak wood." The claw withdrew empty-handed and vanished, followed by loud, thudding stomps. A terrorized silence passed. Then Tedros and Agatha shoved mouths to a hole in the ceiling and sucked down air. Agatha glanced at Tedros to make sure he was okay, expecting he'd be doing the same for her. Instead, her prince was pulling at his breeches, looking down his own pants. Tedros smiled, relieved, then saw Agatha frowning. "What?" Tedros said. Agatha was about to question his priorities, then noticed the footsteps had stopped. The voices, too. Agatha's eyes shot wide open, and she dove for her prince. "Tedros, watch out!" The black claw crashed through the ceiling and grabbed Agatha off her prince, dragging her out of the grave. Tedros leapt to clasp her leg too late. He craned up in horror to see the claw pull his princess into the night sky, dangling her like a caught mouse. Agatha stared into the bloodshot yellow eyes of a tall, bony brown wolf on 2 legs, fur and flesh flaking off his face, leaving gaping holes over pieces of his skull. "Looky here. A princess returns," the wolf snarled gruffly, cheekbones poking through one of these holes. Agatha paled. Was he the one talking about the schoolmaster before? How could an evil wolf have crossed into Gavaldon? And where was the Elder Guard? Her eyes darted around, but all she could see in the darkness was a smattering of crooked headstones. She tried to make her finger glow, but the wolf was gripping her hand too tightly. "Storian ain't writing. World dying, armies rising, all 'cause of you," he purred, tracing her pallid skin and charcoal hair. "Less princess, I'd say, and more skunk. How good's fallen in my time away. Even runty Red Riding Hood was a more tempting treat." Agatha had no idea what he was talking about, but after all she'd been through tonight, the last thing she needed was to be insulted for her looks by a puny wolf with a skin condition. And yet, Red Riding Hood's wolf learned his lesson, didn't he? She warned, knowing her prince must be nearby. Messed with good, and a hunter tore out his stomach. "Tore out his stomach," said the wolf, appalled. "With his bare hands," Agatha lied loudly, signalling Tedros. "And is this wolf dead?" "Very dead. So beat it before my hunter comes," Agatha yelled, cueing Tedros again. "Dead, as in Dornell dead," the wolf fretted. "Dead, dead, dead," Agatha snapped, squinting angrily for her prince. "Dead, dead, 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 dead," mumbled the wolf, mulling this gruesome fate. "Well, if that's true..." He lifted big, shiny eyes. "How am I still here?" Agatha's eyes lowered to his other claw, tapping at a hideous scar crisscrossing his belly. Her face lost all of its blood. Impossible." "Can I eat this one?" an oafish voice said behind her. Agatha spun to see a 10-foot, bald, humpbacked giant, swinging Tedros upside down by his bootstrap. The giant's flesh peeled off his skull, covered in zigzagged stitches as he probed and pinched Tedros's muscles. "Ain't seen such firm meat since young Jack came up my beanstalk." Agatha's heart rose into her throat. Red Riding Hood's dead wolf. Jack's dead giant. Alive? Tedros met her eyes, ashen and upside down, clearly petrified by the same question. "I told you. Schoolmaster wants 'em conscious," the wolf groused. The giant sighed miserably, then saw the wolf smirking. "But that don't mean we can't break off a piece or two," the wolf said, gripping Agatha harder.
She and Tedros let out twin cries as the giant and wolf raised them high in the air and slowly lowered their legs into their mouths like pork ribs. "That would be a very poor decision," said an airy voice. The wolf and giant both froze jaws over their prey, eyes flicking to the ninja on the ground. The wolf pulled Agatha out of his mouth and smiled at the masked stranger, prepared to delay a snack if it might result in a larger meal. "And why's that, oh faceless one?" "Because if you release them, I'll let you go on your way," said the ninja.
"And if we don't?"
snorted the giant, mouth full of Tedros shivering between the giant's teeth. "Then you'll be woefully outnumbered," said the ninja.
"Strange,"
the wolf replied, prowling towards the stranger, Agatha in hand.
"Given your prince and princess are a bit held up, I see one of you and two of us."
He loomed over the ninja in the moonlight.
"Which means it's you that's outnumbered."
Slowly, the ninja looked up. The black mask came off, revealing almond-shaped eyes, olive skin, and black hair flowing in the wind. Princess Uma smiled. "Then you're not looking very closely." She let out a piercing squeak through her teeth, and a roar echoed from every side of the darkness, a thunder beneath their feet. For a moment, the wolf and giant spun dumbly, the roar crashing towards them north and south, east and west, until they dropped their two prisoners like hot potatoes. From the ground, Agatha raised her glowing finger just in time to see a stampede of bulls leap over her body and ram into the wolf and giant like balls to bowling pins. Horses and bears sprang over Tedros, tearing into the monsters with their hooves and claws. By the time Agatha and Tedros wobbled to their feet, their gold glows illuminating the scene, the wolf and giant were howling for mercy atop the beastly tide, bucking them into the darkness. Princess Uma whistled a cheery thank you, and her animal army echoed with sing-song growls. Soon their shadows faded, and the wolf and giant were gone. Agatha whirled to Princess Uma, a teacher at the school for good who she'd once mocked as helpless and passive and weak, but who had just saved her and Tedros's lives. "I thought the princes killed you," Agatha cried. "Hester said Dean Seda left you to die in the woods. We all thought you were dead." "A professor of animal communication, unable to survive in the woods?" Princess Uma swished her finger and turned her black robes to pink, a silver swan crest stitched over the heart. "Even your mother had more faith in me, and we've never met." You know my mother?" Agatha asked. "Knew," a voice corrected. Agatha battled a fresh wave of nausea. She couldn't bring herself to say it. "Only through her messages to the League," Uma replied.
"League? What League?" Tedros broke in.
"The League of 13, of course," said Uma unhelpfully. "Her last message to us made 3 things very clear. That we protect your lives, that we get you to Sophie, and that we'd find you right here." Tedros and Agatha followed their teacher's eyes down to the empty grave that once held Sophie's mother. Only the headstone was different now. Instead of a tall rectangle, it was a murky oval, with a long crack down the middle, carved with thick black letters. "Here lies Vanessa of Woods Beyond."
Vanessa was Sophie's mother. Butterfly, I think the name means, remembered Tedros, studying the stone. Sophie told me one night when she was Philip.
"Sophie never told me her mother's name," Agatha said, hurt.
"Perhaps because you never asked," said Tedros. His face changed. "Wait a second. Her name wasn't on the grave before. And look, It doesn't say loving wife and mother like it used to. He squinted at the shadows of crooked slabs around them. We're in the same graveyard, in the exact same spot. It doesn't make any sense. A gravestone can't just change.
Unless you're not in the same graveyard at all, Princess Uma said behind them. Agatha and Tedros spun to see their teacher shoot a bolt of white glow into the sky. From every direction, thousands of fireflies whizzed to it like a signal, swarming over the Evers' heads and detonating neon green wings into a giant light cloud, illuminating a sprawling landscape in every direction. Prince and Princess gazed out at a vast cemetery with thousands and thousands of gravestones sloping over steep, barren hills. For a moment, Agatha thought Graves Hill had magically grown bigger. But it was what lay beyond the cemetery that made Agatha feel faint. A dark, endless gnarl of black trees rearing high into the night like a primeval monster. They weren't on Graves Hill. They weren't in Gavaldon at all. "We're in the woods," Agatha rasped.
She was suddenly aware of the sea of dead bodies under her feet. In an instant, the images she'd been damming up broke through with a vengeance. Guards, spears, her mother falling. Agatha buckled, about to retch. Tedros's hand touched her arm. "I'm right here." His voice brought her back to the moment. Agatha swallowed the acid taste in her mouth and uncurled to stand, clutching her prince by the shirt laces. She steadied her legs, trying to see a graveyard in front of her, just a graveyard and nothing more. "Hold on. I've been here before," said Tedros, searching the landscape.
"Each forest group makes a trip first year to scavenge mealworms. No doubt Yuba accompanied you," Princess Uma replied.
"The Garden of Good and Evil," said Tedros. "That's what he called it. Every ever or never whose name makes it into a storybook is buried here." Under the firefly cloud, he scanned thousands of coffins down one side of the hills, teeming with glittering gem-crusted memorials for pairs of Evers united in life and now in death. "That's Ever Embankment, where the greatest heroes are," he said. "Except Dad, of course." Agatha looked at her prince, waiting for him to go on, but he turned back to her. "We must have come out the other side of Vanessa's grave. One end is Gavaldon, the other end the woods. It's the only explanation. But how would your mother have known the grave was a portal?" Agatha thought of the black and white swans on the two graves flanking Sophie's mother's. Even if she did know somehow, why would Sophie's mother's grave connect the two worlds?
"You're asking the wrong questions, students."
Agatha and Tedros looked up at Princess Uma, studying them intently.
"You should be asking why her grave is empty."
Uma circled her finger at the sky, and the firefly cloud swept over their heads, illuminating the slope Agatha and Tedros were standing on. A bank of cracked and mouldy headstones glowed in the alien green light, jutting from ragged black mounds. "Necro Ridge," said Tedros. "It's where the worst villains are buried."
"Sophie's mother was a Never?" Agatha asked, disoriented. "Not according to our findings. The League of 13 has no evidence of Vanessa of Woods Beyond attending the School for Good and Evil, being mentioned in a fairy tale, or having her body buried here at all," said Uma, pocketing gooey grey mealworms off a tomb. "And yet she has a grave amongst our most famous Nevers."
"You keep talking about this league," Tedros rankled. "I've never heard of them."
"As you shouldn't," said Uma, even more unhelpfully than before. Listen to me, Agatha. There are no words to ease the pain you're in right now. But your mother died before she could give the League the answers we needed. Think back. Do you have any idea why Vanessa's name is carved into a headstone on Necro Ridge? And where her body might be?
I don't see why we should help a League we know nothing about, Tedros grouched. But Agatha's head was still swimming. Her own mother, Callis, had moved between the two worlds as a witch without anyone in Gavelden knowing, including her own daughter. And yet, her mother fit all the traits of a Never. Unmarried, mysterious, reclusive. If anything, Agatha should have seen the clues. But Sophie's mother? Sophie had spoken only rapturously of her mother, doting on her wicked, unfaithful husband until her dying day. There was no hint of her being anything other than a radiant, loving caretaker and wife. So how could her name be on a villain's tomb? Agatha shook her head at a dead end, until her eyes suddenly flared wide. The Crypt Keeper will know! Quickly she scoured the horizon for the blue-skinned, dreadlocked giant she'd learned about at school, responsible for digging and filling graves. Hort said he buries everybody himself. Never lets anyone interfere. That's why Hort's dad's been waiting for a coffin all these years. So the Crypt Keeper has to know why Sophie's mother has a headstone here. But the hills were deserted, except for a few hovering vultures nearby. She turned to Uma. Where is he? Agatha stopped cold, seeing Uma's expression. Slowly, Agatha turned back to the vultures. Lying on the ground beneath them was a massive blue-skinned body crumpled in a spray of dirt. His bones were broken and his throat split open, the blood staining his neck, long dried out. Agatha could see the whites of his wide-open eyes, as if the shock of dying paled to the shock of what killed him. Agatha felt Tedros squeeze her hand with his sweaty palm, telling her she hadn't seen the worst of it. Dread growing, she tracked his gaze past the dead Crypt Keeper and across the 200 graves on Necro Ridge, marking the resting place of famous fairy tale villains. But now, Agatha saw why there were so many mounds of dirt blacking out the grass. Every single one of the famous villains' tombs had been dug up, the insides of all of them. Empty, said Agatha. The villains' graves are empty. Legs shaky, Tedros gaped at the bodiless graves. Red Riding Hood's wolf, Jack's giant, and a whole lot worse. Agatha whitened, remembering who the wolf said they worked for. And they're all under the schoolmaster's control. Princess Uma came up behind them.
For hundreds of years, evil lost every story because good had love on its side. Love gave good a power and purpose evil couldn't match. But those happy endings held only as long as evil wasn't able to love. Things have changed, students. The schoolmaster has found someone who loves him and who he loves in return. He's proved evil deserves a chance to rewrite its fairy tales. Now, every old villain gets a new turn at their story. Every dead villain is reborn.
True love? The schoolmaster? Agatha shook her head, trying to understand. How could anyone love him? Suddenly, Agatha noticed Vanessa's empty grave again, and her heart seized. Wait, Sophie's mother, body missing, means
She wasn't buried here, remember?
Uma said, cutting her off.
We don't even know if her body was buried at all. And yet the Crypt Keeper saved this grave for Sophie's mother amongst the famous Nevers. The Crypt Keeper who answers to no one but the Storian itself. Why he saved a villain's grave for her could be our greatest clue to understanding how the schoolmaster came to choose his new queen. Agatha felt a cold darkness rip through her stomach. She had 1,000 questions. About her mother and her best friend's mother, about letters and leagues, about empty graves and undead villains. But only one mattered. "Queen," she whispered, slowly looking up. "Who?" Uma met her eyes. "Sophie took the schoolmaster's ring. She is his true love." Agatha couldn't speak. But we came to rescue her from him," Tedros said, stunned. "And you must. But it will not be an easy task," said Uma. "Sophie's kiss may have brought him back to life, but it is his ring on her finger that makes the power of that kiss last. As long as Sophie wears his ring, the schoolmaster remains immortal. And yet, there is a way to undo the kiss, children. A way to destroy the schoolmaster once and for all. And it is our one and only hope." Her voice was fiery, urgent. "You must convince Sophie to destroy the schoolmaster's ring by her own hand. Convince Sophie to destroy his ring, and the schoolmaster will be destroyed with it forever." Agatha was still lost in a fog. "But beware," Uma added, "while you seek your true ending to the tale of Sophie and Agatha, the schoolmaster seeks his too." Tedros could see Agatha staring into space, no longer listening. "And what ending is that?" he asked. Uma leaned in, her soft features hardening. The wolf and giant were no accident. "War is coming, son of Arthur. As long as Sophie wears the schoolmaster's ring, all of good is in terrible danger, past and present, young and old. Either you and your princess bring Sophie back to good, or good as we know it will be wiped out forever. That is the ending he seeks." Agatha's heartbeat swirled in her ears. Once upon a time, she and Sophie had slain a deadly villain who'd torn them apart. Now, her best friend had given her heart to that villain. But he's evil. She knows he's evil. And Sophie isn't evil anymore. Agatha breathed, looking up. Why would she want to be with him? For the same reason you and your prince want to be with each other. Uma gave her a wistful smile. To be happy. Agatha and Tedros watched the princess circle her finger, extinguishing the fireflies, and hasten toward the dark woods beyond the hills. "Quickly, Evers," she said, snatching a few more mealworms off a grave. "It's a 2-day journey to school, and we must get to Sophie before they find you." Tedros frowned, lagging behind. "Before who finds us?" "Who?" Uma glared back, incredulous. "Whoever else was in those graves." Chapter 6. A forest no longer blue. Rafal never slept in his chamber, so when the pen finally began to write in the first hours of dawn, it was Sophie who was there to see it. She'd been ill for 6 nights, ever since she took his ring, so ill, with a scorching fever and bone-numbing chills, that she'd yet to leave her bed. Curled up in blankets, she imagined Tedros and Agatha gallivanting about town, snacking on Battersby's cupcakes. Maybe he'll get fat, she hoped, and watching the sunset by the lake. Maybe he'll drown. while here she was, cooped in a sooty tower, sniffling and shivering like a snotty Rapunzel, and no one liked Rapunzel because she was boring.
"You said I could see the school,"
she'd babbled to Rafal in a sweaty fit this morning.
"I want to see Hester, Annadale."
"And infect them with whatever plague you're carrying," he teased, wrapping her in a fresh blanket. She'd have pressed her case, if only he hadn't been taking such good care of her. He barely left her side during the day, sponging her forehead, feeding her bone marrow soup, bringing her baggy black nightdresses that she could hibernate inside, and enduring her inane blathering about Tedros and Agatha, and how little or much fun they must be having, depending on whether her jealousy was at a peak or a valley in any given moment. Soon, Sophie began to dread the nights when Rafal would go away, just as she once dreaded those first mornings when she was afraid he'd come. In her delirious haze, she'd began to crave the marble cradle of his arms, his fresh teenage scent, his cold touch on her burning skin, his silvery voice pulling her out of nightmares.
"I bet you made me sick, so I'd need you,"
Sophie slurred as he'd left. The young schoolmaster looked back and smiled. As her fever deepened, Sophie's nightmares grew clearer. Tonight, she'd been dreaming of a pitch-black tunnel with a halo of light at its end. Floating in the dark tunnel was a giant gold ring lined with razor-sharp teeth, spinning in mid-air and blocking her path. As she moved towards it, the ring spun faster until she could see her reflection in the mirrored blur of teeth. Only, as she drew towards the ring, Sophie realized the reflection wasn't hers at all. It was a face she'd never seen before. A strange man's with wild brown hair, dark leathery skin, and a fat, hooked nose. Confused, Sophie leaned in to see him. Closer, closer, until the man lifted black, bloodshot eyes with a dangerous grin. Then he stabbed out his hands and slammed Sophie into the guillotine of teeth. Sophie gasped awake, scared out of her wits. She froze, dead still. Someone was in the chamber, scratching and rustling, like a black cat sharpening its nails. Chest hammering, she squinted into the early morning. No one there. Slowly, she turned her head, and to her relief, saw it wasn't a person making the sounds, but a whirring gleam of steel. Still half asleep, she first thought it a spindle. Before she remembered spindles were for Sleeping Beauty, the lamest princess of all time, and surely dead by now, since she was old, and old people die, and Sophie wasn't old or dead. And, well, that finally got her out of bed. She had to blink a few times to make sure what she was seeing was indeed there. The Storian itself, doing all that scratching and rustling, the pen that had dimmed the endless woods by refusing to write, now writing. But how? She thought. The Storian had been stalled over the last page of her and Agatha's storybook for weeks. It hadn't moved an inch when she took the schoolmaster's ring, which meant it wasn't her ending the pen had been doubting, but rather... Sophie's heart skittered. Impossible. Pulling her blankets around her, she tiptoed forward in her saggy black nightdress, afraid the slightest sound might disrupt it. But as Sophie grew closer, she saw the pen wasn't writing at all, but chipping at her storybook like a bricklayer removing bricks, scraping off the last line, letter by letter, until the end was fully gone. With a red-hot glow, the Storian twirled into the air like a butterfly freed from its cocoon, and dove back down to the book, continuing the story right where it left off. The steel nib spilled ink onto brand-new pages, filled by dozens of flurried paintings Sophie could hardly follow, walls of emerald flames, guards in black masks, swan-marked tombs, a cadaverous wolf and giant, until swirls of forest green streaked across a blank sheet. 2 lean bodies came into view, framed by the high, twisting trees of the woods. Sophie watched the pen fill in the blankness of their faces. A boy's slate-blue eyes and juicy lips. A girl's flat brows and sunken cheeks. It can't be, she thought, waiting for the Storian to slash an errant line, but every stroke made the scene more and more real, as if birthed from her own memory, until Sophie was sure this was all still a dream. For the pen was drawing 2 people in the woods. 2 people who couldn't be in the woods, because they'd found a happy ending somewhere else. She pinched her arm hard, expecting to wake up in bed, but they only grew clearer. Agatha and Tedros, alive on the page, gazing at her with wide eyes, inviting her in. "They're back?" Sophie gasped, heart swelling. Jealousy and betrayal and pain broke away like a soft eggshell, and a warm wave of hope flooded through her before she could keep it down. She caressed her 2 best friends, looking out of her storybook, and let herself feel what she'd been ashamed of all this time. "I miss you, Aggie. I miss you, Teddy." Tears rising, she imagined herself in the empty space on the page between them, until the Storian drew Agatha and Tedros's hands intertwined across the gap, the 2 Evers following a shadow into the darkness of the woods. Sophie studied their clasped fingers, no longer any room for her. "They're coming for you," said a voice behind her. Sophie turned to Rafal, gorgeously posed against the window like a teen rebel, clad in a lace-up black shirt and black leather pants. His ice-blue stare lingered on the storybook, but carried no surprise, as if he'd been waiting for the prince and princess to return. "I told you it wasn't our ending the Storian questioned," he said. "Turns out, your friends aren't happy without you. They think you need to be rescued from me, that your ending is with them." Sophie looked back at the Storian, writing beneath the painting of Agatha and Tedros in fresh ink. Love wasn't enough for them anymore. They needed their best friend. Sophie gaped at the storybook. Here she'd been, berating herself for thinking of Aggie and Tedros every spare second, when they'd been thinking of her, too. She smiled at the thought, touched. Then her smile evaporated. "How can 3 people have a happy ending?" Sophie asked. Rafal watched her carefully. "If one person is happy alone, of course." "While 2 get each other?" Sophie asked, frowning. "Oh, you'd get used to it, watching them kiss by the fireplace, sitting alone during supper while they nuzzle each other, trailing behind them on garden strolls like a puppy on a leash, settling year by year into your role as the 3rd wheel." Rafal glided towards her, half of his face still in shadow. "Then again, you could always meet a boy in Camelot. Not much of a kingdom anymore, but plenty of peasant boys to choose from. Sunburnt cheeks, yellow teeth, chubby backsides, not a coin in their pockets. But a nice, normal boy. And isn't that what matters?" He drew her into his arms, a boy who lives with his old, wrinkled mother in her ramshackle house, raising goats and pigs. A boy who will give you an ordinary life, where you fry his meat and bathe old Mummy and raise sunburnt, chubby little sons. Sophie was tensing so much she couldn't breathe. "That will never happen," she whispered, and her muscles relaxed in his grip. "Didn't think so," Rafal whispered back. He touched her shoulder, his long, milky fingers tracing up her neck. Sophie's skin quivered. She'd never had a boy hold her that she hadn't manipulated. She'd never had a boy touch her that didn't mind the storms and rages of her heart. She'd never had a boy love her for everything she was, warts and all. Sophie looked up and saw him in the light, pearly, angelic skin, powder blue eyes, luscious pink mouth, like a young Jack Frost, so white-hot and handsome that she suddenly felt the uglier of the two. "You might like me now, but what happens when I get old?" she asked. "Will you still want me then?" Rafal smiled. "My brother and I stayed young as long as we loved each other. When I broke our bond, I was destined to age and die like every other villain who proved they couldn't love. But your kiss restored my youth, Sophie. Your love will let me live forever, just like my brother's love once did. Just like my love once kept him alive too. Which means, as long as you wear my ring, neither you nor I will ever grow old." Sophie turned to him. "I'll live forever." Rafal pulled her in once more. "We will. Together." Live forever, Sophie thought in a fog. Old but young. Young but old, just like the beautiful boy holding her. What would it be like to love someone forever? Could love even last that long? She thought of Agatha on the lake shore, vowing to be her friend forever. Tedros on a moonlit bridge, promising to be her prince forever. Agatha and Tedros kissing, swearing to each other forever. Only forever never seemed to last. Sophie lay against Rafal's firm chest, studying the gold ring on his finger, matching the one on hers. All this time she'd been so hurt by her two best friends who deserted her, so sure they'd forgotten her and gone on to perfect happiness. Instead, they'd come back to redo their ever after, wanting her, needing her to be happy. Sophie waited to feel the same feeling, to choose her best friends even if it meant she ended up alone. But all Sophie could feel were the arms of a boy who'd stayed loyal to her from the beginning, a forever that finally sounded like the truth. She spun and kissed Rafal, his mouth cold against hers, holding it long and slow, waiting for something in her heart to stop her. Nothing did. As their lips parted, she saw the Storian conjure a new page, capturing their kiss in brilliant colours before adding a closing line. But friendship wasn't enough for Sophie anymore. She needed love. Sophie looked up at Rafal, her forehead beaded with sweat. He put his hand to it. "Look at that. Fever's broken." Together, they watched the sun slide out from behind a cloud, Sophie expecting its return to brilliant life, only to see the sun still yolky and anemic against a cold blue morning, even weaker than before. Only it wasn't just weaker. It was leaking small gobs of yellow light into the sky, drip, 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 like an icicle in summer. Sophie stepped closer to the window ledge, eyes wide. There was no question about it. The sun was melting. She whirled to the schoolmaster. "But you said if the Storian wrote—" "A new story, and ours still needs an end," said Rafal soberly. "Our storybook can't close now that your friends have come back. Not as long as they have a new ending in mind. An ending where good wins and evil dies." He paused, locking into her emerald eyes. "They're coming to kill me, Sophie." Sophie held his stare, stunned, and looked down at Agatha and Tedros on their way through the woods to rescue her. In their version of the story, they would save her from an evil schoolmaster. But to Sophie, her good friends were about to slay the only boy who'd ever loved her, so she could be a sidekick to someone else's ever after. Sidekick. That's the ending they thought she deserved. Sophie burned, glaring at her gold ring. She was a queen. "I won't let them hurt you," she seethed. "You'd do that for me?" The schoolmaster's boyish face contorted with emotion. "You'd fight your own friends?" Sophie tensed. "Fight Agatha and Ted? But I thought—" "That they'll leave us in peace and go on their way if you tell them to?" Rafal asked sweetly. "But I can't fight her. Surely there's another way—" Sophie pressed. His eyes hardened. "War is the only way." Sophie bristled at the change in his tone, but she knew he was right. After the young schoolmaster nearly killed Tedros with Tedros's own sword, the prince was coming for his blood, and Agatha would be behind him. War was on the horizon, and Sophie had to take a side. Sophie thought of all the times Agatha had allied with Tedros against her, during the Circus of Talents and Evil Ball, then in her secret plan to kiss Tedros and banish her home during the boy-girl war. Sophie's blood simmered to a boil. Agatha had even believed she was turning into a witch in the Blue Forest, believing Tedros over her, when it was Dean Sader's magic all along. "I'm not this!" she'd cried, begging her friend to see the truth, but Agatha had stayed firmly by her prince's side. Sophie too had a side to take, even if it meant fighting her best friend. Just like Agatha would protect her prince, she would protect her one true love. "This is it, isn't it?" she whispered, watching the melting sun. "Either they die, or we do. Good versus evil. That's the way all fairy tales end." She saw Rafal's chest rise on a breath, as if at last they were on the same page. "Your friends think they can stop our book from closing, my love," he said, sweet once again. "They think they can stop the future, but they're too late." He watched the fading sun, as if studying an hourglass. "The war against good has already begun." Sophie saw him look back at her with a snake-like grin, and she began to sense there was more to his return than kisses and rings. "But good always wins in the end," she started, only to see the schoolmaster grinning wider. "You've forgotten the one thing I have on my side that they no longer do." Rafal moved towards her, slowly, smoothly. "You." Sophie met his gaze, breathless. "Come, my queen," he said, fingers slipping into hers. "Your kingdom awaits." Sophie's heart pumped faster. Kingdom. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl in a pink princess dress waiting by her window to be kidnapped, convinced that one day she'd be the ruler of a faraway land. She looked up at Rafal, the old glint back in her eye. "So much for Camelot." Sophie smiled, her ring brushing his, and she followed her love hand in hand to fight for their happy ending, just like a prince and princess on the page she'd left behind. "Shouldn't I change first? I can't go gadding about in this," Sophie huffed, trying to pin down her nightdress, battered by the wind. Her glass slippers wobbled on the window ledge, sending silver pebbles cascading into the abyss of green fog. She wrenched back against the tower wall, clutching Rafal's bicep. They were so high in the sky she couldn't see the ground. "Surely there are stairs we can take. Only a half-wit would build a tower without stairs or a rope or a suitable fire escape." "Do you trust me?" Sophie looked into Rafal's eyes, hot with adrenaline, not a trace of fear in them. Yes, Sophie whispered. Then don't let go. He seized her by the waist and dove off the tower. Green mist gobbled them as they plunged at bullet speed into Arctic cold. Any instinct for Sophie to scream vanished because of how tightly Rafal held her, muscles sealing her to his chest. Safe in his arms, she let herself go, gasping as Rafal slip-turned like a hawk with dangerous speed, their entwined limbs spinning towards Earth. With a full somersault, he rocketed back up, and Sophie howled with abandon, closing her eyes and holding out her arms against him like wings. They soared in and out of shadows, amber sunrays flickering on her eyelids, the taste of clouds in her mouth. If only Agatha could see her now, she thought, happy, in love, and recklessly alive, like a princess riding a dragon instead of fighting it. Rafal shot across the bay like a fireball, and she pressed her cheek into his neck, electrified by his skin on hers, his steaming breaths faster and faster, his hands tighter and tighter, until his feet gently touched down without a sound, and Sophie felt herself suspended in space, like the Storian over her book. She nestled into him, scarlet and hot. "Do it again," she whispered. Rafal chuckled, touching her face, and slowly Sophie opened her eyes to the world. The first thing she noticed is that the blue forest was no longer blue. She pulled away from Rafal, windswept and dizzy, and staggered forward from the tower, anchored in the middle of the forest. The blue willows had rotted to black husks. The once weatherproof blue grass was now urine yellow, cracking and breaking under her feet. Bracing from the wintry breeze, Sophie crawled through diseased fallen trunks in the turquoise thicket, her nightgown catching on cancerous fungus and mould. Worst of all was the stench, an acrid, acid reek that made her eyes water and grew stronger the deeper she went into the forest. By the time she reached the tulip garden, a stinking ash pit of amber and brown, she'd covered her face with both hands, barely able to stand straight. She looked back for Rafal, but couldn't see him. Sophie gasped a shallow breath and ploughed forward. She had to get out of here. She shambled into the fern field, desperate to find the north gates, and stopped short. The ferns, once thigh-high with lush cobalt fronds, was a wasteland of dead animals swarming with roaches and flies. Under the jaundiced sun, carcasses of emaciated rabbits, storks, squirrels, and deer littered the dirt in front of the sealed gates as if they'd all tried to flee and failed. Then she heard a familiar hissing. She raised her eyes to dozens of black spirits coiled around the gates, flicking red tongues. Sophie shrank from the flat-headed snakes with deadly barbs through every scale that once prevented anything from getting into the school for boys, and now prevented all the animals from getting out. Sophie slowly looked up at the schoolmaster's tower in the distance, looming over the blue forest like a landmark in a demented park. Sophie's heart sagged. The blue forest had once been the school's kitschy backyard, a safeguarded replica of the deadly woods. She smiled, reliving her liveliest moments here, running circles around a rabid Stimpf in the blueberry fields while Agatha berated her, seducing Tedros in the thicket with couture evil uniforms, her heart pattering as the prince leaned in to kiss her over the blue brook. Then her smile slowly dissipated as other moments from the forest came back too. Tedros rejecting her in the shrubs when she didn't save him in a trial. Tedros in the blue willows looking so betrayed as she reverted from Philip's body. Agatha and Tedros recoiling from her in the pine glen before they'd tried to send her home. Soon the bad memories overwhelmed the good, and as Sophie looked up at the forest, it turned a shade blacker and bleaker before her eyes. "It likes you," Rafal drawled, coming up behind her. Sophie spun. "What? I did that?" "You did all of this,"
he said, scanning the whole dead forest. You and me together.
I don't understand, Sophie stammered. I don't want the forest like this.
It doesn't matter what you think you want. It only matters what's truly inside you, said Rafal. The schools mirror back their masters' souls, as does the Storian they both protect. When my brother ruled with me, the castles reflected the balance between us. One light for good, one dark for evil. Last year, with Evelyn Sader and Tedros at war, the castles reflected the balance between boys and girls. He caressed Sophie's ring. But now, with you by my side, there's a new balance. Beyond good and evil. Beyond boys and girls.
Sophie tracked his gaze up to the two black castles lording over the forest, tipped with alien green fog. At first glance, both castles appeared indistinguishable. But then, Sophie peered closer. The old evil castle had turned to jagged stone, resembling the jaws of a monster, while the once blood-red creepers coiling its 3 towers were the same eerie green as the fog. The old good castle was black too, circled with the same green mist, but its 4 towers had sharpened turrets and smooth, shiny walls that looked wet, as if the entire school was made out of polished obsidian. Linked by the foggy bridge in the distance, the 2 schools seemed like a before and after. One castle, a fiendish, saw-toothed crumble. One castle, a cold, sleek fortress. Confused, Sophie inched closer towards the forest gates, trying to get a better view of the schools, when the Spiric's eyes all darted to her. Sophie stumbled back, expecting them to spit their noxious poison. Instead, they all bowed their heads like slaves, and the golden gates parted, offering a clear path into the clearing. Spooked, Sophie scampered out of the forest. Thankfully, there were no surprises in the clearing. Just as before, there were 2 tunnels of trees diverging out of the field, one into each castle. During the war between boys and girls, the tunnels had been sealed with giant rocks, but now they were wide open like they were first year. Only, as Sophie drew closer, she saw that both tunnels were labelled with wooden boards nailed over the entrances, crooked black letters slashed across each one. The tunnel leading into the jagged, pockmarked castle said, Old. The tunnel leading into the smooth, shiny castle said, New. A hand took hers, and Sophie jumped. She looked up at Rafal, grinning sharp teeth. A time-tested master, a fresh young queen, he said, and a school for evil, reborn. Sophie smiled weakly, shoving down the sinking feeling in her stomach. He led her into the tunnel marked New, and Sophie hurried to catch up, reminding herself that she'd finally found love, real love, and it was worth anything she had to do to keep it. Chapter 7. Evil is the New Good. The tunnel of trees led straight to the good castle doors, lit by candles, usually visible by now through the branches. But the deeper Sophie went, the darker the tunnel became, a sharp clacking sound amplifying ahead like an aggressive clock. Uneasy, she took Rafal's hand. I didn't expect Dean Sader to make a holy mess of things, he sighed. I thought that by putting a piece of my soul into Evelyn, I'd have some control over her in the event of my death. Sophie could hear the sounds growing louder. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. From within Evelyn's body, I had enough control to ensure she brought you back to school. And, one day, to me, he continued. And yet, I couldn't control all of her. That crude business of slave boys and worlds without princes and girls good, boys bad. She was always resentful of her brother's gifts, and I'm afraid my students had to suffer for it. Sophie could hardly hear him over the clacking as she glimpsed frosted doors ahead, black instead of the old white, the once blue torch flames above it, now green. She left behind an ugly war, with boys and girls hell-bent on destroying each other, he was saying, but in the end it wasn't hard to make them lay down their arms. After all, no matter how divided they'd become, now they have something even stronger uniting them. He stopped at the doors with a dashing grin. Me. Sophie stared at him. Confused, she flung open the doors. A crush of bodies nearly flattened her, and she hugged a wall for dear life. "Welcome to the school for new evil," said Rafal. In a black marble foyer, boys and girls in crisp black uniforms and black berets marched by in perfect lines. Chins up, chests out, they stomped with steely stares, right, left, past the 4 glass staircases, now hued green. The boys were in belted leather breeches, half-sleeved black shirts with starched collars, narrow green ties, and thick-heeled boots, while the girls wore skin-hugging black pinafores over plunging green blouses, knee-high socks, and flat black slippers. 2 of the girls marched in front of Sophie, green-skinned Mona and one-eyed bald Arachne, tight-lipped and eyes fixed ahead. Raven was right behind them, his oily face scrubbed clean, his once long matted hair clipped short and neat. Impish Vex tramped next to him, head shaved, spine straight, subtly picking at breeches wedged up his bottom. Sophie stiffened in shock. Nevers, chic, clean, in straight lines. She'd once despised the villains for their poor appearance, but now it was Sophie who felt embarrassed by her own unwashed cheeks and dumpy black nightgown. She'd tried to catch more Nevers' faces beneath their berets, but the foyer was dark, holding them in shadow. The only lights seemed to come from fleeting flashes of green glow, dispersed over the army in sync with the march, as if there was an invisible swarm of fireflies keeping time. Then Sophie noticed another haze of green light over the Legends obelisk, centered between the 4 staircases, crammed with student portraits. Looking for the source, she scanned up the high stained-glass windows, once haloed visions of a white swan, now replaced with a glaring black swan, to the domed sunroof, sealed over with deadly stalactites, glowing snake green like a malevolent chandelier. As Sophie's gaze roamed to the buffed staircases, shiny onyx arches, and ruthless marchers, she saw that Good's home, and all that came with it, elegance, discipline, style, had been usurped entirely by evil. And yet, watching this parade, Sophie felt her stomach relax, for there wasn't anything the least bit sinister about evil wanting to be new, or adding a dash of colour, or showing off a bit of thigh. Indeed, she'd held lunchtime rallies her first year, pleading for all 3. Suddenly, beneath the stalactites, she caught sight of another face in the Never army. A scared-looking boy with a big chest and hairy arms. Chaddock's grey eyes met Sophie's, just as shocked to see her as she was to see him. Out of the corner of his lips, he mouthed the word, "Help," before a burst of green firefly lights detonated near him, and he whipped his gaze forward, wincing with pain. Flummoxed, Sophie slid along the wall, trying to catch a last look as he vanished into the wings. Chaddock, Good's most loyal sidekick. Why was he with Nevers? But from her new vantage point, Sophie saw more Evers in black uniforms spliced into the march. Luscious, caramel-skinned Rena, tall, willowy Giselle, sleek, dark-skinned Nicholas, red-headed, freckled Millicent, baby-faced Hero, all trembly and tense as fireflies popped off around them like warning shots. Dread rising, Sophie turned back to the Legends obelisk. The Evers portraits, once smiling and kind, were painted with baleful scowls and sneers, matching the Nevers frames, now jammed onto the same column. Evers learning evil? Sophie breathed, looking up at Rafal. Evers and Nevers, both, the young schoolmaster corrected. After 2 years of war, a unified school, protecting the future of evil. He surveyed his troops. The students had to adjust to all being in the same castle, of course. More of them per room, more competition in classes, but if anyone has any complaints, I haven't heard them. Sophie squinted out the window, remembering the other tree tunnel. But what's in the old school? Rafal eyed the rotted towers across Halfway Bridge. If the school for new will write evil's future, then the school for old rewrites its past. His pupils shot to Sophie lizard-quick. But you are not to step foot in the school for old. It is forbidden to all students and to you. Understand? He stared her down, looking like a headmaster despite his youth. Sophie nodded, startled. Your responsibilities are here, and only here, he commanded, ensuring your young colleagues adjust to their new school. With the volatility of the past 2 years, all students will be held to, how should I put it, a higher standard than before. But you told us all souls are born good or evil, Sophie prodded, that they can't be changed. And yet, a wise girl taught me, it isn't who you are that matters, it's what you do. And now, all of them will do evil. His gaze slid past her, just like their new queen. Sophie followed his sightline to the foyer's wall murals, all featuring her and the young schoolmaster kissing against celestial night skies. They were both in black leather, wearing jagged metal crowns as fiery stars cast halos over their heads. In each mural, a single green letter was superimposed on their embracing bodies, once spelling out G-O-O-D. The wall paintings now spelled E-V-I-L. As students kept filing past, Sophie turned full circle, soaking in her painted image on every wall, her golden hair fanned beneath a spiked queen's crown, her lips pressed against her true love's, a boy so smouldering, so intense, so unnerving, that he'd have made Snow White, Cinderella, and Sleeping Beauty dump their princes at first sight. All her life she'd devoured storybooks, desperate to have her own face big enough someday for the world to worship, to have an ever after that would make girls writhe with jealousy. And now, Sophie realized she'd won. She was the face of a school, the face of a generation, the face of the future. Sophie couldn't stop an imperious grin, feeling more and more like her old self. For hundreds of years, readers like you wanted to be good, because good always wins. But our story will change all that, said Rafal, pulling her into him. Evil is the new good. Sophie felt so safe in his arms that his words washed over her. Evil is the new good, she burbled, cuddling into him, until she saw sweet, cherubic Kiko in line, sniffling back tears, an elaborate black veil over her face, as if on her way to a funeral. But suppose they can't be evil, Sophie said guiltily, pulling away. Every student has a choice. Join evil, or die, he snarled, simmering with hot-blooded youth. And it is not enough to join evil. They must excel at it. He was looking at the green glass staircases at the corners of the room, the banisters no longer carved with the 4 values of good. Instead, each staircase had a new inscription. Leaders, henchmen, animals, plants,
Third year is tracking year, Rafal said. We'll house students by rankings as they prepare to enter their new lives beyond graduation. And if that isn't enough incentive to perform, let's just say I do better than butterflies. With a swish of his finger, he brightened the glow of the chandelier, and now Sophie saw the fireflies weren't fireflies at all. Floating over the students was a cloud of black-winged fairies, armed with whippy green stingers and jaws of black shark teeth. If any ever or never lagged in line or glanced in Sophie's direction, the fairies stung them with a blast of angry light, jabbing and biting them on until the last of the terrified students disappeared into the wings. As the fairies whizzed after them, Sophie caught a glimpse of their faces, hideously peeling skin, serrated stitches, and eyes cloud-white like zombies. Sophie recoiled in surprise, only to see one fairy in the group stop and peer straight at her. A boy fairy she knew, with sunken cheeks and short, wispy wings. Bane, the good fairy she'd killed first year. Except now Bane was right here in front of her, zombified and evil, glowering back at his killer. Sophie plastered against the wall, looking for somewhere to hide, but it was too late. Bane ripped towards her with a violent hiss, his knife-edged teeth gleaming. The schoolmaster shot him with white sparks, sending Bane sputtering out of the foyer like a popped balloon. Cowering with relief, Sophie looked up at Rafal. Dead fairies? Undead? Once upon a time, Nevers who failed at being evil were turned into slaves for good. Now they have a second chance to prove their love of evil and their loyalty to me. His eyes seared into hers, just like you. He walked away, humming a soft tune. Come, my love, there's more to see. Sophie didn't follow. Her breath stoppered. Don't go, whispered a soft voice inside her. Agatha's voice. This isn't you, Sophie. This isn't real love. Sophie felt her back sweating, the gold ring on her finger suddenly scalding hot. He's using you. Light flooded through her, and Sophie couldn't breathe. She closed her eyes, the ring boiling on her skin as if about to eat through her, as if she had to destroy it right now. Sophie. Her lids opened. No one loves you but me, said Rafal, his voice like a dagger. No one will ever love you but me. Sophie stared into his pupils and saw her own reflection. The ring went cold on her finger. Agatha's voice quieted inside of her. Rafal took her by the waist, and this time Sophie didn't resist. As he guided her ahead towards the leader's staircase, she heard his voice echoing inside her, no one but me. Echoing deeper, like a pebble down a well until it settled at the bottom, an undeniable truth. Looking up at Rafal, she nestled tighter into his side, afraid to let him go. She stopped cold. A raven-haired boy was standing ahead at the edge of the foyer. Tight chest and stomach muscles pressed against his black uniform shirt, and his breeches revealed smooth, chiseled calves. His dark bangs draped over his forehead, and his long nose was the only feature out of proportion on his small, heart-shaped face. Sophie drew a breath, taken by his cool, erect stance. And for a moment, she thought him the strange man from her dream, but he was too young, clearly a student. Only she didn't recognize him from either school. But then Sophie saw his eyes, scorching her with hate, his beady, weaselly eyes. Shouldn't you be somewhere, Hort? The schoolmaster said, glowering at him. Hort's glare slashed deeper into Sophie, honing in on her hand in Rafal's before he finally glanced up. I was throwing hammers in the gym, Master, he said, flat and hard. Earned extra time. Right. You've been racking up the first ranks, I hear, said the schoolmaster, pulling Sophie tighter and making sure Hort saw it. Keep up the good work, Captain. Hort gave Sophie a last deadly look before he walked into the wings. Sophie didn't move, her heart thundering. First ranks, Jim, Captain, Hort? Shall we? She looked up at Rafal, who was staring blackly at where Hort had just been. I don't want you to miss your first class, he said, slipping a small scroll of paper into her hand before he glided up the stairs in front of her. Sophie lagged behind, still dazed by Hort's reappearance and the weird looks between him and Rafal. Then her eyes bulged wide. My first... what? Class! Sophie fluttered after the schoolmaster, frantically scanning the parchment. Advanced uglification, advanced henchman training. This is a schedule. You said I was a queen. A queen doesn't go to class. A queen has responsibilities, said Rafal, calmly stepping off the first-floor landing. Oh, I'm sorry. Did Cinderella go to class for her happy ending? Did Snow White find true love and then go do homework? Sophie squawked. A queen's life should be a cornucopia of servant briefings, bodice fittings, court meetings, caviar tastings, attaché dinners, ball planning, and sea salt massages by scantily clad boys. Not a return to plebeian students and insipid class... Sophie stopped short, noticing her surroundings. The entrance hallway to sea-themed Honor Tower, whose walls and ceiling once mimicked a princely blue tidal wave, now had its surging waters painted the same slime green as the fog tipping the two castles. For a moment she was confused by the change, until she looked out a porthole window and saw Halfway Bay in the melted sunlight. For the first time in 2 years, there was no dividing line between the waters, no halves to the bay at all. Its entire body was the same slime green as the painted tides on the walls around her. One dip, and it'll rip the flesh right off your bones, said Rafal, posed against a column. Good deterrent against anyone who might try to swim into the school, or swim out. Sophie heard the warning in his voice, for she'd tried to escape through the bay each of the past 2 years. Clearly Rafal was still testing her new allegiance to him. Where had the Krogs gone? She distracted herself, searching for the stimph-eating white crocodiles that once protected the moat. Then she glimpsed a flesh-eaten, disembodied snout floating along the bright green surface. The Krogs had lasted about as long as the stimphs. Sophie followed Rafal across the seashell floor, now artistically smattered with bloody splashes, while an old statue of a smiling, bare-chested merman, trident on his lap, had been re-chiseled with a gnashed scowl, curled fists, and a trident poised to kill. Turning the corner, Sophie took in epic murals along the walls, once visions of Good's most honourable victories, now flaunting different endings. A wolf biting into Red Riding Hood's neck, a giant atop a beanstalk snapping Jack like a twig, Snow White and her dwarves face down in blood, Captain Hook plunging his hook into Peter Pan's heart. Sophie knew she should be sickened by what she was seeing, but instead felt a mutinous thrill at the sight of evil winning so defiantly, so matter-of-factly, as if good was never supposed to win at all. How could she not take secret pleasure in the thought? Her whole life she'd tried to be good. She'd tried to join their school where she thought she belonged. Only Good had rejected her, again and again, until here she was, Queen of Evil. Queen of the same school she once thought a mistake. Soaking in the last mural, Sleeping Beauty and her prince lashed to a spinning wheel set aflame by a black-caped witch, Sophie started to feel disoriented, as if she couldn't remember the real endings anymore. What if I'd learned these stories as a child?
Would I have ever wanted to be good? Doesn't matter, Sophie thought, breaking from her trance. An inspired bit of redecorating, Rafal, but it still doesn't make any of it true.
Says who? He called back.
Sophie frowned at the murals. Says the storybooks, obviously. I can paint an ending where I bask on a tropical island, serviced by well-muscled slaves, but it's just a fantasy. All of these are fantasies. They don't mean anything. The real ending's already happened.
Rafal turned. And what about your kiss with Agatha, or Agatha's kiss with Tedros? Weren't those real endings too? And yet, here we are, back in your story, as if those endings never happened. Endings can change, my queen.
He gazed out a window at the school for old,
and change they must.
Sophie could have sworn she heard a roar from deep within the old castle, like a monster breaking out of its cage.
The Deans are eager to meet you, he said,
heading towards the rear staircase.
They'll take you to your class.
Sophie didn't move, hands on hips. You said it yourself. Agatha and Tedros are on their way to kill you. I can't be in class. I have to protect you. I'll fight with you.
And who do you think will be your army against Agatha and Tedros, if not your class? He said, not looking back.
What? No one at this school even likes me. They'll never listen to me.
On the contrary, they have to listen to you, Rafal said, fading up the stairs.
Standing alone in the hallway, Sophie watched his shadow spiral up the banister. She groaned, glancing quickly at her schedule. Session 1. Advanced Uglification. Faculty, Professor Bilious Manley. 2. Advanced Henchman Training. Castor. 3. Advanced Curses and Death Traps. Queen Sophie. 4. Advanced History of Villainy. Schoolmaster. 5. Lunch. 6. Advanced Special Talents. Professor Sheba Sheeks. 7. Woods Training. Lord Auric. Sophie snorted, confused. There's a mistake on here. Has my name for...
Your class.
Your class? No. Not possible. Sophie dropped the schedule like a stone. I'm a teacher. Chapter 8. When Good Rescues Go Bad. The path through webbed trees was so narrow and dark that the three Evers had to travel one behind the other, like ducks out of a pond. While Tedros fixed his gold finger glow on Princess Uma ahead, he kept peeking back at Agatha, whose gold finger glow was pinned on him. "Stop checking on me," Agatha finally snapped. "Oh, no, it's just... I didn't remember our glows matching so much." Tedros fumbled and quickly turned around. Agatha didn't answer. For one thing, she was sick of his worried glances and sugar-sweet conversation, as if she was about to have a nervous breakdown or drown herself in the nearest pond. For another, she didn't feel like talking to anyone, least of all about inane colour symmetries. Anxious, the conversation might drift back to her mother. But most of all, she was preoccupied with wresting Sophie away from the schoolmaster, rehearsing again and again what she'd say to her best friend when they finally made it to school. "Tell her how much you miss her. Or should I apologize first? How do you apologize for ruining someone's life? Sorry I tried to banish you forever. Sorry I thought you were a witch. Sorry I never asked your mother's name and I'm a crap friend." Agatha gulped. Oh, why dredge up the past? Just get her to destroy the ring and then focus on the future. The three of us at Camelot. A clean slate. Agatha smiled, trying to be confident, and slowly deflated. Apologize first. Agatha tensed again. But suppose she won't destroy the ring, she thought, remembering how handsome the young schoolmaster was. She thinks he's her true love, Uma had said, and Agatha knew from experience that Sophie wasn't one to give up on love once she thought she'd found it. What if she's happy without me? What if she doesn't want me anymore?
I'll rescue Sophie when we find her. Tedros broke in, as if he'd decoded her silence. Not sure she'll want you there, to be honest. Let me talk to her alone.
Agatha looked up, aghast.
For one thing, you've been through enough already, my love, her prince added, hopping over a log. Second, you tend to faint at crucial moments. And third, Sophie and I have our own special bond.
Agatha followed him, stumbling over the log. First of all, I'm fine. Second, I fainted once.
Twice. Waltz class and by the lake.
And third, she's my best friend. I'll rescue her.
Look, it's best if I do it, Tedros said, walking faster. You two seem to have serious communication issues.
And you two don't? Agatha said, chasing after him.
All you and Sophie ever do is fight.
Because it always involves you.
Well, without you, she and I get along just swell, puffed Tedros.
When have you two even had a conversation? Said Agatha.
We were roommates last year.
When she was a boy?
What does that have to do with anything?
A boy you tried to kiss?
Tedros whirled, beet red.
So?
You're allowed to kiss her and I'm not?
Not when she's a boy,
Agatha barked.
You kissed her when she was a girl, roared Tedros. I like you two better when you're quiet, Princess Uma hissed, glaring from the path. Tedros mumbled something about females and hypocrites, and stamped ahead, no longer checking back on his princess. For the next 3 hours, Uma, Tedros, and Agatha slogged and shivered single file through the endless woods, stopping only when Agatha collided with a tree, often, or Tedros needed to pee, even more often. What's wrong with you? Agatha growled. It's cold, Tedros yelled. Agatha tried to ask her teacher about her mother's past. Had Callis been in a storybook? How did she end up in Gavaldon? But Uma said there'd be time for questions once they made it to League headquarters.
League headquarters? Frowned Tedros. I thought we were going to school.
And who do you think will get you into school? Said Uma. The schoolmaster has turned the castles into a fortress of evil. Try and enter alone, and you will be dead before you breach the gates. Your mother knew the League of 13 is your only hope to get to Sophie alive. Uma glanced worriedly at the sun. Besides, you'll be safe at headquarters tonight. Won't last a minute in the woods after dark on your own. Have you seen any other undead villains, beside the wolf and giant? Agatha said, trying to keep their teacher talking. Not yet. Uma looked back at her. Another reason to be quiet. Dawn blossomed to a crisp, windy morning, and the students no longer needed their finger glows to see. As Agatha and Tedros moved deeper into the woods, huddled in their cloaks, Agatha noticed an eerie green haze thicken the air, sour-smelling and cold. It reminded her of the jellied mildew on her front porch, where Reaper collected his headless birds. Her stomach turned, thinking of her bald little cat, all alone in her house. She wrenched her focus back to the present, to the tree branches passing over her head, spindly and jointed, like a skeleton's hands, ticking on her mother's clock. Agatha's gut twisted deeper.
When will it warm up?
Tedros asked, teeth chattering.
Sun's acting like it's half asleep.
Indeed, Agatha had been waiting for the sun to brighten too, but with each hour it stayed sickly pale, even as it rose higher in the sky. She began to notice cankered tree trunks and fragile ferns, A skeletal chipmunk quailed in mulch, and the corpses of a few malnourished crows. Agatha fingered a single flowering plum, quivering on a bare tree. It withered under her fingers, and rotted to black.
"Agatha, look,"
Tedros said. She followed his eyes to a titanic wreckage of vines, trees, and glass 30 yards off the path, glittering in sun mist like an imploded greenhouse. Tedros deviated off the trail to get a closer look, Agatha tailing behind him. As she neared the colossal ruins, at least 15 feet high, she glimpsed petals and leaves flaking off the tree trunks, catching the light like new blossoms in spring. But drawing closer, Agatha saw all these petals and leaves were dead, sprinkling the dirt between decaying blue frogs. Agatha ran her hands along one of the fallen trunks, her fingers tracing letters etched into the wood. Hibiscus line.
"It's a flower-ground train,"
said Tedros, inspecting a dead vine.
"Whole forest seems to be dying. Maybe the sun's too weak to keep any of the plants alive."
Agatha didn't answer, still riled up from their earlier spat.
"But why would the sun be any weaker than before?"
Tedros prodded. Silence hung awkwardly. They both mumbled about getting on and spun from each other as if to follow Princess Uma, but she was far ahead on the path, a miniature shadow, and they had to run after her when they realized she wasn't going to stop. They followed her through Willow Walk, Thicket Tumble, and Pumpkin Point, as rickety wooden signs named these parts, which all mirrored portions of the Blue Forest back at school, only bigger and drearier. Occasionally Uma stopped to let them eat a few sludgy mealworms from her pockets. Uma herself abstained, saying it'd be rude to eat her friends. Or to ask a sparrow or chipmunk to guide them to the nearest pond, where they'd inhale palmfuls of brackish water. Still, for all the menace of the woods, they didn't come across anything that resembled a human being, let alone a zombie villain, and Agatha started to wonder if she'd imagined everything that had happened on Necro Ridge. As if reflecting her easing mind, the tangled forest opened up the farther they went, with more air between trees and the thorny brush turning into a green carpet of grass, though Agatha could see slivers of yellow starting to creep in. When they passed a gilded plaque that said Foxwood, Uma's shoulders noticeably relaxed, and soon the dirt path widened so that they could all walk together, breathing in clearer air and a tangibly safe feeling, as if they'd entered a protected realm. "The oldest ever kingdom," Uma said, finally at ease. Over the trees to the west, Agatha could see the thin spires of a golden castle shimmering like organ pipes, but her teacher was already steering them to the east, down denser paths. "We'll avoid the thoroughfares and go through the glens. Best to avoid you meeting any Evers for the time being." "Why's that?" Agatha asked, but Uma was too busy gibbering to a passing bee. By the late afternoon, they came upon a large stone well, its wooden roof draped in browning white roses, while a dove pecked at the dry bucket. Agatha brushed away the roses to read white words painted on the roof. "Snow White's cottage, 1 mile. Museum tours daily. No nevers allowed." "League headquarters is only an hour's walk from here, so we'll easily make it by sunset," said Princess Uma, slipping a mealworm in front of the dove. The dove perked up at the sight of Uma and chirped back brightly. "He says that with the schoolmaster's return, Evers have been keeping out of the woods, but he knew I'd still come to check on my friends." The dove peered at Agatha and Tedros and let out a few inquisitive tweets. "Yes, sweetie, they're the ones," nodded Uma, stroking the dove, and the bird gave the young couple nervous glances, adding a few whispered peeps. He hears you're the Evers destined to vanquish the schoolmaster. Uma held in a grin. And he thinks your children will look very interesting.
Tedros laughed. Agatha didn't.
Might as well show you Snow's house along the way, Uma said, forging up the trail. Princes occupied it after the boy eviction until the schoolmaster returned and the girls begged all the boys to come back and help protect the kingdoms. Turns out all it takes to bring enemies to peace is a bigger enemy. Probably hasn't been anyone here in weeks then. I used to have so many friends at Cottage White, you know. Sheep, pigs, even horses. Always wanted to bring my classes here to talk to them, but Clarissa said the animals in the Blue Forest were perfectly adequate for lessons. She never liked field trips. Thinks the students spend all their time kissing behind trees.
Uma fluttered ahead.
A bit true, I suppose.
As Agatha watched her go, Tedros slid next to his princess. Just hear me out. I don't mean to say you're not as good friends with Sophie as I am.
You barely know her,
Agatha fired. Can you listen for 2 seconds without trying to eat me? Tedros shot back. Agatha fumed quietly. Look, both of us know you're her best friend, that you're the one who's spent the most time with her, said Tedros. But you don't understand why Sophie took his ring in the first place. Sophie just wants to be loved, okay? She's willing to embrace the darkest evil, all so that she doesn't end up alone. I know how much pain is inside her because she told me. Pain she would never confess to you, because she doesn't want you to see it.
You think Sophie's more honest with you than with me?
Asked Agatha. It's more complicated than that. Sophie thought I loved her once, Agatha. She thought I was her prince. You told me yourself. All Sophie ever wanted was a happy ending that looked just like ours. If you talk to her, she'll never destroy that ring. She'll compare herself to you, and all those feelings will come up. She'll feel like a third wheel to you and me. She'll feel alone.
And let me guess, only you can make her destroy his ring?
Agatha needled. Yes, Tedros said fervently, because I can make her see that if she comes with us, she'll still have a chance at true love one day, even if it isn't with him. I can make her see how beautiful and vibrant and alive she is, how soft and clever and fun and... He smiled, lost in his memory of her. I can make her feel loved in a way you can't. Agatha took in her prince's glazed smile as he stared off in space.
He used to look at her the same way once. Now, he was talking about another girl with that very same look.
Tedros blinked out of his trance and saw Agatha burning pink.
I rescue her alone. Got it? She said, shoving past him and trundling up the path before she stopped and glowered back. And if you ever dare faint anywhere near me, I'm not catching you.
Tedros snorted. Princes don't faint. Agatha gritted her teeth and stormed ahead until she caught up with her teacher. Princess Uma gave her a look and glanced at Tedros, muttering to himself a ways behind.
Ever-afters always look so easy in storybooks, don't they?
Sometimes I feel like he needs a real princess, murmured Agatha.
Have you been a ghost all this time, and I haven't known it? You know what I mean. I feel like deep down he wants someone pretty and bubbly, and who treats him like a prince. Agatha peeked up at her teacher. Someone whose kids won't look so interesting. I had a prince, with shiny hair and a small nose like me, and who I always put first, Uma replied. Ever after wasn't any easier. You had a prince. Kaveen, Prince of Shazabah, Aladdin's great-grandson. Saved me from a hive of blood-sucking bees during the trial by tail my first year. The bees nearly killed him, and Kevin lost his chance to win captain. But in the end, he'd won me. Clarissa used to catch us hiding in the library after curfew. That tortoise was always asleep, and there's this cushy little nook behind the love spells shelf. Our initials are carved into the wood. She smiled, reminiscing. After we were married, I was kidnapped by a warlock from Netherwood, intent on ransoming me back to my prince. Part of me knew I should wait for Kevin to come and rescue me, but I couldn't risk my prince's life. Suppose Kevin got hurt? Suppose the warlock killed him? Uma's caramel eyes glistened. A white stag from the woods answered my call for help. He ripped the warlock through his heart with his horns and battled his henchmen while I escaped. By the time Kevin arrived, I was already free. I remember seeing it in a painting, Agatha said, for Uma had presented her storybook the first day of school. It was your happy ending. Looks like it on a page, doesn't it? Her teacher said softly. The historian wrote the triumph of Princess Uma for all to hear. Only my prince wasn't a part of it. I became legendary for my deep friendship with the animals, while Kevin was endlessly taunted for arriving to save his princess too late. A princess famous for all time, and her prince a failure. No one sees that in a storybook, do they? She paused. He never said he blamed me, of course, but the stress slowly takes its toll, day after day, until one day you realize you're always fighting or ignoring each other, and you can't go back to the way it was before. Your happy ending no longer feels happy at all. A hot rash rose on Agatha's neck. What happens then? Then you're both better off with someone else, aren't you? Or even alone. Uma's voice cracked. Like me. A tear slipped down her cheek. Once happiness is gone between two people, I don't think it ever comes back. But it has to come back, Agatha fought. That's why Tedros and I came back, to be happy together. Uma smiled sadly. Then you'll have to prove me wrong, won't you? Agatha shook her head. But you're a real princess. If you couldn't keep your prince, then how can— Does Snow White still live in the cottage? Tedros piped, busting in between them. Agatha cleared her throat. Uma dabbed at her eyes with her pink sleeve. A queen in a cottage? Don't be silly, she pooh-poohed, walking quicker. Snow lives in the king's castle, the one you saw before. She's on her own now since the king died of a snakebite 5 years back, and her dwarf friends are scattered in other kingdoms, rich and well taken care of. When the schoolmaster returned, the League offered to shelter Snow at headquarters, but she said she was quite happy in her new life and had no intention of revisiting the old. What does the League have to do with Snow White's old life? Asked Agatha. And why would the League protect someone whose story is over? Tedros scoffed. A chilling, high-pitched scream tore through the woods. The three Evers stopped dead, looking up at a long, 8-foot-high wall of wilting lilacs stretching out at the end of the path. The scream came from behind it. We'll take another route, Uma panicked. Let's use the— Tedros! What are you doing? Tedros hustled towards the hedge. Sounded like a girl's cry for help. Speechless, Uma whirled to Agatha. Come, follow me— Agatha! If he's going to rescue a random girl, I should keep my eye on him, don't you think? Said Agatha. Uma was about to level them both with a stun spell, but it was too late. They were already clawing through the lilacs.
"Rescue them from a grave! Those were my orders,"
Uma puffed as she smushed through the flower wall after them.
"Not chase grandstanding princes or manage jealous girlfriend."
She came through and froze. Agatha and Tedros stood rigid next to her. Nestled into the back of a clearing, Cottage White lay ahead, half in shadow, 2 stories of lumpy wood with a coned pink roof shaped like a princess's cap. An explosion of colourful shrubs and flowers had grown untended on the roof and first-story eaves, and rain had bled the colours into the wood so that the house had the tint of a rainbow on all its sides. In the front garden, amidst the unkempt blooms and a meeting post for tours, there were 7 pairs of brass shoes laid out in a row, tarnished and dented, a tribute to 7 old dwarves who'd gone on to new lives. Only now, as the 3 Evers stared out at the 14 shoes that were supposed to be empty, they saw they weren't empty at all. Before each brass pair lay a dwarf's body, face down in a puddle of blood. Each was dressed in a tunic of a solid colour from head to toe, with matching velvet nightcaps, their tiny feet perfectly fitted into the sculpted shoes. From the pallor of their hands and the stiffness of their legs, it was clear at once. They were all dead.
"No, not possible,"
Uma gasped, stumbling back.
"You said they were gone from here,"
Agatha stuttered, recoiling against the hedge.
"For decades,"
Uma choked out.
Someone must have brought them back."
"What monster would bring dwarves back just to kill them?" said Agatha. Uma looked at her, blank. "Well, whoever did it is gone," rasped Tedros, scanning the woods around them. He bucked up, struggling to act the prince. "I'll, check if any of them are still alive." Uma rushed after him.
"If so, we must bring them back to the League."
Agatha stayed behind, gaping at the bodies and bright red puddles. Death everywhere. Dwarves, Crypt Keeper, her mother. She spun away, bursting into chills, trying not to connect them. Heaving tight breaths, she focused on the grass under her feet, on her chapped, tingling fingers, until her mind slowed enough for her to think. Who would take all the trouble to bring 7 dwarves from different places back to their old home? Who would kill them in cold blood and organize their bodies so precisely? Agatha shook her head, thinking of that horrible scream for help. Who could be so grotesque? So evil? Agatha's heart stopped. That scream. High-pitched. Female. It hadn't been a dwarf's. Slowly, Agatha lifted her eyes to Snow White's cottage, like a moth finding a flame. Neither her prince nor her teacher noticed her move from the hedges, nor the door creaking in the wind as they went on from dwarf to dwarf, listening to each small heart. By the time Tedros heard the silence of the last, Agatha was already inside. Chapter 9. The Worst Evers Ever. The first thing Agatha noticed about Snow White's house is that it smelled like Sophie. Standing in the shadowed doorway, she closed her eyes and inhaled the scent. Lavender cotton candy, vanilla-coated fog. The pink front door shivered and groaned behind her. She'd left it open, and she could hear Tedros and Uma in the garden debating what to do with the bodies. She didn't know why she hadn't made Tedros check the house with her, Perhaps after their argument in the woods, she wanted to do something without him. Or perhaps she wanted to test if he'd even notice her gone. Or perhaps she'd spent so much of the journey acting touchy and weak that she wanted to make up for it. Whatever the reason, here she was, all alone, looking for whoever made that scream. Agatha opened her eyes. On a breath, she forged deeper into the house. The living room had a snuggly feel to it, with a sooty fireplace facing big armed calico chairs, a fluffy red-brown rug made out of hawk feathers, a shelf of gemstones, seashells, and animal eggs beneath a shut, slatted window, and a steep, stumpy wooden staircase in the back corner, barricaded with red velvet rope. Agatha peered at a brass plaque on the wall. While living in the cottage, Snow White decorated it herself using knickknacks the dwarves collected on their travels. Here, the cottage den is preserved precisely as she left it when she moved to Foxwood Castle to marry her prince. The only addition to the room is a hand-sewn chair made of lambskin and cat hair, a wedding gift from the Wicked Queen who snuck into the banquet disguised as an old peddler. But the sight of Snow White with her prince, fair as ever, made the queen scream with rage, giving her away. As punishment, Snow White ordered her to dance before the guests in red-hot shoes until she fell down, dead. The Queen's gift is kept at Cottage White as a permanent reminder that good always triumphs over evil. Cottage White Museum is sponsored by the Everwood Society for Cultural Preservation. No babies, animals, or giants allowed inside. Behind the den, the kitchen was roped off, just like the staircase, but Agatha peeked in to see a dusty, deserted nook. No footprints on the floor, or signs of life, except for a few flies milling around a leaky faucet.
"Agatha?" Tedros called outside. "Where are you?"
Agatha sighed, stomach relaxing. The scream must have been one of the dwarves after all. She shuddered at such a morbid thought and hustled towards the front door, determined to get to League headquarters. Whoever this League was, her mother had trusted them to help her. "You must save Sophie, as Stefan saved you," Callus's voice echoed. Agatha stopped cold in the foyer. A creak echoed somewhere upstairs. Then it went quiet. Slowly, she raised her eyes to the ceiling. She knew a sensible princess would have called her prince, but instead she was moving into the den again, slipping off her clumps one by one before she left them on the lambskin chair. She felt her bare toes rake through the feathers of the rug, her eyes pinned on the ceiling, until she squeezed under the rope at the rear of the room. She slid up the stairs on her hands and knees like a cat, taking time between steps so the cricks and cracks of the stairs were camouflaged by the swinging squeaks of the front door. At the top of the stairs was a narrow hallway with 2 rooms. Agatha rose up carefully and peeked into the first. 7 small beds lay in a cramped row, as if in an orphanage hall, each neatly made with different-coloured sheets, matching the tunics of the 7 dead bodies outside. Agatha felt a rush of sadness. Death had been rare to her before last night, and now it followed her like a shroud. What was it like to be alive one moment, like her mother, like the Crypt Keeper, like these 7 helpers of good, and then be gone the next? What happens to all your thoughts, your fears, your dreams? What happens to all the love you've yet to give? Her body quivered, as if she'd gone too deep, and she was suddenly aware of the stillness around her. "Why am I still here?" she berated herself, turning around. Tedros would be worried sick by now. Quickly, she stepped out of the dwarves' quarters and leaned over to check the next room. Agatha grabbed the wall in shock. In a frost-white bedroom, a frail female's body lay face down on the wood floor, her head hidden under the canopied bed, A crystal crown gleamed on its side nearby, as if it had tumbled off her when she fell. But the dead woman wasn't what made Agatha gape in horror. An old crone in black was kneeling next to the body. She had red eyes and a pig nose, a patchwork of stitches and brown shriveled flesh flaking off her, just like Red Riding Hood's wolf and Jack's giant in the woods. In her claw-like hand, she clutched a musty storybook, pulled open to its last page. A painting of a prince kissing Snow White back to life, while 7 dwarves smiled on blissfully, a dead witch on the ground behind them. A dead witch that looked just like the old crone holding the storybook.
That was the old,
the witch purred, leering at the book's last page. Before Agatha's eyes, the painting magically redrew, until the old witch now crouched over Snow White's dead body instead, the dwarves behind her all slain.
And this is the new,
the witch grinned. Agatha's focus swung back to the corpse half hidden under the bed, to the royal crown askew, and a deep dread snaked up her spine, remembering something Jack's giant had said on Necro Ridge.
Should be out fixing our stories like the others. He'll give us a turn at our stories soon enough,
Red Riding Hood's wolf had answered. The witch snapped the storybook shut with a triumphant cackle, jolting Agatha out of her thoughts. She glanced up to see the hag rearing to her feet, her back angled to the door. "Agatha!" Tedros's voice yelled outside. The witch dropped the book to the floor. Before Agatha could move, she spun and met her eyes with a lethal stare. Agatha shrank into the hall's corner, flattening against the wall. The witch drew a thin, jewel-handled dagger from her cloak, caked with dried blood. Agatha whirled towards the staircase, too far to run. She spun back to see the witch prowl towards her, trapping her in the corner. Agatha's finger glowed gold with terror, the witch 10 feet away, but she couldn't remember a single spell from class. Agatha opened her mouth to scream for her prince. The witch was too fast. She hurled the knife for Agatha's throat like a bullet. With a cry, Agatha shot a ray of gold light from her finger, and the knife turned into a peach-petaled daisy, floating to the floor. Gulping breaths, Agatha stared at the flower, thankful Sophie had used the hex against her first year. It was the only spell she'd never forget. "Agatha!" Tedros shouted again. Agatha looked up urgently, but it was too late. The witch slammed her against the wall, appallingly powerful, reeking of decay, and held her up by the throat with her liver-spotted hand. Breath choked, Agatha glimpsed the charred scars across the witch's ankles and legs. Ordered to dance until she fell dead, Agatha remembered, struggling to stay conscious as the witch squeezed her neck harder. She and Sophie once danced in red-hot shoes, too, a first-year punishment from Yuba. Or was it second year? Agatha could feel her mind fading, the witch's thumb crushing her windpipe. She tried to think of Sophie's face as they danced, her helpless face, those suffering eyes. Darkness strangled her, pulling her under. No, please, not yet. Sophie, I'll save you. A bolt of will flashed through her, and she sank her teeth into the witch's bony arm and bit as hard as she could. The old crone shrieked and let go. Agatha doubled over, gagging and wheezing. The witch, still gaping at her, as if biting wasn't part of a good girl's playbook, as if this greasy-haired, bug-eyed punk might be one of evil's after all. Agatha kneed her in the gut and dove for the stairs, about to reach the first step, only to feel the witch's boot crush the back of her leg. Agatha buckled to the floor, slamming her nose into the wood. She felt the hot blood seeping out of it and staunched it with her hand as she twirled around to defend against the witch. But the hallway was empty. The witch gone. Agatha hobbled to the edge of the stairs. The den was as quiet as when she came in, the slatted window over the bookshelf wide open and blowing in the breeze. Tedros burst through the front door, his face cherry red. "Agatha, where are—" He saw her on the staircase and flushed 2 shades redder.
"Do you want me to have a heart attack? I'm screaming like a fool, not knowing if you're alive or dead, and here you are playing hide-and-seek like a child on a playground, looking a holy bloody mess, and—"
Tedros's face changed. "Agatha," he whispered, looking very scared. "Why are you bleeding?" Agatha shook her head, tears welling, hyperventilating too fast to talk. A cry came from outside. Agatha and Tedros went rigid with twin gasps. "Uma!" Instantly, the prince dashed out the door, Agatha racing behind him. Princess Uma sat against a tree, near the dwarves' corpses, her eyes spooked wide and legs out straight like a porcelain doll's. Tedros skidded to his knees in front of her, jostling her by the shoulders. Uma didn't move.
"What's wrong with her?"
he cried. Agatha landed next to him and touched Uma's face. Her fingers made a hollow sound on her teacher's ashen skin. "Petrification," she said, remembering the curse once used against the teachers.
"What's the counterspell?"
her prince pushed. Agatha paled. "Only the one who casts the spell can reverse it." She looked at Tedros. That witch did it."
"What witch?"
Tedros pressed, but Agatha was frantically scouring the deserted glen. She slumped. They'd never find that old hag. Princess Uma was as good as dead. Not her, too. Not our only hope. Agatha tuned out a bird's loud chirps and sank her face in her hands. How do we get to Sophie now?
"Agatha."
"Not now," she whispered, head throbbing with fear, grief, and strident bird calls.
"Agatha, look."
Agatha spun. "I said not now." She frowned. The dove from the well was in the prince's lap, tweeting angrily at both of them.
"What's it saying?"
Tedros asked her. "How should I know?"
"You're the one who took animal communication."
"And burned down the school in the process?" Agatha stopped because the dove was drawing in the dirt with its wing. Why is he drawing an elephant? The dove let out a torrent of chirps, furiously modifying his picture.
"It's a weasel," Tedros guessed. "Look at the ears."
"No, it's a moose."
"Or a raccoon?"
The dove was apoplectic now, slashing more lines. "Oh, a rabbit," said Agatha.
"Definitely a rabbit," Tedros agreed.
He looked at Agatha.
"Why's he drawing a rabbit?"
The dove rolled his eyes and stabbed his wing ahead. Tedros and Agatha turned and saw a fat, balding white rabbit glaring at them from behind a tree, wearing a dirty blue waistcoat with a silver swan crest over the heart, a hideous white cravat, and crooked spectacles low on his nose. The rabbit yanked a pocket watch out of his coat, pointed crabbily at it, and scampered down a dirt path out of the glen. I think he wants us to follow him," said Agatha.
"Well, what are we waiting for?"
said Tedros, slinging Uma over his shoulder and lumbering ahead.
"Stay any longer, and we might end up as dead as those dwarves."
"But shouldn't we know where he's taking us?" Agatha called out. "We can't just follow a strange animal in a scarf."
"Sooner we follow him, sooner we find someone who knows how to unpetrify a teacher," her prince called back.
They followed the rabbit through inky trees as blackness swept over the woods like a plague, the sun offering no resistance against the night. Soon they could barely see at all. and if it wasn't for the rabbit's corpulent pace, they'd have lost him in the dark. Ominous howls and low screams crackled ahead of them, and Agatha tried to ignore the skitters and slithers in the underbrush lining the path. Yellow and red eyes peeped overhead like malevolent stars, warning her that danger was coming, and coming fast. If only we knew where League headquarters was, Agatha thought miserably. Her mother had sacrificed her life to make sure they reached the League. And I didn't bother to ask Uma where it was. Why didn't I have a backup plan in case something happened? Why can't I think straight? Now, instead of finding the one place where they'd be safe tonight, they were on some wild goose chase, carrying a petrified teacher and chasing a time-obsessed bunny to who knows where. With Tedros lagging under Uma's weight, Agatha kept pace with the rabbit for more than an hour, silently punishing herself for their predicament, until she finally glimpsed a wisp of white smoke emanating through pine trees ahead. Drawing closer, Agatha began to smell a faint tinge of sandalwood mixed with a familiar scent she couldn't quite place. And, as they moved into a tiny clearing, she saw that the smoke plumes were coming from a hole in the dirt, half covered with dead fern fronds. The rabbit kicked the ferns aside and disappeared down the burrow before peeking his face through the gap impatiently. Agatha paused, reluctant to follow a stranger into a hole. Tedros barreled right by her. "Nothing to lose," he mumbled. Before Agatha could argue, her prince lowered Uma into the hole and slid in behind her. Irritated, Agatha lowered herself down after him, landing awkwardly in darkness before Tedros caught her to his chest, soaking her with sweat. "He smells good," Agatha noticed, inhaling his minty fresh scent. How could a boy possibly smell like spring fields after everything they'd just been through? She suddenly thought of Sophie, who smelled of honey cream even after traipsing up Graves Hill in the worst heat. Maybe that's why Tedros missed Sophie, Agatha thought bitterly. They could lie around all day sniffing each other, flawless gold-haired idols, while here she was, a holy bloody mess, reeking of stress, dirt, and undead witch. "Anyone here?" Tedros called. Agatha snapped to attention, embarrassed by her thoughts. It was pitch black in the hole, the rabbit nowhere to be seen. "Hello?" Tedros echoed. Nothing answered him. The prince held out his hand and felt a wall of solid earth in front of him. "Why do we always end up in dirt?" Agatha's stomach rumbled. Maybe the dove was telling us to eat the rabbit instead of follow him. Or maybe the rabbit was telling us to leave Uma here while we go look for League headquarters. "You want us to dump a petrified teacher in a hole and leave?" said Agatha, flabbergasted. "It's not like she's going anywhere." "Suppose you'll dump me in a hole the moment I'm inconvenient too," Agatha murmured, strangely confessional in the dark. "Huh? Then you can go get your sweet-smelling, beautiful, vibrant Sophie all alone," Agatha vented, unable to stop herself. "You didn't happen to eat any strange mushrooms on the way, did you?" "Go ahead, laugh. You can name your children Blonde and Blonder." "Never pegged you as the jealous type," Tedros marveled. "Jealous? Why? Because you almost kissed her as a boy and a girl? Because you can make her feel loved in a way that I can't? Me? Jealous?" Agatha ranted, thoroughly ashamed of herself now. "Isn't Sophie supposed to be the crazy one?" "Bet you wouldn't leave her in a dark pit." "And we thought Tweedledee and Tweedledum were hopeless," said a hoary voice. Agatha and Tedros choked, recognizing it at once, and twirled to see a torch spark to flame in the grip of a white-bearded gnome wearing a belted green coat with a silver swan over the heart and a pointy orange hat. A gnome Agatha thought had been killed in a fire, but now here he was, alive in a secret den. She burst into a smile, glowing with relief. Yuba didn't smile back.
First, you lose a teacher because you failed to protect each other in the face of mortal danger. Then, you fight so often and loudly that you've alerted the entire woods as to your whereabouts. Now you're so busy insulting each other that you forget to use a simple glow spell to illuminate your surroundings in the time that a cave troll could have bashed both your heads to smithereens. If it wasn't for a rabbit rescuing you from yourselves, you two nincompoops would be dead before dawn. He lashed, fingers twitching on his white staff as if he wanted to beat them with it. A bad group is one thing, but you two Evers might just be the worst Evers ever. Agatha and Tedros looked down, humiliated. Yuba sighed. Lucky for you, the League needs you as much as you need it. Torches roared to flame, lighting up a squad of strangers behind him in a giant cave headquarters the size of a small house. Presenting the Honorable League of 13, Legendary Legion of Good and Enlightenment, Yuba proclaimed with an imperious smile, clearly expecting the Evers to look impressed, awed, or at least grateful for the glorious platoon that they had come all this way to see. Agatha and Tedros blanched in horror instead. Because the League of 13, that was their only hope to save Sophie. The League of 13, that was their only hope to stay alive, were all very, very old. Chapter 10. The Missing 13th. You've got to be kidding, Tedros cracked as he and Agatha goggled at the saggy, ancient crew. Agatha counted 4 men and 4 women, a geriatric gang of liver spots, turkey necks, hairy ears, foggy eyes, yellowed teeth, beady grins, bony limbs, and heads of sparse, colourless or poorly dyed hair. 2 of the 8 were in rickety wheelchairs, 3 had walking canes, 2 were hunched and bandy-legged, and 1 was a morbidly obese woman in a muumuu, slathering on makeup at a mirror. All of them had silver swan crests over their hearts, like Uma, Yuba, and the White Rabbit, badges of membership to a league her mother had trusted with her daughter's life. She sent us here for a reason, thought Agatha desperately. Would they rip off masks, revealing invincible warriors? Would they magically turn young like the schoolmaster? Agatha held her breath, waiting and praying for something to happen. The League blinked back, like fish in an aquarium, waiting for something to happen too. Told you they wouldn't recognize us, grumped the fat woman at the mirror. Recognize you? In the reflection, Agatha glimpsed the woman's pink, hoggish pallor, squinty green eyes, wide jowls, hideously rouged cheeks, and nest of flat curls that she'd tried to dye brown and had turned blue instead. She looked like a doll, salvaged from the bottom of a swimming pool. I'm quite sure I've never seen you, or any of you, in my life, Agatha said, scanning the group. She turned to Tedros, hoping he'd seen something in them she hadn't, but her prince was red as a fire ant, about to explode. This is who's supposed to get us to Sophie, he barked, blue eyes raking the puke-coloured carpet, flower-patterned sofas, moth-eaten curtains, and 13 hard, thin mattresses split into 2 rows. A retirement home for the about-to-be-dead. Yuba yanked him to the corner. How dare you speak that way to the League? He hissed, peeking to make sure the others couldn't hear. You know the lengths I've gone to find them? To bring them here? And here you act as if they have to introduce themselves to you like common folk. You, a boy who has no accomplishments to his name. Tell that to a king in a few weeks, Tedros bellowed. You arrogant prat! The way you've bungled things, you won't make it a few days, let alone to a coronation.
Yuba shot back. "First thing I'll do is outlaw old gnomes."
"Listen, my mother knew the League would help us," Agatha broke in, giving Tedros a calm-down look. "That's why she wrote them. So clearly we're missing something."
"Yeah, like people who aren't 1,000 years old," Tedros lashed, earning another miffed look from his princess. "What?" he said, turning his fury on her. "We barely escape our own execution, then we learn our best friend loves an evil sorcerer, then we travel night and day surviving zombies and witches and graves, all to find a league your mother promised would get us to Sophie, and this is it? Bollocks! Let's go! Better chance of breaking into the school ourselves."
"She was my mother, Tedros," Agatha said, "and I trust her more than anyone in this world to know what's best for us. Even you."
Tedros fell quiet.
Agatha glanced back and saw the old swan-crested strangers completely ignoring them now, knitting, reading, napping, card-playing, and pulling out false teeth to eat their gruel. Her faith in her mother suddenly wavered.
"Listen to me, both of you," said Yuba. "When our 13th member returns, your questions will be answered. Until then, you both need some strong turnip tea and a bowl of oat porridge. Having survived in the woods these last few months, after 115 years of sanctuary at school, I know firsthand how intense your journey must have been."
13th member? Agatha skimmed the room. "I only count 8. Then she noticed the white rabbit in the corner, slicing a carrot into fifths on a plate, the silver swan over his heart glimmering in torchlight. 9.
10, actually," said Tedros, and
Agatha followed his eyes to the silver swan on Yuba's green coat.
"A founding member of the League," the gnome puffed proudly. "And Uma makes 11, of course, and—"
Yuba flushed.
"Uma! Goodness me!"
He whirled to the princess, petrified in the corner,
leaving her there like a house cat. "Tink! Tink, where are you?"
Something snored loudly behind Agatha, and she turned to see a pear-shaped fairy the size of a fist bolt awake and fall off a dirty ottoman. The fairy craned up groggily, with poofy grey hair, a green dress 8 sizes too small, ragged gold wings, and garish red lipstick. Eyes darting right and left, as if she knew she was supposed to be awake but had no idea why, she spotted Uma frozen in the corner and yelped, flapping and sputtering towards her like a dying bee. Then she slipped her hand into her dress, snatched a handful of what looked like mouldy soot, and dumped it goonishly over Uma's head. Nothing happened.
"Dad took me to Ali Baba's harem for my birthday once. This is so much more embarrassing,"
Tedros mumbled, stomping towards the entrance hole to leave. Uma coughed behind him. Tedros swiveled to see the princess levitating 3 feet off the ground, her skin filling out from pasty white to its usual rich olive colour. Uma stretched her smooth, lithe arms into the air with a yawn, smiled at the fairy glassily, and collapsed to the ground, asleep once more.
"Here you were worried about your fairy dust being too old, Tink,"
Yuba chuckled, patting the fairy's head. The fairy still looked gloomy and spurted squeaky gibberish.
"Don't be ridiculous, Tink. You can't expect to have the same stamina as when you were 16. Besides, we didn't need Uma to fly from here to Shazabah. We just needed your dust to unpetrify her. A few sound hours of sleep and she'll be good as new. Now, where were we?"
The gnome mulled, turning back to the Evers.
"Oh yes, Rabbit makes 9, Uma makes 10, I make 11, and Tinkerbell makes 12, so that just leaves—"
"Tinkerbell," Agatha blurted.
"The real Tinkerbell,"
asked Tedros, staring at the fairy's mottled face, pot belly, and ash-coloured hair.
But she's so...
Agatha gave him a lethal look, but it was too late. Tinker Bell burst into sobs and hid under an ottoman.
He didn't mean it, Tink.
Yuba huffed and smacked Tedros in the backside with his staff. I don't understand, Agatha said, bewildered. What is Tinker Bell doing here?
Really found yourself some smarties, didn't you, Yuba?
Said a bald, skinny man in a green vest with elfish ears and delicate features, knitting a lime green sock.
Still can't see who we are?
Maybe we need to count your rings like a tree, Tedros muttered, rubbing his behind.
Go ahead. Make all the old jokes you want, pretty boy,
the bald man fired.
As if you won't get to our age yourself someday. Well, it seems our two amateurs need introductions after all,
Yuba scolded, giving Tedros and Agatha furious scowls before shoving them into two of the rocking chairs. He turned back to his league.
Who wants to go first? Don't see why we should introduce ourselves, the sock-knitting man crabbed. Don't see why we should let these two stay here at all.
Yuba exhaled impatiently.
Because these two Evers are our only hope to...
What's the point? You heard the boy, we're on death's door anyway, the bald man pouted.
Oh, come on,
Yuba said, softening.
What did you say when I came to fetch you from Neverland? Holed up in your treehouse all alone, refusing to join the League, even when I told you your life was in terrible danger. But then I told you about these two young Evers, and you lit up like a little boy. Told me you'd do anything to be around young people again, that they were the only ones who ever truly understood you, Peter.
Peter looked up at Yuba, blue eyes glistening. Then he looked back down.
Tink made me come,
he muttered. The fairy squealed in protest and pelted him with a lump of gruel. Agatha and Tedros gawped at each other. Peter? Peter Pan?
I'm with Peter,
boomed the huge blue-haired woman spinning from the mirror.
Not even out of school, these little brats. Should be licking our feet and begging for autographs.
Instead, they somehow get their own fairy tale. Students! A fairy tale! And now that tale's got its panties in a knot, waking our old villains from the dead and dragging us straight out of our ever-afters. Ever-afters? Ha!
Chimed a gangly, high-voiced man in suspenders and beige breeches, with big, twinkly eyes, a long nose, and a full head of white hair. Tiny round scars marked all the joints of his long, tanned limbs, as if he'd once been screwed together.
First of all, Peter can barely leave his house, he's so depressed at growing up. Second, I'd never have wished to be a real boy if the blue fairy told me real boys end up with arthritis and bad eyes and permanent constipation. And third, Ella told me herself she preferred sweeping cinders to being a queen.
When did I ever say that?
The fat woman squawked.
Last night,
the long-nosed man replied, looking surprised by her question.
You drank a barrel of wine and told me you miss cleaning for your stepsisters because at least you felt useful and stayed fit, and now you're old and bored and big as a house.
Who asked you? Thundered the woman. You spent half your life as a puppet.
First they get mad at me for lying, now they get mad at me for telling the truth,
moped the long-nosed man, curling into a sofa. Agatha's and Tedros's eyes bulged even wider.
Pinocchio,
said Tedros. Cinderella, said Agatha.
Don't give me that face,
Cinderella sneered back at her.
For being Camelot's supposed future queen, you ain't much to look at yourself.
Her hawkish green eyes shot down to Agatha's clumps.
Bet no one wants to see those feet in glass slippers.
Hey now, she's my princess.
Tedros jumped in.
I don't blame you, handsome.
Cinderella smirked, voice smooth as an eel. Your daddy didn't have good taste in girls either. Tedros looked like he'd been kicked in the pants. Yuba sighed.
Professor Dovey had just as much faith in Agatha as she did in you, Ella, so I suggest you treat our guests with respect. We have the respect when these two Studenten fix the mess,
croaked a wild-haired, hunchbacked man in a wheelchair with owlish grey eyes and a harsh foreign accent.
Think they're special because Storian writes their story? Well, at least our stories have end, yes? But these two change ending again and again. Are we happy yet? Are we happy yet? Bah, fools. Now see, Schoolmaster Young, evil redoing stories, and dead witch hunting me. I have to kill all over again. I killed her. Hansel and I am not killing Smelly Witch again, said a wild-haired woman in a wheelchair next to him with the same accent, her big grey eyes flaying Agatha and Tedros. Your story bringing villains out of graves. Your responsibility put them back. She smiled phonily. And I'm Gretel, since the bossy little gnome said we must introduce ourselves.
Which leaves me and Briar Rose, or Sleeping Beauty for the uneducated reader, who were planning our fairy tale wedding until you came along, said a freckle-faced man with salt and pepper hair, wearing a brown tunic and white lederhosen. He was holding hands with an elegant white-haired woman in a revealing puce gown. Now we're hiding from my man-eating giant and Rose's cursed-obsessed fairy.
When Jack and I should be picking out a cake,
Briar Rose glared.
That makes 7 of us who think these young twerps should sleep in the woods, trumped Cinderella.
Tink squeaked. 8, said Cinderella. Tedros and Agatha gawked at the gang of famous old fairy tale heroes who just voted them out of their cave. It's why I tried to avoid you meeting Evers on the trails, Uma yawned in the corner. Everyone blames you for messing up the woods. She fell back asleep.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I think they're adorable,
chirped a short, big-bottomed old woman with a dyed brown bob and a red-hooded cape.
Isn't that what being old is for? Mentoring younger folk to get through their stories?
Oh, go back to Granny's, you blithering ass, growled Cinderella. Red Riding Hood shut up.
You all act as if we don't need our young guests.
Yuba's voice slashed through the cave. Everyone twirled to see the old gnome standing in front of the moth-holed curtain hanging across the cave wall, the white rabbit standing at his side like a magician's assistant.
Let me remind you that 1 week ago, the schoolmaster placed his ring on his queen's finger, earning her vow of true love. That same night, the villains rose from their graves on Necro Ridge, and the Crypt Keeper was killed.
On Yuba's cue, the rabbit drew the curtain back, revealing dozens of storybooks spread open to their last pages, tacked to the walls with sharpened sticks.
2 days later, Rapunzel and her prince were kidnapped by Mother Gothel and hurled from her tower to their deaths,
the gnome declared, illuminating one of the storybooks with his staff and its gruesome new ending to Rapunzel's story.
Then yesterday, Tom Thumb was eaten alive by a giant while Rumpelstiltskin killed the miller's daughter who'd once guessed his name.
Yuba went on, lighting up 2 more storybooks with revised endings.
And today, Snow White and her 7 dwarves have been murdered at Cottage White, where they once lived happily.
He snapped his staff like a whip, lighting up a last storybook with a loud crack.
All of these victims refused to leave their homes and join our league in hiding, as did many others who may soon suffer the same fate.
A tense silence filled the cave as Agatha took in the painting of a dead maiden and her 7 dwarves, the same scene the witch had presided over as it transformed. Agatha rubbed unconsciously at the deep bruises on her forearm and wrist.
Snow White is dead,
Pinocchio whispered.
Pretty sweet snow,
echoed Peter Pan. Wasn't that pretty, Cinderella mumbled. The League members all gazed at Snow White's terrible new ending, their eyes wet and scared, as if her death suddenly made the others real. I saw who killed her. Agatha's voice came out before she even knew it. The whole League slowly looked up at her. Agatha slid her focus to the floor, palms clammy as she relived the scene in the glen. It was the Wicked Queen in an old woman's disguise, her ankles and legs burnt up just like the fairy tale said. Her skin was peeling off like a corpse, and she smelled like decaying flesh. And her eyes? They were bloodshot and dead, like there was no soul inside of her. Agatha shook her head, trying to understand. She could have killed me or Uma or Tedros, but she didn't, as if she'd already done what she came to do. She looked up at the League. The wolf and Jack's giant talked about it on Necro Ridge, too, getting a turn at changing their stories. We didn't know what they meant. Wolf, on Necro Ridge? Red Riding Hood cut in. My wolf. And my giant, echoed Jack, clutching Briar Rose. They're all out there then, Agatha said anxiously. Dead villains, waiting for their turn to rewrite their fairy tales. That's what's happening, isn't it? Doesn't make a shred of sense, said Tedros, turning to Yuba. Why would the schoolmaster's army waste time rewriting a bunch of old stories? Why kill old heroes who aren't a threat to anyone? Why not attack the Ever Kingdoms instead? Even Yuba was tight-lipped, fingers fidgeting on his staff as if he'd pondered the question and had no answer. The old heroes blinked at the gnome, fear filling their faces.
We are heroes, yes? Hansel challenged. We must fight back. Against the 200 dead witches, monsters, and who knows what running around the woods? Don't be an imbecile,
Gretel snapped.
Why do you think we're here in Stinky Cave, hiding?
Can't hide for long. They'll find us all eventually, no matter how often we move headquarters, soured Cinderella. Schoolmaster's got love on his side now. He's invincible. What have we got except age spots and cricked necks?
Ella's right,
Jack sighed. As long as the schoolmaster's got a queen who loves him, all of us are going to end up dead as snow.
Then what do we do?
Mewled Red Riding Hood.
The only thing we can do,
said Yuba, eyes shifting to Agatha and Tedros.
Convince his queen to destroy that love.
The League went quiet.
The crackpot plan again?
Cinderella murmured.
You really think you can do it? You really think you can make your friend destroy the schoolmaster's ring?
Peter Pan asked, peering at the two young Evers.
Why would she give up true love for you?
Pinocchio prodded. Agatha felt emotion rising into her throat. I wish there was a way to explain me and Sophie. We're different. Very different. And still the same. Sure, we fought and pushed each other's buttons, and we're terrible at listening to each other, but we shared the same heart. Saw life through each other's eyes. I never thought I could live without her. She paused, tangled in memories. Somehow things changed. Maybe that's growing up. I don't know. Every time we tried to hold on to each other, we hurt each other instead. It was both our faults. But mine most of all. I stopped telling her the truth. I stopped trusting the one person who taught me how to trust in the first place. I thought I'd lost her forever, that it was too late to ever make things the way they were before. But deep down, I still feel like there's a way. There has to be a way. Agatha managed a sad smile. Because if anyone can make Sophie see what love really is, it's her best friend, isn't it? The League's old faces melted to childlike stares, as if finally seeing the young girl with hope instead of disdain. Tedros stepped next to his princess, chest proud. Exactly. Leave Sophie to me. Agatha's smile vanished. The League looked between them, thoroughly confused who Sophie's best friend was. All that matters now is that we get to Sophie, Tedros started. Right, Agatha interjected, and we know she's somewhere in the school for good and evil, which means getting in and finding her without being caught. Tedros spoke over her.
Wait! Gretel shot back. Schoolmaster is young and strong. Schoolmaster has both castles. Schoolmaster has army of dead. And you think you can get into his school?
Agatha frowned. That's the whole reason we came to you, obviously. Because we need your help breaking into...
Help? Your master's message said, hide you.
Hansel jeered from his wheelchair.
Does it look like we can help? We can barely get to the toilet these days, let alone lead a raid on a castle, cracked Cinderella, expelling a loud fart. The League members burst into laughter, even the White Rabbit. Some sneak attack. With my joints, they'll hear us 5 miles away,
Pinocchio quipped.
Don't worry, P. We can beat them with our canes, said Peter. Or my basket of goodies, hard and crusty by now, giggled Red Riding Hood.
Gretel shrieked a snort, and the others howled so loudly, doubled over with tears, that even Uma jolted awake at the noise. Agatha glanced at Tedros, who scowled at her venomously for trying to make him believe in these useless old fogies. She swiveled back to the heroes. But that's why we came all this way. That's why we trusted in you. My mother wrote the League to protect us. My mother told us you'd help.
Because your mother knew that the League of 13 had a 13th member, said a deep voice.
Agatha and Tedros turned to see a tall shadow standing at the cave entrance.
She knew these 12 would keep you safe. But help? The voice said, as the shadow slid into the light. I'm afraid that's only me.
Ah, just in time, smiled Yuba.
Agatha stared at a long, gangly, nut-brown old man with a thick white beard and twisty white moustache. He wore a sweeping violet cape lined with fur tippets and stitched with the signs of the zodiac, a droopy, dented cone hat patterned with stars, large horn-rimmed spectacles, and a pair of plushy violet slippers. I've seen him before, Agatha thought, too tired to think clearly. In the woods? No. It was a storybook, wasn't it? A storybook that Dean Sader had taken her whole class inside. This old man was there, inside a dusty cave filled with burbling laboratory vessels and shelves of grubby vials and jars, arguing with a king about a spell. A king that looked a lot like... Agatha's heart seized, her eyes shooting open, and she spun to Tedros behind her. But her prince was already pale as a ghost. Merlin, he gasped. His legs crumpled, and he fell all at once like a tree in a forest, his princess right there to catch him. Chapter 11. Appointment with the Deans. As midnight came and went, Sophie sat calmly in the schoolmaster's window, her hair wet, her ebony dress bunched at the knees as she pressed bare toes against the wall. She looked out at the fluorescent green bay, reflecting the shadows of 2 black castles, both dark and quiet. Just this morning she'd been reeling with doubts, from a school that turned evers into nevers, from Agatha's voice impelling her to destroy Rafal's ring, from a schedule that called her a teacher of evil when she still didn't feel evil at all. She turned to the Storian over her storybook, painting a scene of Agatha and Tedros following a white rabbit through the woods. With every minute, her friends were getting closer to school, closer to seeing her again, closer to convincing her to leave evil behind forever. Sophie smiled, feeling the gold ring lock tight on her finger. Or so they think. How quickly things changed in a fairy tale. 12 hours earlier, Sophie had been chasing after the schoolmaster as he crossed a green breezeway tunnel into the old Valor Tower. "Teach evil! Teach curses and death traps!" Sophie yelped, gripping her schedule as she floundered after him in her black nightgown and glass heels. "Have you lost your mind?" "It was the Dean's suggestion. Wish I'd come up with it myself, if only to prevent her the satisfaction of a good idea," Rafal groused, ascending the staircase carved henchman. "Now that I'm young, she's been treating me like I'm incapable of running my own school. Even had the gall to tell me that my flights over the bay are disruptive, since students keep peeking out the window during challenges. I am the schoolmaster, thank you. If I want to go for a spin, I'm perfectly welcome to—" "Rafal!" Sophie's voice was so sharp that he stopped and stared down at her through the gap in the black staircase. "I wish we had time for adolescent rants, but whoever this dean is, she expects me to be a teacher at this school when A, all the students are my age, B, none of them like me, and C, I don't know the first thing about teaching." "Really?" He assumed his assent. "I distinctly remember you hosting lunchtime lectures for the entire school." "Teaching kids how to cure dandruff is different than teaching them how to be evil," Sophie said, chasing him towards the top floor. "Let me get this straight. Agatha and Tedros are coming to kill you, and here I am in a nightgown expected to give homework and grade papers." But Rafal was already at the lone black marble door atop the staircase. "Professor Dovey's office?" Sophie asked, accosting him. "She's who wanted me to be a teacher. She's Dean of Evil." But then Sophie saw that the door, once inlaid with a glittering green beetle, was now inlaid with 2 violet, intertwined snakes. Beneath the snakes, letters cut from amethysts spelled out a single word. Deans. "Deans?" Sophie wrinkled her nose. "There's more than one. But who are—" The door swung open magically, revealing a thin, tight-jawed woman with a long black braid and a sharp-shouldered purple gown, studying a scrap of parchment at Professor Dovey's old desk. "Lady Lesso," Sophie rasped. "But where's Professor Dovey?" Then Sophie saw the second desk near the window, identical to the first, which had never been in the office before. No one was sitting at it.
"Let me guess, Rafal. Took her for a joyride over the bay,"
said Lady Lesso, not looking up from the parchment.
"Supposed to have her here 20 minutes ago. Would be nice to prepare our new teacher before she assumes my old class, don't you think? Never mind, I'll take it from here."
Rafal scowled. "I believe I give the orders at this school, Lady Lesso, and I believe you forgot a master, along with your respect. Something your fellow dean seems to have in spades." Lady Lesso's slitted violet eyes slowly raised to the teenage boy in front of her, dressed like a dark prince.
"Apologies, master,"
she said, her tone snide and cold.
"Shall I take it from here?"
Rafal gave her a filthy look and pulled Sophie into his flank. "See you at lunch, my love," he whispered, kissing her tenderly on the cheek. He shot Lady Lesso a last glare and slammed the door behind him, rattling the 2 desks. "Lady Lesso, how can I teach your old class?" Sophie blurted. "None of this makes any sense."
Sit down,
said the Dean, eyeing the gold ring on Sophie's finger. Sophie dropped into the chair facing her. Lady Lesso stared at her carefully, framed by the usual plum basket and crystal pumpkin paperweights on Professor Dovey's desk. Why wasn't Lady Lesso sitting at her own desk? Sophie thought, glancing at the desk across the room.
Our first year we got off to a rather poor start. But, with time, I've grown fond of you, Sophie.
Lady Lesso leaned back in her chair.
You and I share quite a bit in common.
Other than our love of high heels and good bone structure, I have to disagree,
Sophie replied.
Look closer. Both of us are naturally gifted at evil. Both of us have a vanity that is uncharacteristic of Nevers, and both of us make sensational witches when provoked,
the Dean explained.
And yet, each of us is afraid of being alone. Each of us has tried to hold on to love at some point in our lives, only to see that same love turn against us one day. You with your best friend, and me with my own child.
You have a child, Sophie said, stunned.
Nevers have children, just like Evers. But as I've said in class, the difference is that our families cannot last, for there is no real love at their core. Villain families are like dandelions, fleeting and toxic. Try to hold on to them, and you are battling against the wind.
Lady Lesso fingered a pumpkin paperweight.
I should have abandoned my child forever when I came to the school for evil as its dean 15 years ago. Just like you should have abandoned your friend when she was placed in the school for good. Thankfully, both of us learned our lesson before we could make any more mistakes.
Her clenched jaw eased.
But what's remarkable is that for all our errors, we're both still alive. And not just alive. We're finally on the winning team. Once upon a time, evil had majestic victories too. Finola the Fairy Eater, Children Noodle Soup, Rabid Bear Rex, and others long forgotten. All anyone remembers now is 200 years of good victories over and over, robbing balance from our world until evil became a death sentence, pitied and maligned, until good became nothing but balls, kisses, and arrogance. But you've changed all that, Sophie. For the first time, evil has love on its side because of how hard you and Rafal have fought for each other. Don't you see? Your fairy tale can reverse the slaughter I fought against my whole life. All you have to do is prove you love Rafal as much as Agatha loves Tedros. That you'll sacrifice for your love as much as Agatha would for her prince.
Lady Lesso glowered darkly at her.
Which means you must kill Agatha and Tedros when they come for you. Kill? Me?
Sophie squeaked like a squirrel, bursting into shivers.
My best friends? No! I said I'd fight with Rafal, that I'd defend him if they came.
Defend? No, my dear. Evil attacks, and good defends. And when evil attacks, it kills. I warned you our very first day of class, Sophie. When you are evil, there is no escaping your nemesis. The moment you began having nemesis dreams of Agatha's face your first year, your fate as enemies was sealed forever. Much as I tried to believe both of you an exception.
Sophie was still shaking her head, emitting yips and croaks instead of words.
Listen to me, Sophie.
Lady Lesso's tone cut sharper.
I told you the story of my child for a reason. As long as Agatha is alive, you will never have a happy ending. Either you kill Agatha and her true love, or they will kill yours. Those are the only two ways your fairy tale ends.
I can't. I just want to be happy. Why do I have to kill anyone?
Because this is your storybook, you and Agatha's, said Lady Lesso. That is why the Storian has yet to close it. It is waiting for you to make your choice between who lives at the end, your best friend or your true love. Good or evil.
Sophie clutched her ring with shaking fingers. But what if Agatha doesn't feel like my nemesis anymore? What if I don't even feel evil at all? Lady Lesso gripped Sophie's hand across the desk.
Sophie, you wear the ring of evil's darkest soul. You brought evil back from the dead and unleashed hell on good, just so that you can have a boy to love. Can you think of anything more evil?
Sophie rankled. That isn't fair. I didn't know any of this would happen.
Ask yourself then, if you could save good, would you sacrifice Rafal? After finally finding someone who loves you for your true self, would you choose to be alone, just so Agatha and Tedros can be happy?
Sophie followed her eyes out the window to Rafal soaring over the blue forest, back to his tower in the sky. Everyone else in the world had betrayed her when she needed them most. Family, friends, princes. But not him. She could still feel herself flying in his arms, safe and protected. She could still feel his passionate warning, cold at her core. No one will ever love you but me.
Could you give him up, Sophie?
Lady Lesso pressed. A single scared tear fell down Sophie's cheek. No, she whispered.
Then you aren't just evil, said Lady Lesso, letting go of her. You are its deserved queen.
Sophie shook her head. But you know who I really am. Last year you and I fought for good with Agatha and Professor Dovey. All of us were a team.
And you and I have paid our price for that disloyalty. Your price is that you must now destroy the friends you should have disowned long ago. And my price is...
Lady Lesso's lips quivered, her gaze drifting to the empty desk across the room. She swallowed subtly and straightened in her chair.
Look, I'm here to help you, Sophie. Because like you, I too have a second chance to prove my loyalty to evil. And this time, we can't fail. Even if our leader now has the maturity of a pubescent boy.
She grimaced sourly.
Now pay attention to what I'm about to say.
Lady Lesso flattened both hands on the desk and crouched forward like a panther.
Agatha and Tedros will soon try to break into this school to see you. The fate of good rests on them earning back your loyalty and killing Rafal before the sun extinguishes completely. Do not doubt their resolve or wiles. They do not care about your happy ending, only theirs. And if they take away Rafal, what will you have left?
Sophie looked away, an old darkness rearing into her heart. Just like my mother. Lady Lesso arched her brows, intrigued. My mother was the third wheel, watching my father and her best friend fall in love, Sophie said, eyes pinned to the floor. And my father and Honora didn't care.
Because they knew your mother didn't have the courage to fight them?
Sophie nodded. It's why she died so young. She couldn't face the rest of her life alone. She just gave up.
Then it looks like your best friends are betting an old story can be made new, said the Dean.
Sophie slowly lifted red eyes.
Like mother, like daughter, said Lady Lesso. Is that what you want?
Sophie's body hardened to steel.
My job as Dean is to ensure you do not end up alone, Sophie, Lady Lesso soothed. My job is to ensure you and Rafal win your happy never after. But I made you a teacher because I need you to find out how Agatha and Tedros plan to break in.
Sophie frowned. How would I know how they plan to?
Because there is a spy working for your friends inside this school,
said Lady Lesso harshly. She shoved forward the crumpled scrap she'd been studying.
The fairies snatched this from a white mouse near the school gates before it escaped.
Sophie, 8:45 a.m. wake, 9:30 a.m. eat, 10 a.m. gets dressed, 11 a.m. eat, 6 p.m. eat, 10:30 p.m. bed. The fog, high and thin, 8 a.m. Wind, southeast. Mid, 5 p.m. Wind, west. Low and dense, 3 a.m. Wind, northwest.
It's a map of your movements, said the Dean. Why the notes about the fog, I haven't the faintest clue, but someone in this school is telling Good how to find you.
Sophie looked up, the last of her fear draining away. Good was spying on her? That's how desperate they were to destroy her happy ending. Suddenly, any remaining desire to see her best friends scorched to wrath.
I haven't told Rafal, of course. He's so drugged up on teenage testosterone that he'd exterminate every last student in this school, griped Lady Lesso. I need you to find out who the spy is, Sophie. A white mouse messenger suggests it's an Eva, but you know Agatha and Tedros' friends better than I. As a teacher, you can keep your eye on any suspects and help us uncover how exactly your friends plan to invade our castle.
Sophie bridled. But I don't have the foggiest idea how to teach a class.
Pollux has been teaching your class the past few weeks and will stay on to help you settle in, especially with double the number of students to manage. That said, I'm quite sure they'll prefer you to that twit, even if you pick your nose the whole time. Focus on finding the spy, Sophie. We don't have much time. Agatha and her prince will be here in days, and if you don't end your fairy tale now, the sun will soon end it for all of us.
Sophie nodded, adrenaline coursing through her. Then she saw the empty Dean's desk in the corner. Guilt dampened the storm inside of her. But surely Professor Dovey knows a way to close our storybook without me hurting anyone.
Professor Dovey is no longer a dean, Lady Lesso said stiffly.
Where is she? Sophie asked, startled.
She and the other good teachers have been imprisoned in a secure location where they will remain until the schoolmaster deems otherwise.
Sophie gawked at her. But she was your friend. You two always helped each other.
Like you once helped Agatha.
Lady Lesso's purple eyes cast down as she caressed the basket of plums.
But a witch can't be friends with a princess, no matter how hard she tries, Sophie. Haven't we learned that lesson well enough?
Sophie's mouth dried out. Her voice trapped in her throat. But then, who is the other dean? The door flung open behind her, and a tall, menacingly handsome boy in a sleeveless black leather shirt swaggered through, with spiked black hair, deathly pale cheeks, and lethal violet eyes.
"Morning, Mother. Brought you fresh coffee," he said in a deep, strapping voice.
He put a mug of blackish liquid on Lady Lesso's desk, then leered at Sophie.
"Well, well. I see you're getting our new teacher settled in."
He leaned against the sunlit window, a coiled black whip gleaming on his belt.
"Funny, we've never quite met, have we, Sophie of Woods Beyond? You've seen me, of course, in your invisible cape and in your elfish boy's body, sneaking through the school for boys. Philip of Mount Honora, was it? Threw me against a wall one night to stop me from torturing your precious Tedros. Oh, yes. Now I see Philip in there. Those same pretty eyes and succulent lips. But of course, you aren't Philip anymore, are you? So perhaps I should forgive your impertinence."
His purple eyes slashed into her.
"I wouldn't want to hurt that delicious little face." The boy licked his lips and slid his hands into tight pockets, blue veins flexing through his biceps. Wish I could stay, ladies, but I have to administer punishment to a few Everboys in the Doom Room. Caught them writing letters to their parents, asking to be rescued. As if anyone could get in or out now that the schoolmaster's returned. He headed for the doors, then looked at Sophie. You do remember my name, I hope? Sophie cowered into her nightgown, unable to speak. Auric. Best remember it this time, since I am your dean, he purred, backing through the door. See you at lunch, impertinent little Sophie. Faculty gets its own private spot on the balcony. Now that we're friends, I look forward to getting to know you more intimately. He winked at her like a devil, and then he was gone. Sophie turned to Lady Lesso, eyes big as marbles. Lady Lesso sniffed the coffee and poured it into the plum basket. The plums liquefied with a smoking, poisonous reek.
Schoolmaster forbade him to kill me, but he still tries, she said grimly, pitching the mug out the window. Yesterday he put an asp in my toilet.
Auric is your son, Sophie gasped. He's a monster, a murderer. He killed Tristan.
Nearly managed to kill me too in the brief chaos after the trial, before the schoolmaster took control, the dean said, much softer now. I don't blame him, of course. When I accepted the position of Dean of Evil 15 years ago, it was my duty to sever all attachments, children included. But instead, I hid Auric in a cave near school, stealing in to see him at night, year after year, pretending like he had a mother who would always love and protect him.
Her voice quavered as she fiddled with the plum basket.
The schoolmaster found out and sealed me inside the gates. Never even had the chance to say goodbye to my son. Auric will never forgive me for it, leaving him there, 6 years old in the woods, all alone. And he shouldn't.
She looked at Sophie.
Like I said, you and I must both pay the price of our mistakes, and mine is having my own son vengefully plot my death while he shares my power as dean.
She glanced out the window with a wistful grin.
Suppose it's just like the schoolmaster wants. Mother and son as deans, a former student teaching my class, a timeless master and his young queen, old and new working together for evil.
Sophie followed her eyes to what used to be the School for Evil across the bay, now the crumbling, pockmarked School for Old. There were shadowy figures on the roofs now, hulking, misshapen and clearly not human, with bows and arrows slung on their backs, like a monstrous castle guard. Then beneath them, through a tower window, Sophie noticed another shadow. This one, human. Stepping closer, she glimpsed a man's silhouette with a boat-shaped hat like a pirate's, and where his hand should be, a sharp flash of metal instead. A tuft of fog floated in front of him, and when it cleared, the man was no longer there. Sophie bit her lip. Rafal had refused to tell her anything about the old castle. But she was queen, wasn't she? She had a right to know what he was hiding in the other school.
Lady Lesso, please tell me what's in the School for Old, she said firmly. Students of the old fairy tales, of course. Just like we teach a new fairy tale here. But the School for Old is the schoolmaster's domain, not yours.
The dean snipped, before a cacophonous crackle broke through the castle, like an army of demented crickets.
That's the fairies signalling end of session.
She stood up and clacked toward the door in her steel stilettos.
Shall we? Students won't respect a curses teacher who's late, especially a teacher who's supposed to be the new me.
Sophie rooted deeper in her chair, arms crossed over her nightgown. First of all, if I'm going to stand in front of a class full of teenage boys, I at least need something to wear. Besides, even if you do get me into that classroom, I don't know any of the new fairy tales.
I said a new tale, not tales. Well, whatever fairy tale this is, I can't possibly teach it. Of course you can, since it's the only fairy tale we teach at the school for new.
Lady Lesso glowered at her, holding open the door.
Yours.
Chapter 12. Find the Spy. The old lollipop room in Hansel's Haven was still made of lollipops, but they'd been blown up into thousands of rainbow-coloured shards and pieced into new murals across the walls. As students flurried in from the crowded hall, Sophie sat on Professor Chic's old lollipop desk that had been slashed, scarred, beaten into lumps, and riddled with holes. Wearing black suede stiletto boots and a form-fitting lacy black dress, she studied the murals of herself, at her most evil, in The Tale of Sophie and Agatha, riding a rat to slay Agatha during the Good-Evil War, invisibly attacking Tedros during the Boy-Girl War, throwing Agatha into a sewer, pushing Tedros off a cliff. "You fought them before," the voice inside her said. "You can do it again." Her hands started to shake. "I can't," Sophie panicked, looking away. "I'm different now." She waited for the voice inside her to agree, to speak reason and protect her friends. Instead, a different voice came this time, darker, angrier, spewing bile. "Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Like mother, like daughter." Slowly, Sophie lifted her eyes back to Agatha and Tedros painted on the walls, and for a moment she saw Honora and Stefan instead. Sophie's hands stopped shaking. "Find the spy," the witch inside whispered. "Find the spy," she obeyed, locking to the task. A throat cleared loudly. Sophie looked down at a class of almost 40 evers and nevers in black and green uniforms crammed into seats. Beatrix, Rena, Chaddick, Nicholas, Mona, Arachne, Rowan, Vex, Millicent, Brone among them, all wearing the same putrid scowls. "Oh, hello there, class," Sophie sputtered, startled by both their expressions and the sheer number of students. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" The students' scowls intensified. "But we're a family now, aren't we?" Sophie fawned, trying a new tactic. "And look at you, so smart in black. Never used to like black, such a nihilistic colour, but Lady Lesso said this dress belonged to Rumpelstiltskin's niece, who used to teach this very same class. Small-boned woman, not surprising since her uncle was a dwarf, so no one's been able to fit into it until me." The students looked positively hateful now. "Lady Lesso said Pollux has been teaching in my absence," she puttered. "So perhaps we should wait for him to—" Vex let out an angry fart. Sophie held her breath, appalled. "Find the spy," she refocused. Someone in this room was on Good's side, trying to help kill the boy she loved. And yet, with their matching scowls, all the students in the room looked equally capable of betraying evil. Evers and nevers alike. That is, except for Kiko, in a black babushka and veil, sniffling at the back of the room. Sophie glimpsed the small pink ribbon pinned to her uniform. R.I.P. Tristan. Kiko saw Sophie looking at her and gave her the same horrible glare as everyone else. "Did someone put frownies in the school gruel this morning?" Sophie simpered, trying to keep her cool. A spitball hit her in the eye. Sophie exploded red, not even bothering to look for who shot it. "Look, it's obvious why you're all upset, okay? When I first came to this place, you were vile to me, even though I was nothing but nice to each of you, whether greeting you in hallways, enduring your odious hygiene, or educating you about the evils of white flour. And now you're mad because the most handsome boy in the world gave me his ring, which makes me queen of the school, sitting up here with all the power while you're down there, with no power at all. But you know what? Tough tooties. I've been alone my whole life, trying to find someone who loves me, who won't leave me, someone who actually likes me for who I am, warts and all. And now I found him. I don't care if he's a sorcerer. I don't care if he's the most evil boy in the world. He's mine, and he loves me, even if I'm emotional and complicated and brutally misunderstood. So pout and be mad all you like, but after all I've endured in my life, I deserve to have true love, whether you like it or not, and the least you could do is be happy for me.
Silence.
That's not why we're mad, snapped Beatrix.
No one gives a hog's behind if you have a boyfriend,
Mona stabbed. Sophie pursed her lips. Oh, then what's the problem? All the kids turned towards the window. Sophie followed their eyes to the colossal scoreboard over the blue forest, listing the students in order of their scores. Glowing red lines divided the board into 3 sections, a top group, a middle group, and a bottom group. She couldn't read any of the names through the hazy green air, except for Hort's, firmly atop the rankings. "Third year is trekking year," growled Rovan, picking miserably at his shorn black hair. "Starting next week, we're split into dorms as leaders, henchmen, or mogriffs, based on our rankings."
"Which means Evers like me have to excel at evil, or will end up poisonous toads," Millicent carped to Sophie. "This is entirely your fault." "And it's no better for Nevers either," Mona added. "We have twice as many people to compete against now that the whole school is evil. And even if you do end up a leader, they get double the homework as everyone else,"
said Vex. "And henchmen have to follow their leaders and do everything they say," fretted Rena. "And mogriffs have to go to class as animals," said Beatrix. "And God forbid you fail 3 challenges in a row. Then you end up a plant."
"What are you upset about? You're on track to be a leader," Kiko said, whirling to her. "I'm third to last in the whole school. Suppose I get turned into a tulip. I can't even concentrate ever since... She burst into tears. "Tristan adored tulips. Used to put them in his hair."
Kiko blew her nose into her veil.
"That boy loved me so much."
"Oh, for Pete's sake, that boy wouldn't have loved you if you were the last girl on Earth," Beatrix hissed. "Besides, I don't want to be a leader of evil, you dimwit. Once upon a time, I was almost class captain in the school for good, and now I have to uglify and curse people and have henchmen."
"Sounds like a typical day for you, actually,"
Sophie murmured. Beatrix gasped. "Even the school for boys was better than this," Chaddick contended. "Sure, our castle was a little rank, but at least we didn't have fairies stinging us like bees if we were a second late, and Arek sending us to the doom room to be tortured for rules he's completely made up. He's punished every boy in school like 10 times already." "He got me for an untucked shirt yesterday," Nicholas said. "That kid is evil." "And not in a good way," muttered Vex quietly. Sophie waited for them to elaborate, but all the boys glanced at each other in tortured brotherhood before swiveling back to her. "Everything was fine for the last 200 years, until you came along and messed up good and evil," barked Rovan. "Boys and girls too," Brone boomed. "I hope Agatha and Tedros break in and kill the schoolmaster," seethed Arachne. "I hope they bring good back." "Bring good back!" Beatrix shouted, and all the students stomped their feet in solidarity, cheering along. "Bring good back! Bring good back!" Sophie gaped, speechless. How could she find the spy for good if all of them were on Good's side? "That's your job, you ninny!" A sharp, nasty voice echoed outside. The door flew open, and 3 students pattered in, tittering loudly. "To follow me around and do whatever I say," grouched a pasty girl with dirty hair streaked black and red and a fearsome buck-horned demon tattooed around her neck.
"Hope I get tracked as a leader and you as my henchman,"
retorted an albino girl with a throaty rasp and 3 black rats sticking out of her pockets.
"I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life kissing my—"
"Daddy said he'd buy me a new horse if I made leader," chirped a girl behind them, round as a balloon, snacking on a bundle of chocolate daisies. "Killed my last one by accident."
"Sat on it,"
scoffed the albino. "Fed it too much fudge," said the round girl. Suddenly, all 3 girls stopped in their tracks and craned their heads to Sophie. They broke into toothy smiles and dropped into their seats in unison, hands folded over their bags.
"Sorry we're late,"
said tattooed Hester.
"Castor made us clean up after a dragon in Henchman,"
said albino Anadil. "Dragons poo a lot," said paunchy Dot, mouth full. Sophie nearly leapt off the desk to hug her old roommates. "Oh, praise heavens, my real friends!" she beamed, so relieved to see the 3 smiley witches against the sea of snarls. "At least someone's happy to see me."
"I wouldn't go that far,"
Hester mumbled. She started opening her book bag, then noticed the furious faces around her.
"Oh, here we go,"
she moaned. "For the last time, you're all in the school for evil now, and that means you're fighting for evil. Look at me. Oryx stabbed a blade in my stomach during the trial, and now I obey his every word. You want to stay alive? You want the sun to stop melting? Then do what the teachers say and help Sophie kill Agatha and Tedros." "I thought Agatha was your friend," Rovan sniped.
"Excuse me? These are my friends,"
Hester said, pointing to Anadil and Dot with a glowing red fingertip.
"The coven everyone fears and yet wants to be in. The clique that doesn't give a damn what you think. The sinful, sinistral, all-around original 3 witches of room 66. Dot's even fat again,"
Anadil quipped. Dot frowned.
"Sure, Agatha was likeable in a handicapped dog kind of way,"
Hester went on,
"but I learned my lesson when I almost died at Oryx's hands defending her. All I ever wanted was for evil to have a normal school again, where we learn evil things and learn to be better villains than my incompetent mother was. And now, because of Sophie, we don't just have 1 evil school, we have 2.
Plus, for the first time, villains can have a never after," Dot revelled. "You know what that means, don't you?" She gave Rovan a wink. "Evil Valentine's Day." Rovan gagged.
"And if we don't want love, that's fine too,"
said Anadil with a repulsed look.
"Once Sophie's storybook closes, evil will prove it can win, with villains no longer cursed to die." "Here's to free evil,"
hollered Hester. "Here's to free will," hooted Dot.
"Here's to Queen Sophie,"
Anadil proclaimed, banging fists loudly on her desk as Hester and Dot chanted and 3 black rats squeaked, "Here's to Queen Sophie! Here's to Queen Sophie!" No one else joined them. "Did the bring good back cheer already, didn't they?" Dot sighed. Sophie smiled at her 3 witch champions. At least she knew who wasn't the spy. The door flew open behind her and an obese pink flamingo stumbled in. Or rather, most of an obese pink flamingo, since a dog head was attached to its body, trying and failing to navigate it. "Apologies for the late arrival," he smarmed, resting awkwardly against a wall. "Castor was feeling ill, so I took over his henchman class and led the students in a rousing anthem I've composed for Lord Auric, our illustrious dean. Would you like to hear it? It's best performed by a 52-piece symphony and soprano choir, but I'm sure I can replicate the effect." He saw Sophie at the teacher's desk. "Oh, hello. Former student." The dog sniffed. Sophie glowered at Pollux, one half of a 2-headed Cerberus who routinely lost the battle to use their body to his rabid brother, Castor. She could have gone the rest of her life without seeing this oily, spineless brown-noser again, who'd clearly buttered up Auric in order to avoid being imprisoned with the rest of the good teachers, just like he'd buttered up Evelyn Sader last year to avoid being evicted with the boys. Even worse, Pollux was clearly lying about why he was late, since her 3 witch friends said they were just helping Castor clean up dragon poo. "Would you like to take a seat amongst your kind?" Pollux jabbed, as if reading her thoughts. "I assumed you'd leave the class to me, since it has been mine the past few weeks." "I'm quite fine where I am," Sophie retorted, suddenly happy to be a teacher if it meant riling up this boob. She turned back to the class. "Might you tell me what you've been learning, students?"
"The tale of Sophie and Agatha, inside and out," said Hort, rolling into the room without books or a bag, his hand slid up his shirt, showing off his rippled stomach. "You know, trying to spot Agatha and Tedros's weaknesses, so we can kill 'em and finally stop being losers." He dropped into a seat, blew his dark bangs out of his glittering black eyes, and stretched his chest with a yawn. Sophie goggled at Hort's broad shoulders, casual stubble, and laid-back slouch. In a month, he'd gone from wimpy, earnest pipsqueak to teenage heartthrob. She noticed all the other girls slyly checking him out, Evers and Nevers both. It must be a makeover spell, she thought, watching him toss his hair. Or a twin brother, or a deal with the devil, or something. Hort caught her looking and scowled at her murderously, like he had in the foyer. Sophie stiffened and pretended to listen to Pollux. "As Hort points out, the first week we did a unit on Tedros's shortcomings as a prince," the dog said, plopping on the teacher's desk and shoving Sophie over. He waved a wing, and the lollipop colours on the walls rearranged to scenes of Tedros's worst moments from The Tale of Sophie and Agatha. "And what did we learn, class?" "Yes, Hester." "He has serious daddy issues," Hester said, leering at a painting of Tedros killing a gargoyle in Merlin's menagerie. "Excellent. Yes, Annadil?" "He doesn't trust girls since his mother left him," said the albino, pointing at a painting of Tedros shooting an arrow at Agatha in Evil's Grand Hall. "Spot on. Yes, Dot?" "He's obsessed with swords," chimed Dot, nodding at a scene of Tedros almost kissing Philip in a forest. Pollux blinked at her. "Moving on to our challenge." Thoughts of Hort fell away as Sophie studied the painting of her and Tedros together when she was Philip. He'd been so vulnerable with her when she was a boy, so nurturing and soft. And she'd seen the real Tedros underneath his macho facade. They'd become so close in that short time, blood and soulmates, like she and Agatha, once upon a time. Sophie blushed, reliving the moment when he finally touched her in the blue forest. It was all based on a lie, of course. Tedros would have never opened up to her if he'd known who she was. She'd lost that Tedros forever. That perfect, beautiful boy who'd tried to kiss his best friend. Sophie scorched red. Tedros wanted to kill Rafal, and she was blushing over him? "You have a new love," she gritted, pinching her thigh hard. "Stop thinking about old ones." "So, with all this in mind," Pollux prattled, his bird bottom shunting Sophie to the edge of the desk, "today's class challenge is to delve even deeper into Tedros's mind. In a moment, all of you will be concealed under magical Tedros masks. Since Sophie insists on playing teacher, she'll be responsible for judging who most acts like the real prince. Whoever she deems the most Tedros-like wins first rank." He rammed Sophie off the desk, knocking her to the floor. "Shall we?" He snipped down at her. A few minutes later, Sophie stood, blindfolded with a smelly black rag, as she listened to students rearrange seats. The spy must be Tedros's friend if they're going to help him break in, she thought.
and the spy is the only one who's been in touch with him since he vanished. Which meant that whoever won this challenge, whoever knew Tedros well enough to mimic him, would surely be the prime suspect. "Everyone find a new place? We don't want Sophie remembering where you were," Pollux's voice called before she heard the last backside plunk down. "All right, the cloaking spell will cover your face in a phantom mask. Don't touch, or it might glue to your face permanently. You hear me? Don't touch." "This school is so unsafe," Rena's voice crabbed. "Ready?" Pollux said. 1, 2, 3. Sophie heard a loud, windy crack, and then dead quiet. "The masks are hot," Robin's voice grumped.
"And blonde,"
Hester's voice groaned. "Shh," hissed Pollux. "Sophie, on your mark. Get set. Go." Sophie flung off the blindfold. If she'd blushed pink before looking at Tedros's face on the walls, now she was as pink as Pollux's feathers. There were 40 Tedroses sitting in front of her, reflecting back his crystal blue eyes, fluffy gold locks, and tan, flawless skin. Yet there was a strange haziness to the faces, rubbery thick and oddly luminous at the edges, so she couldn't discern the necks and clothes beneath the masks. Some of the Tedroses were smiling, some sneering, some frosty and blank-eyed, but as she scanned the sum of these gorgeous princes, Sophie felt her cheeks burning even hotter. "Stop blushing, you idiot. Tedros isn't your friend anymore." No. He was the boy who'd rejected her for her best friend. The boy who wanted to kill her true love. The poster boy for good who had a spy working against her in this very room. "Well," Pollux huffed. Sophie braced herself and waded into the sea of princes. One by one, she analysed them. But it only took seconds to see the fraudulence each time. The smile was too snarky or dopey, his posture too rigid or slouched, or there was a flicker of self-doubt, a hang of the head, a bob of the throat, that the real Tedros never had. One Tedros nearly fooled her in the second row, but he flinched as she made eye contact, and the real Tedros would have held his stare, strong and unyielding, until your heart turned to putty, and you were his. None of the others around him even came close, and soon she was in the final row, no closer to finding good spy, until the last Tedros stopped her, cold. She locked into his steady blue eyes, sparkling with mischief. He bit his juicy lower lip and cocked a brow, almost more Tedros than Tedros himself. And Sophie felt a flash of fire rip through her body. "This one," she thought, girding her loins. "This is the one that knows him best. This is the spy." She leaned in teasingly, daring the spy at his or her own game. But the closer she drew, the more she felt the warmth of the prince's dewy skin, and smelled that stirring mix of mint and wood, until Sophie's heart began to hammer, and she knew this wasn't a spy, this was him, the real him, and he ditched Agatha to be with her. Stunned, panicked, exhilarated, she hugged him with a gasp. "Teddy, it's you!" Rubber instantly melted to skin, and Hort glared back at her. "Don't touch!" Sophie recoiled in shock. A one rank exploded over Hort's head in a crown of green smoke as rankings popped up over everyone else, their masks melting away over their usual faces. "Well done, Hort," Pollux said. "You'll no doubt help our queen kill the real Tedros."
"No doubt,"
said Hort, still staring daggers at Sophie.
"I'm so going to end up a pea shoot,"
Kiko mewled behind him, a black cloud 20 raining on her head. Sophie was in such a fog that by the time she'd gathered her wits, the fairies had clamoured and the students were all rushing out the door into the crowded hall. Punch drunk, she lumbered after them, still trying to grasp how Hort had become Tedros, and Tedros back to Hort, and why she'd tried to hug Tedros at all. 3 witches suddenly scooted past her doorway.
"Almost caught us on dragon poo," Dot whispered. "I told you we should have a different excuse," Hester growled. "No one noticed a thing," shushed Annadil.
Sophie shook off her daze and hurried after her former roommates, eager to debrief, like they always did. "Hey, wait up!" she called excitedly. But instead of waiting, the 3 witches stopped dead at the sound of her voice and scurried ahead even faster than before. Alone in the doorway, Sophie watched them blend into the black-robed mob, her smile slowly flattening, at a loss to explain why her only 3 friends at this school had just acted like they weren't her friends at all. Chapter 13. Too Many Boys. Normally, teachers at the School for Good and Evil taught multiple sessions, but Lady Lesso had given Sophie only one, which the Dean had filled with students who knew Agatha and Tedros best. But, as the next class began, Sophie wandered through Hansel's Haven, no closer to finding out who the spy was or how the 2 Evers planned to get in. It can't be Hort, even though he'd won the challenge, for he'd always hated Tedros and had no incentive to help him. But who then? Who would risk their lives to help Good slay Rafal? Who would risk their lives to help Good win her back? She roamed past classrooms, peeking through doors at teachers preparing students to ambush Agatha and Tedros. In uglification, Professor Manley led students in a camouflage challenge that magically blended them into school furnishings in order to surprise the enemy. In history, Rafal lectured the students on ways intruders had once tried to break into the School for Good and Evil. In special talents, Professor Sheeks hosted an open sparring tournament where students deployed their special talents against each other. And, out in the Blue Forest, Auric forced students through a boot camp obstacle course while fairies stung anyone who lagged behind. Standing on the 3rd-floor balcony, Sophie marvelled at Auric, hulking and sweat-soaked in his sleeveless shirt, barking orders at his students. For a murderous, cretinous thug, he was sickly good-looking. Her face reddened. Did I just have that thought? Auric suddenly looked up at her, as if he was inside her head, and gave her a knife-edged smile. A hand touched her, and Sophie screamed.
"Glad to know I'm still scary,"
Rafal smirked. Sophie stared at her handsome young beau, his shirt strings untied. "Sorry, was just—" Rafal glanced down and saw Auric in her sightline. The young schoolmaster stopped smiling.
"How did class go?"
Sophie noticed Hort over his shoulder as Beatrix flirted with him in a corner.
"Sophie?"
Rafal caught her glancing at Hort. Sophie instantly looked back at Rafal. "Oh, lovely. Class was just lovely," she blithered. The schoolmaster frowned.
"Look, I have to go in, but I'll see you at lunch. We have a private spot on the balcony."
But now, Sophie was staring at Rena and Rovan as they walked by, both wearing white swan pins that said, "Bring Good back," with Tedros's handsome face painted on them. The prince was painted so heroically, so dashingly, that Sophie's heart ignited. Rafal spun, and the 2 kids' pins instantly reverted to black swans with Rafal's young face and the words, "Evil rules." He narrowed his eyes and turned to Sophie.
"You seem distracted,"
he said icily. "Me? No. Sophie forced a cough. "Just tired. You know, still recovering from being sick." Rafal's gem-blue eyes sliced into hers as if shaking down her soul, and Sophie's stomach twisted. She kissed him on the cheek, squeezing his arm. "I'll see you at lunch, okay?" Rafal searched her face a long moment, then softened. "Don't be late. I'll be waiting for you." He touched his cold fingers to her lips. Sophie watched him head into his classroom, making sure to give him a bright smile and wave as he went inside. The moment his door closed, she took off like a hare, scampering straight out of Hansel's haven, desperately in need of a place to think. Rafal was right. She was distracted, suddenly unable to pay attention to her one true love. The true love whose ring she was wearing. The true love she'd fought her whole story to find. And she was distracted by the same thing that had distracted her from the day she was born. Boys. Too many boys. Sophie shut the frosted door behind her and stood in cold grey sunshine on the roof of the old Honor Tower. Slouching against black glass, she looked out at the endless woods beyond the slimy green bay, hidden beneath weakly lit skies that made morning look like dusk. With a deep breath, she pulled herself up and headed towards Merlin's menagerie, the topiary tribute to King Arthur that had always been her and Agatha's favourite spot to think. Her eyes widened. The hedges of the menagerie no longer reflected King Arthur's story, but his son's instead. Sophie moved through the garden, taking in scenes of bare-chested Tedros meeting Agatha for the first time, Tedros asking Agatha to the Evers snowball, Tedros rescuing thorn-gashed Agatha from the endless woods. Why would the School for Evil celebrate a good love story? She thought, studying Agatha in Tedros's arms. Old pangs of jealousy stirred, and she tried to hold them down, reminding herself that Tedros wasn't her true love anymore. He was Agatha's. Like Rafal is mine. And yet, 10 minutes later, she was still drifting through hedges and poring over every inch of Tedros and Agatha's romantic memorial, unable to tear herself away, before she arrived at the final sculpture of the prince and princess wrapped in their first kiss beneath a willow. Strange, wasn't it? Sophie thought, moving closer. She'd kissed Agatha. Agatha had kissed Tedros. And yet she'd never kissed Tedros. And she never would. Because he was the enemy now. He was the villain. And besides, she had her own boy to kiss. A boy so much fairer and smarter and better than the one Agatha was kissing right in front of her. So why was she on tiptoes then, inhaling the smell of their minty kiss, touching a gold-ringed finger to her friend's locked lips? Her fingertip burst into a violent, blistering rash. Sophie choked in surprise. The blood-red pox chased up her hand, her arm, her shoulder like a carnivorous animal, sizzling so hot she couldn't breathe. Seconds later, Sophie barreled through the old Valor breezeway like a rhinoceros, crashing through students leaving fourth session who plastered against walls at the sight of her. Hurtling up the spiral stairs, she threw open the door to the dean's office, her entire body covered in raging blisters, the rash surging up her neck towards her face. Professor Manley and Lady Lesso calmly looked back at her, both teachers silhouetted at the window.
"Told you someone would get hurt, Bilious,"
sighed Lady Lesso.
"Only if they were stupid enough to touch an Evers love story," Manley growled at Sophie. "Get to the groom room at once and soak in the steam bath."
"But Dean Seda incinerated the groom room," Sophie breathed in pain.
"Only the girls," said Lady Lesso. "Use the boys."
Sophie hightailed for the stairs, Rafal's ring knifing into her swollen finger.
"Sophie,"
Manley called out. She turned.
"Your love for Rafal has inspired all of evil," he said, softening. "Teachers included."
Sophie smiled tightly and ran away. By the time Sophie made it to the boys' groom room 4 flights down, the rash had devoured her entire face. With her skin and eyelids so inflamed she could barely see. Thankfully, the boys' spa looked deserted. Peering through tearing slits, she scanned the Midas Gold sweat lodge, peasant-themed tanning room, gymnasium with Norse hammers, saltwater lap pool, and steaming Turkish baths, smelling of sulphur and sweat. Her left eye suddenly ballooned thicker, sealing up tight, and she stumbled like a cyclops towards the steamiest bath before she slipped on its rim and careened headfirst into scalding water, her dress inflating like a parachute. Instantly, the red pustules began to recede. Bubbles flowed over her numb, swollen face, restoring her skin little by little, until she felt water jets blast her clear cheeks and Rafal's ring loosen on her finger. With a relieved breath, Sophie flung to the surface, whipping her hair like a mermaid out of the sea, and opened her eyes with a smile. Hort glowered at her through steam. "If it isn't little Miss Liar." Sophie blanched and scrambled back like a crab to escape. "Scared, are you?" Hort taunted. "No, I'm just not in the habit of taking steam baths with random boys," snapped Sophie, pulling out of the tub. "Random boy?" Hort smirked. "I was your best friend last year, remember? The best friend who helped you survive boys' classes, who helped you beat Tedros, who you promised to take into the trial, only to take Tedros instead." "Nice chat," Sophie babbled, hurrying away. Only then did she notice the red cluster of pox on her arms still healing. "Couple more minutes and they'll clear up," Hort said behind her. "Leave now, and they might scar forever." Sophie glared at him through the mist, shirtless in his black shorts, his pale, toned chest flushed pink from the heat. "Couple more minutes," she muttered, sliding into the tub as far away from him as she could. "Perks of being top-ranked. Can work out whenever I want and the teachers don't say much," said Hort, picking at a small pimple on his arm. "Now I see why Tedros was obsessed with this place. Narcissists must love it here. Lucky they had that woodpecker keeping track of time, or Prince Prettyface would never have left. Bird's probably locked up with the other good teachers by now, of course. Nymphs, too. You should see who's stuck working the laundry." "I don't get it. Why is there still a groom room in an evil castle?" "Ask your new boyfriend," Hort spat. "Uses it more than anyone. Clearly trying to look good for you." "Rafal uses the groom room." "Oh, that's his name now. Suppose he needs a new name to go with the new face, so you're not reminded of the old one. Nice try, but I'll stick with schoolmaster." "He's no older than you or me," Sophie defended. "Keep telling yourself that. Can't speak too poorly about the man, though. Gave my father a proper tomb when I begged him to. I mean, it wasn't Necro Ridge with the best villains, where Dad should have been buried, but Vulture Vale was good enough, especially considering the schoolmaster don't like me much. You know, since I was in love with you and all. But at least he had the decency to let my dad rest in peace." "See? He's not so bad, is he?" Sophie soothed. "And now your father finally got the grave he deserved, because he had a noble, persistent son who made sure of it." Hort nodded, hiding a sniffle. "Meanwhile, seems like you've been spending a fair amount of time in the groom room yourself," Sophie ribbed. "Almost as Tedros-like as your imitation of him." "Well, I should know him better than anyone, shouldn't I?" Hort retorted, hardening. "Huh? Why would you know anything about Tedros?" Hort snarled. "Either you're lying again, or you're as stupid as you look. You ditch me first year for him when you were a girl. You ditch me second year for him when you were a boy. You lie and cheat and steal for him while he treats you like crap, and I help you and care for you and worship you like a queen while you treat me like crap. What does that guy have that I don't?
What makes him so lovable and me so unworthy? Know how many times I've asked myself that question, Sophie? How many times I've studied him like a book, or sat in the dark picturing every last shred of him, trying to understand why he's more of a person than me, or why the moment he's gone you take a ring from the schoolmaster, or Raphael, or Michelangelo, or Donatello, or whatever you want to call him to make yourself feel better, just because he looks like you want him to look and says what you want to hear, when you could have had someone who's honest, and kind, and real. His black, beady eyes lanced right through her. Sophie checked her arm, desperate to get out of this tub, but her blisters were still raw. First of all, don't call me stupid, Hort. Second of all, please believe me when I say I'm sorry for last year, okay? I still don't know why Tedros' name came out of my mouth instead of yours. I'm done with him. I really am. I don't know what else to say.
As if I'd believe anything you said anyway, Hort snorted. I've already killed you and kissed you more times in my head than you deserve.
Sophie stared at him. Hort sighed, flicking the water.
But I learned my lesson. No one wants old Hort. So, meet new Hort instead, modelled right after your cool, manly prince. The Hort chicks dig.
But that Hort isn't real at all, said Sophie, frowning. That Hort isn't you.
Well, whoever it is.
Hort raised his gaze.
Finally got your attention, didn't he?
Sophie fell silent.
Yikes, getting pruny,
Hort deflected, assessing his wrinkled fingers. He started to push out of the tub.
Besides, your new boyfriend's probably waiting for you.
Sophie watched him get out, water sliding down the curves of his back. Hort. He stopped, still facing away from her. The only sound in the room was the drip of his shorts onto the carpet. Do you still love me? She whispered. Slowly, Hort turned to Sophie with a sad smile, looking like the raw, open-hearted boy she once knew. No. Sophie averted her eyes. Oh, good. Yes, glad to hear it, she chimed, fussing with her dress before looking up. You know, with my new boyfriend and all. But Hort was gone. For a long time, Sophie stayed in the steaming pool, sweating and gazing at the spot where he'd been, even after her arm was well healed, even after her skin had shriveled dry. And only when she heard the shriek of fairies rip through the castle did Sophie realize then that she hadn't just missed the start of lunch. She'd missed it completely. As midnight came and went, Sophie sat calmly in the schoolmaster's window, her hair still wet, her ebony dress bunched at the knees as she pressed bare toes against the wall. She looked out at the fluorescent green bay, reflecting the shadows of two black castles, both dark and quiet. How quickly things changed in a fairy tale. Rafal hadn't been too upset, thank goodness. She claimed she'd gotten lost in the throng on the way to lunch. It's like an overcrowded zoo, Rafal, and trapped herself in a broom closet. So much black in this place, hard to tell the closets from the students. Rafal interrupted her, looking stressed. He'd barely been at lunch himself, he said, and told her he had important business in the school for old that would keep him there until the morning. With a kiss, he left her on her own and off the hook, except for a stern visit from Lady Lesso, who'd chastised her for being no closer to finding the spy. Sophie curled her knees to her chest and glanced at the Storian, paused over a blank page. It hadn't drawn a new scene since early in the evening, when it painted Agatha and Tedros disappearing into a rabbit hole, and Tedros fainting at the sight of a bearded old man. She'd tried to flip back in the storybook to see who this old man was and where Agatha and her prince were in the woods, but the Storian had stabbed her when she'd tried to turn pages, nearly impaling her hand. Once a story was unfolding, It seemed you couldn't go back. Sophie did a few half-hearted yoga poses, trying to take her mind off the two Evers, then gave up and slumped onto the edge of the bed, looking out the window again. Somewhere out there, her best friends were writing their own side of the story. Somewhere out there, they were coming to rescue her from a school she would have once done anything to be rescued from, coming to convince her to leave evil and its master behind, forever. Or so they think. Because now, she felt at home here in evil. Sure, there were a few pitfalls her first day, but she was still a teacher and queen, superior to all the other students. More importantly, she was about to win evil's first fairy tale in 200 years. She was about to be a legend for all time, more famous than Snow White, Cinderella, and every other old blank-eyed pink princess who never had a mind of her own. And to think, I used to be like those fools. But now, she was ready to fight for evil. Kill, even. Because, unlike all evil that came before her, she had someone to fight for. Rafal, she thought, admiring her ring, imagining his gorgeous, snow-cold face in its reflection. Only now she was seeing Hort instead, pink and warm in steaming blue mist. Then violet-eyed Auric, primal and perspiring in the forest. Sophie shrank against the wall, nauseous. After finally finding her true love, now she was fantasizing about Hort? About Auric? After everything she'd done to find love? Rafal had to be the one after all. No one else loved her anymore. Not even Hort. I need proof, she thought. That's all. I need proof Rafal is the one. Then I'll stop doubting. Then I'll stop thinking of other boys. She lifted her eyes to the dark, empty room. Prove it, she begged her heart. Prove he's my true love. The schoolmaster's chamber was dead silent. All of a sudden, the ring on her finger started to move. Slowly, it slid down her finger by its own power, settling below the knuckle. It was still for a moment, cold against her left hand. Then, the ring magically melted before her eyes, the gold turning darker and darker, softer and softer, deconstructing into a circle of gleaming black liquid. Sophie held her breath, staring at the ring of ink, warm and wet on her finger, gripping her skin like a leech. But now she saw what the ring was doing. It was writing a first letter into her finger. It was writing the name of her true love, just like she'd asked. Sophie smiled and closed her eyes, letting her inner fairy godmother do her work. Inky and wet, the ring calmly slashed into her skin, controlled by something deep within her. With every new letter, Sophie's soul breathed freer, lighter, as if a crushing weight had been lifted, as if the force moving the ring was her true self, her purest self. Until at last, the ring finished the last letter and hardened back to solid gold, leaving the name Rafal upon her without a doubt. Rafal, who she'd be with forever. Slowly, Sophie opened her eyes and saw the name in squid-black ink. It wasn't Rafal's. She fell off the bed in shock. Petrified, she grabbed the hem of her dress and scrubbed at the name, trying to erase it. Still there. She scraped with her nails, buffed it on the floor, chafed it against the wall, but the name was even darker than before. Thunderstruck, she cowered against the bed, hiding her hand in her dress, trying to calm her screaming heart. It didn't matter what name was there. There was no way that name was her true love. There was no way that name was her happy ending. Because the name the ring had tattooed on Sophie's skin, the name it had promised was her one true love, was the name of the prince she was supposed to kill. Chapter 14. Where Wizards Go to Think.
I suppose the entrance was a bit dramatic,
Merlin mulled in his musical bar as he shoved Merlin and his robes away. You think you can mosey in and tell jokes and pretend everything's okay? He smeared angry tears, turning his ire on Agatha. And just so you know, I didn't faint, so don't even think about it. Put your legs up here, Agatha said calmly, stripping off the prince's socks and lifting his clammy feet onto the ottoman. Tell all the old farts that I didn't faint. Tell them. They're busy eating supper, not even paying the slightest attention to you, Agatha replied, peeking up to see Yuba and the other League members instantly duck their heads to their plates of mashed carrots and gruel at the dining table, pretending to have a conversation. And even, said Agatha, jamming another pillow under his head.
He was even more emotional as
of his robes before he plunked down in a rocking chair, doffed his hat, and pulled a cherry lollipop out of it like a carnival magician.
Of his future princess, his father would say, "Look for the girl who is truly good."
Merlin sucked loudly on the lollipop.
I, on the other hand, said, "Look for the girl who will give you a good kick in the rump."
Tedros glowered, red-eyed. You think this is funny? Merlin burped and tugged at his mustache.
Tedros, I know I have a lot to explain.
No explaining. There's nothing to explain. Tedros waved him off. Mother runs off with father's best friend when I'm 9. Runs off with Lancelot of all people. Lancelot! The knight I idolized, who carried me on his back and gave me my first sword or cursed her, no matter how many times I watched Dad lock himself in his chamber. At least Tedros welled up again. And then a week later you disappear in the middle of the night just like she did. Not a word to my father after guiding him his whole life. Not a word to me, who you took questing in the woods like I was your own. Father said you left because your life was in danger. Said you'd created a spell that messed with boys and girls and could bring down whole kingdoms. That word of the spell had spread, and armies bigger than any danger. The Merlin I knew would have put my dad before his own life. Tedros heaved a breath. I was 10 years old, and had to watch my father die, as weak as he was once, and me like this, an orphan in a giant castle, with no mother, no father, no one to care about me. But years went by, and I told myself, promising to make you proud for the rest of my life, wherever in heaven you were. Tedros let out a sob, burying his face in a pillow. And now, you show up, alive? Agatha gazed at Tedros, her own eyes misting. She wanted to touch him, but he was too raw. Slowly, she looked up at Merlin as he leaned into his chair.
I should have left the castle long before that night, Tedros. Your father had stopped viewing me as his friend and hauled him back. Indeed, he'd come to my cave only days before, demanding a spell to spy on Guinevere, but I'd held firm that matters of the heart were too delicate for magic. The young Arthur would have trusted my advice and confronted her, even if it wounded his pride or led to a truth he wasn't ready to accept. But the old Arthur, green-eyed and arrogant, stole a spell recipe from my cave like a vengeful child, changing himself of Camelot, not just to protect myself, but to protect your father. And I may have found a different ending, though that in itself may be wishful thinking. As he told me many times before that day in anger, I don't need you anymore. Tedros rubbed his eyes, scarlet fading from his cheeks. And what about me? What if I needed you? I had to let you write your own story, Tedros, to let you grow up on your own until the day when you truly needed me to survive. If I'd tried to say goodbye, you would have followed me into the woods. Still, you'll never know how hard it was to leave you. As much as you may have needed me, I needed you far more."
The wizard's voice wavered slightly.
"I took solace in the fact that I was never truly gone, watching you as an eagle watches from the sky, following every twist and turn of your story, cringing perhaps at some of your mistakes, fat-headed as they were, and yet knowing that all these mistakes were yours, beautifully yours, and you came out the better for it. The boy I left behind well on his way to becoming an extraordinary man and an extraordinary king." Merlin smiled. "If only from your choice of princess alone."
Tedros and Agatha looked at each other and turned away, blushing, as if unsure whether they were still in a fight.
"Though you will certainly have interesting children," Merlin murmured, studying them.
Agatha's buttocks clenched. Tedros yawned and balled his knees to his chest.
"Well, after everything you've put me through, the least you can do is make me one, Em," he grumbled, peeking at Merlin. "Double marshmallow and candy cream as usual, please." Merlin cracked a smile. "What did I tell you? The second I show up, they turn back into little boys," he sighed.
Out of his starry cone hat, he pulled a tall stone mug of steaming chocolate with 2 giant, fluffy marshmallows and a mountain of rainbow-sprinkled whipped cream and slid it into the prince's hand. Tedros was about to take a sip, then looked up at Agatha.
"Want to try?"
Agatha blinked at him. Her prince was the poster boy for chivalry, except when it came to food. He'd practically eaten her out of the house in Gavaldon, stolen last bites from under her too many times to count, and never offered her a single morsel of his own meals. So, as he held out his mug, looking so handsome and earnest, Agatha teared up like an idiot, because after all the fights and tension and resentment, it meant that Tedros still loved her. Taking the warm mug from him, she slurped at the bubbling rich chocolate and candy-studded cream, and a riot of sweetness exploded on her tongue, as if she'd inhaled all of Hansel's haven in one bite. "Wow!" she shivered, going for another sip, but Tedros snatched it back so violently that Agatha burst into cackles. "Where were you all these years, Merlin?" Tedros finally asked, with a whipped cream moustache that looked remarkably like his mentor's. "Exploring the woods, my dear boy," Merlin declared, digging deep in his hat for a round yellow balloon. It magically flitted out of his hands with a mousy squeak and inflated over his head. "There really are endless, you know. The man-eating hills of Mahadeva, the upside-down kingdom of Borna Korek, the haunted fog of Ak-Gul, the black seas of Uti, led by an 8-armed queen." The balloon frantically contorted in the images he was describing, trying to keep up. "I even spent Christmas one year in Altazara, a kingdom where everything is made entirely out of milk or honey, with rivers of fresh buttercream, castles of Swiss cheese and honeycomb, and roads paved with thick yogurt. Everyone is quite obese, of course, but brilliantly happy. Though not as happy as the villagers of Nupur Lala, who have a rare birth condition that leaves them all born without tongues. You'd be surprised how deliriously happy people are when they can't speak. And yet, no matter where I went, they recognized me from King Arthur's storybook and treated me as an honored guest, though it meant I often had to do a bit of musty magic to earn supper and a bed, or in the case of Kingdom Kyrgios, a giant pea pod. Amazing how tales travel, really, and it never ceased. No matter how far I went, each kingdom just as familiar with the legend of Arthur as the next, inspiring me to journey farther and farther, intoxicated with novelty, celebrity, and most of all, inexhaustible beauty. The balloon popped with a gunshot crack, sputtering back into the hat. Merlin plopped it on his head with a sigh. Yet, as anything else, beauty grows tiring. For all my adoring fans, I began to feel a rot inside,
as if finally turning as old on the inside as I was on the outside, as if there was no point to seeking adventures if I had no one to share these adventures with. And yet, just as I told myself that it might indeed be time to die after all, Yuba managed to track me down on a glacier in the middle of the Piranha Lakes. The League of 13 had reconvened, he said, and a lad named Tedros was bringing his princess to meet it.
Agatha and Tedros gaped at him, as if still stuck on the honey and cheese.
"Reconvened?"
asked Agatha, her brain catching up. "The League of 13 existed before."
"Why did it convene in the first place?" Tedros asked.
"Here come the questions,"
Merlin moaned, yanking his hat down over his eyes. "I wish I was a seer. Then I would have an excuse not to answer them. No questions until after dinner. Both of you must be ravenous."
"Not for old people food," Tedros grouched, eyeing the others finishing up their carrots, gruel, and prune stew.
"Well, then I'm afraid you can't have any of this,"
Merlin said, and began pulling a sumptuous spread out of his hat, with pork ribs, sweet potato mash, creamed corn and bacon cubes, pickled cucumbers and coconut curried rice heaped on silver platters which he lay across a white silk picnic blanket, which had magically appeared on the cave floor.
"After all, given that I, an old person, just made it, I believe it would fall squarely under the term old people food. Come, Agatha."
He drew a plate out of his hat for her and lavished it with pork, cucumbers, and corn. Mouth salivating, Agatha was about to start shoveling food when she saw Tedros's face, like a beaten puppy's. She cocked a grin and held out a rib. "Want to try?" Tedros beamed, and the two of them assaulted the spread in rapturous silence, while Merlin rocked pleasantly in his chair and licked a new lollipop.
"What I miss most about being young,"
Cinderella crabbed, slurping liquefied prunes as she watched them.
"Fun,"
said Peter Pan wistfully. "Feasting," Cinderella grumped.
"Looks like you've done enough feasting for a lifetime,"
snorted Pinocchio. He saw the whole table staring at him.
"Did I say that out loud?"
The young prince and princess ate and ate until they were stuffed, topping it off with a hunk of cappuccino mousse cake before they collapsed against the wall, groaning against each other, letting their puffed bellies rest. Afterward, Yuba brought them a pot of hot water and a scrub cloth, and Agatha and Tedros took turns behind the curtain washing themselves, once Merlin conjured cottony white pyjamas for each of them. As the other League members tucked into their mattresses for an early bedtime, Agatha looked up at Merlin nervously. "We have to convince Sophie her happy ending is with Tedros and me. You can help us get into school to see her." "What if she won't destroy the ring? What if the schoolmaster catches us?" Tedros pushed worriedly. "Merlin, he still has my sword, Father's sword. I can't be crowned king without Excalibur." Merlin huddled into the pair of pyjama-clad Evers.
"Let's go someplace where we can think."
Agatha frowned. "We can't go into the woods after dark. Suppose one of those old villains finds us."
"Who said anything about the woods?"
said Merlin. He flung open the lining of his cape, revealing a swathe of dark purple silk embroidered with 5-pointed stars, like a child's crude rendition of a night sky.
"This, my dear, is where wizards go to think."
Agatha had no idea what he was talking about, but then she saw Tedros smiling. "Come on, silly," he said, and, grabbing her by the hand, he pulled her right into the starry sky stitched on Merlin's cape. Agatha felt herself smothered by silk, and then falling through darkness. Comets of light zooming past and blinding her until she closed her eyes and landed on something so soft and fluffy and warm that she knew she wasn't in the woods anymore.
"Your mother is the reason the League of 13 even exists," Merlin said to Agatha, his bony legs poking out of his purple robes and dangling over the edge of a puffy white cloud. Agatha still wasn't paying attention. Seated cross-legged with Tedros on the same cloud, both of them in angelic white, she scanned a purple night sky lit up by thousands of silvery five-pointed stars, as if the childish pattern on Merlin's cape had come to life in brilliant, wondrous dimension. The Celestium, Tedros had called it once she'd opened her eyes, Merlin's favourite thought spot, where he'd brought Arthur's father, then Arthur himself, and eventually Arthur's son. Dazed, Agatha had peered up into the dark, starlit infinity, feeling her heartbeat slow to a crawl. Unlike the icy chill of the woods, the air here was toasty and humid, inviting her muscles to relax. The fuzzy cloud beneath her stretched out like a cotton field, sinking her in all the way to the navel. But most marvellous of all was the silence, a big, wide emptiness as endless as the sky around them. Suddenly every rustle of her body was a disturbance, every thought in her mind a nuisance, until she, like Merlin and Tedros, had found a perfect stillness, as if they'd become the silence and the silence had become them. Only then had Merlin spoken.
"Indeed. Without Callis, the members of the League may never have met each other at all," he continued now. "During the Great War, when the Schoolmaster brothers battled for supremacy, good against evil, only one emerged victorious. Though no one was sure who, given he wore a mask to conceal his identity. Still, he managed to win the allegiance of both sides by vowing to rise above good and evil and protect the balance as long as he was alive."
Agatha stifled a yawn and saw Tedros's lids drooping. Not only were they both exhausted, they knew all this from Professor Seder's history classes.
"I'm sure this is familiar territory," Merlin said sharply, "but it's quite critical for the rest of the story I'm about to tell." After the Great Truce, good would go on a 200-year streak of victories, obliterating evil ruthlessly in every new story, which naturally raised the hackles of Nevers around the woods, who believed the good brother had won and tilted the Storian to reflect his own soul. I was a young Ever myself during this period, notorious for my unkempt hair, magical talents, and disregard for school assignments in favor of my own research. While the other Evers believed good had become invincible, and thus grew shallower and lazier as a result, I, on the other hand, became deeply suspicious of our winning streak. The Storian, after all, sustains our world through balance. It is the first lesson taught at every welcoming. The sun rises on the woods only as long as the pen preserves that balance, correcting any iniquity through each new story. Which meant, of course, that for the Storian to make good win in every new tale, it must be correcting for something terribly evil indeed.
He exhaled, looking out at the purple night.
Perhaps everything that followed could have been avoided if the teachers at the School for Good had taken my inquiries seriously. But they too were drunk on victory, and we didn't have a dean nearly as sharp as Clarissa Dovey at the helm. At the end of third year, I was tracked as a helper to Arthur's father and moved to Camelot upon graduation, where I became Grand Vizier and eventually resident tutor to his son. Still, I made it my mission to keep watch over the goings-on at school in case my suspicions proved correct. For years I'd give guest lectures in history of heroism, or come for tea and crumpets with old professors, or write Arthur for news once he was old enough to be a student himself. But Good's winning streak continued, and there was no sign of any resistance from evil or untoward behavior by the schoolmaster. Soon, my worries dulled, and instead I began to devote my energy to a spell that had become my life's work, a potion that could briefly turn boys into girls and girls into boys, in the hopes to foster experimentation, sensitivity, and peace. A potion I believe both of you know well."
Agatha and Tedros murmured sleepily, thinking of the bright purple potion that had caused so much chaos at the school for boys and girls.
Given the spell was based in gnome biology, Yuba generously offered to test each new version of the potion as I developed it, said Merlin, his pupils honing in on Agatha. It was during one of these visits to him that he mentioned the schoolmaster had taken an interest in a new teacher at the school, named Callis.
"What? My mother was a teacher!"
Agatha blurted, jolting from her daze.
"Professor Callis of Netherwood,"
Merlin affirmed.
Neverwood,"
Agatha stammered, shell-shocked.
"That means she wasn't from Gavaldon. My mother was from the woods."
"And quite the popular professor of uglification,"
Merlin replied.
Agatha gawped at him incredulously. Her mother taught evil kids how to uglify and disguise themselves. The same mother who used to beg her daughter to tell her about the school as if trying to imagine it for herself. Agatha tried to picture her mother trundling through the evil castle halls in a pointy-shouldered teacher's gown, leading challenges in Manly's rancid classroom, uglifying and shape-shifting with her repellent students. Her stomach hollowed. Either this was all a terrible mistake, or she'd lived with a stranger her whole life.
"When positions open up at school, the deans are responsible for scouring the woods and finding qualified professors whose tales are long over, or who've accepted that the Storian will never choose them for a tale once they sign up for the seclusion of faculty life," said Merlin. "Imagine the schoolmaster's surprise, then, when the Storian begins to tell the story of this new evil teacher, Callis of Netherwood, heart and soul committed to evil, and yet still dreaming of finding her one true love."
"Oh, you've clearly got it wrong," Agatha said with relief. "That couldn't have been my mother. She didn't care about love in the slightest." Her voice trailed away. Agatha was thinking about the way her mother fumbled the kettle that morning when Agatha had accused her of never having found true love. She suddenly felt that cold feeling again, the one she'd had watching Callis pumping water at the sink. That feeling that told her that her mother hadn't learned about fairy tales from reading storybooks, but from living through one herself. Slowly, Agatha looked up at Merlin. "Keep going," she rasped.
"Now, as Yuba rightly pointed out at the time, the schoolmaster should have thrown Callis out of school immediately," the wizard resumed. "Teachers are here to shepherd students during their education, not endanger them. And fairy tales often end in so much violence and bloodshed that to have the Storian telling a teacher's tale within the school's walls is to invite chaos and death into students' lives. And yet, the schoolmaster didn't throw Professor Callis out. Not only did she stay at the school for evil, but Yuba swears he saw Callis's shadow in the schoolmaster's window on a number of nights, long after the other teachers had gone to sleep. Yuba tried to press her as to why she was in the schoolmaster's tower, but Callis denied she'd ever been there. Meanwhile, the teachers were abuzz with theories as to why the schoolmaster would let her remain within school gates, especially given Callis was quite pretty. Pretty. Teachers have low standards, apparently, Tedros yawned.
Agatha fired him a glare and he bit his tongue.
But in the end, the teachers reached the same conclusion. With evil losing miserably in every new story, the schoolmaster must have believed a villain like Callis posed little threat to anyone but herself. After all, the faculty, like the students, were convinced the schoolmaster was good and would relish the chance to see an evil teacher perish within school walls, said Merlin. And yet, Now my own suspicions were reawakened. Why would a schoolmaster take interest in an evil teacher dreaming of her one true love? If the schoolmaster was indeed evil, and not good, could evil's true love somehow be a weapon against good? Could evil's true love finally help evil win? And if so, did the schoolmaster believe that Callis was his? Merlin paused. On one of my visits, I accosted your mother in the Blue Forest, but she refused to answer any of my questions about her relationship with the schoolmaster, even though I could sense her anxiousness about it. I tried to return and press her again, but the schoolmaster had enchanted the gates to repel me no matter what spell I tried. Clearly, he did not want me speaking to Callis and banished me from the school. Now fully convinced the schoolmaster was evil and using Callis as part of his plot, a plot to fight good's love with evil's, I recruited Yuba to help me gather some of the most famous heroes in the woods, including Peter Pan, Cinderella, and others comfortably in retirement, into a League of 12, prepared to foil the schoolmaster's attack once it came. Only, that attack never came. Instead, Callis of Netherwood simply vanished one night from the school for good and evil, without a trace, and the Storian abandoned her fairy tale, as if it had lost track of her entirely. Soon the pen began a trifling news story about a girl named Thumbelina. Good's winning streak continued unabated, and the League of 12 was disbanded and forgotten, as no one but me still questioned the schoolmaster's goodness. Merlin stared Agatha down. Until almost 40 years later, when the schoolmaster found his evil queen after all. Only it wasn't Callis who wore his ring now, but the best friend of Callis's own daughter. Agatha's eyes were as big as saucers, her heart rattling against her ribcage. She glanced at Tedros, expecting him to be just as shaken, but he was curled up, asleep on the cloud, a trail of drool on his cheek. Merlin pulled a wisp of cloud over the prince like a blanket and turned back to Agatha. Why your mother fled to the world of readers, or how she got there, we do not know. All we know is that just before her death, Callis sent a note with her cat, instructing the League of 12 to protect you and help you rescue your best friend from the schoolmaster. How Callis knew of the League's existence remains a mystery to me. I would let you keep the note she sent us, but I myself never saw it, for it was intercepted by the wolf and giant who almost took your lives. Merlin smiled wryly at Agatha. But, as I'm sure you know, Reaper is smart enough to read the contents of a note before he carries it.
Reaper, Agatha breathed. Reaper was here.
He managed to locate Yuba in the woods, who unfortunately didn't speak a word of cat. Luckily, Yuba had been hiding out with Princess Uma, who found the gnome after he'd barely escaped being burnt alive by Evelyn Sader. Once Uma translated Reaper's message, Yuba urgently reconvened the League, with Uma added to the ranks despite the others' prejudice against youth and superstitions against 13 as our final number.
Where's Reaper now? Agatha pressed. Can I see him?
He's away on League business, I'm afraid, which you'll learn about in time, said Merlin. But that is where the story ends for now, Agatha, as it's time for you to sleep.
Agatha tightened. But
any more questions will have to wait until the morning, my dear, except for two that I invite you to ponder in your dreams.
Agatha looked up as Merlin leaned in, his dark eyes reflecting the stars.
If your mother is the Never the Storian wrote about, if your mother is the Never who made it into a storybook, then why is it Sophie's mother who has a villain's grave in our world?
Merlin leaned closer, his face no longer friendly.
And if it's your mother the schoolmaster wanted, then why, after all these years, is it Sophie who's the schoolmaster's queen? and not you."
Agatha locked eyes with him as the cloud caved in beneath her, and she plunged like an angel sent back to earth. Gasping, flailing, she looked up for Merlin, for Tedros, but her eyes were already closing. And soon she was lost to the dark, falling, falling, and never hitting ground. Chapter 15. The Magician's Plan. Agatha dreamt of Reaper in the toilet, trapped in the bowl, unable to be pulled out. Her only choice was to flush him down and swim into the toilet after him, which seemed a perfectly logical choice at the time, so follow him she did, into swirling, funneling water, then a dim, snaky passage, and finally into open sea. The water was ice-cold and a squalid, slimy green obscuring any sign of her cat, until she saw Reaper's bright yellow eyes floating far below, like signal flares. Down she swam, into pitch-dark deep, holding her breath until her feet touched the sand. Unable to see anything but his two disembodied eyes, blinking and darting in blackness, she focused on her finger, until it glowed gold, lighting up the sea floor. Reaper was digging frantically at a grave, with his bold, wrinkly paws, an oval-shaped headstone looming over him. Here lies Vanessa, of Woods Beyond. Breath running low, Agatha tried to pull Reaper away, since she knew Vanessa's grave was empty, but he dodged her grip and kept clawing and digging into sand. She snatched him again, only this time Reaper bit her wrist hard, and Agatha screamed, losing the rest of her air as droplets of blood blurred into the water. Incensed, she grabbed her cat by the neck to tug him to the surface. When she glanced down through the hole he'd been digging into Sophie's mother's grave, and saw two green eyes glaring back at her. Agatha woke, soggy with sweat, to a sea of empty mattresses around her. Her whole body ached from the previous day's journey, and her forehead pounded so hard she had to squint, pulsing with the remnants of her dream and everything Merlin had told her last night. With a groan, she slid her feet onto the sandy cave floor and sat up on the edge of the bed. The cave was fully lit, the League members eating porridge and stewed peaches at the dining table. They were watching Tedros doing shirtless push-ups while old, paunchy Tinkerbell reclined on his back, like a sunbather at the beach, enjoying the ride up and down.
"Should have seen my muscles when I was his age,"
Peter Pan scoffed. Tink made a low chinkling sound that sounded like a snort.
"Never fall for a handsome man. Think they're entitled to the whole world, even once they're bloated and balding," pecked Cinderella, picking at Peter's peaches once she'd lapped up her own. She caught Agatha watching and smirked back nastily. "Besides, if Pretty Boy chose that as his true love, means all the other girls said no. Probably doesn't measure up, if you know what I mean."
Tedros heard this and collapsed mid-push-up, sending Tinkerbell flying into the wall. "Don't be rude, Ella," puffed Red Riding Hood. "You're just jealous they're young and happy."
"Happy? Not what Uma says,"
Pinocchio chuckled. Everyone turned to Uma, Agatha included. Uma froze with a teapot in hand and turned straight back to Pinocchio.
"What? You told me all they ever do is fight, and the girl thinks the boy should find a princess who's cute and stupid and kisses his bum,"
said the long-nosed old man. Tedros looked at Agatha, stunned, before his blue eyes narrowed coldly.
"Sounds pretty great right about now."
He stalked past her and vanished behind the curtain to wash up. Agatha sagged at the edge of her bed, the cave dead silent around her.
"I'm never talking again,"
sulked Pinocchio.
"Doesn't matter, does it? Not like the whole woods and all our lives depend on those two working together,"
Jack cracked, clasping Briar Rose. Too bad it isn't their ring that has to be destroyed, sighed his bride-to-be. It'd be done by tonight.
Ha!
Hansel pipped. Agatha threw Uma an irritated look, then felt guilty, for her teacher had done nothing but try to help her. Tired, grimy, battling a migraine, and now a resentful prince too, Agatha crawled out of bed in her pyjamas. A burlap satchel shoved into her chest, filled with toasted crackers, a laundered tunic, and a tin of lemon tea.
"And here I thought your prince would wake you. He's been up for hours," said Merlin, flouncing towards the cave entrance, a second satchel on his arm. "Come, come, off we go."
"Huh?" Agatha croaked. "Go where?"
"To rescue your best friend, of course. Would you like ham croissants for breakfast later or masala pancakes? My hat is asking, and he can be rather unpleasant if he doesn't know the menu ahead of time."
"But we can't go back into the woods yet. We haven't even discussed the plan," Agatha said, tailing him. "How are we supposed to get into school to see Sophie? How are we supposed to make her destroy the ring?"
"All that on the way. Need to get to the school for good and evil by lunchtime, and we can't be wasting time with plans. Take cover, dear."
Merlin twirled and flung the second satchel at her head. Agatha ducked, and Tedros caught it on his shoulder as he elbowed past her, smelling fresh in a clean tunic, his hair still wet from a bath.
"Didn't wake you on purpose," Tedros said brusquely, not looking back. "Easier for me to rescue Sophie if you stay here."
Barefoot, in dirty pyjamas, Agatha frowned, watching him climb after Merlin through the cave hole. "Shouldn't we at least say goodbye?" she called at them, glancing back at the League members, obliviously playing cribbage at the dining table.
Merlin poked his head upside down through the hole. "Oh, it's certainly not the last you'll be seeing of them, my dear. Besides, it's too early in the morning for goodbyes."
Outside the cave, the early morning was dark and grim, but there were no clouds to be seen. The sun was simply too weak to do anything but cast a pearlescent glow, leaving the sky ashy blue and the air bitterly cold. As Agatha lagged behind two men, one young, one old, she noticed the woods looked deader than it did the day before, with bird corpses and slow-moving worms and bugs sowed throughout the mulchy path. Merlin left a trail of sunflower seeds, hoping struggling animals would sneak out to eat, but none appeared, and soon the wizard had to magic the seeds away in case any dead villains came following.
"Dripping like an icicle now," said Merlin, studying the sky. "We must seal your fairy tale quickly. Sun won't last more than a few more weeks."
"The sun is dying because of us," said Agatha, surprised.
"And faster by the day. A sign your story is bringing our world further and further out of balance," said the wizard. "Your fairy tale has been open too long, children. The pen must move on to a new story to keep the woods alive, along with all of us in it."
Merlin twirled his beard around his finger.
"Suppose this is what happens when the storian tells a tale of amateur students instead of the properly trained."
"Don't blame it on me. It's called The Tale of Sophie and Agatha for a reason," growled Tedros. "Father never agreed with readers being brought to school. Told me to stay away from 'em like the plague." "Maybe you should have listened to your father's advice," said Agatha. "Besides, it's not like we asked for our fairy tale to be told." Tedros ignored her and glowered at the sun. "No way the world is dying before my coronation. Need to rescue Sophie quickly, get Excalibur back, and move on to Camelot. I can't let my father's kingdom languish any more than it has, not after everything my mother did to disappoint them. The people need a king."
"And queen," Merlin added.
"A stupid queen who kisses my bum, apparently," said Tedros. "Look, I didn't mean it that way," Agatha argued. "Stupid and bum have alternate definitions I'm not aware of." Agatha didn't bother responding.
"And to think, last night you two were sharing hot chocolate," the wizard murmured.
The two young Evers didn't speak another word to each other as Merlin led them out of the damp thicket and into Nobble Hill, a bumpy maze of brown mounds covered with thousands of mushrooms of every size and shape. Agatha wished she hadn't said what she did to Uma, but it was true, wasn't it? In storybooks, queens were majestic and elegant and inspiring. She couldn't possibly ever be one. But if she stayed with Tedros, she would be one, wouldn't she? The one to take his mother's place. Agatha watched him scaling the hill, looking so gorgeous and well-built against the sky that she couldn't breathe. She'd been so focused on rescuing Sophie that she hadn't thought of what would happen after it. A coronation. A kingdom. A queen? Her. Her face went hot, and she tried to put it out of her mind. Sophie was the priority now. Besides, the way she and Tedros were going, he'd dump her long before they ever made it to Sophie. As he crested the mushroom hill, she could see his square jaw clenching, his muscled arms flexed. The prince, still stewing at her, with his ire no doubt compounded by his utter hatred of mushrooms. Her mother had served them once for supper, and he'd turned green. Mushrooms are fungus, and fungus reminds me of feet, and I don't eat feet. But, as her anxiety over Tedros grew, Agatha was suddenly distracted by a view of a small Ever kingdom beyond the hills, made entirely of red sandstone. She could see the ant-like figures of men and women building up a giant wall of brick around their domain. "What are they keeping out?" Agatha asked, confused. "They're in the middle of nowhere." As soon as the schoolmaster came back to life, the Ever Kingdoms started fortressing for a second great war, Merlin explained as he led them down the slope into the misty valley. They assume he will marshal his dark army and attack the good realms any day now. So why don't the Ever Kingdoms join forces and attack the schoolmaster instead? Tedros asked. For the last time, my boy, evil attacks and good defends. First bloody rule of the woods, a rule you've had trouble with since birth, said Merlin, firing him a look. Tedros grumbled and dropped behind the wizard. Then what's the schoolmaster waiting for? Agatha pushed, taking the prince's place beside Merlin. You said it yourself. He has an army of the greatest villains ever written. He could wipe out whole kingdoms of Evers. So why is he wasting time killing old heroes and rewriting old storybooks? Merlin raised a brow at her. Unless the old gives him power over the new. Before Agatha could press further, the wizard stopped cold. She and Tedros both followed his gaze to the mist clearing over a sprawling, half-frozen lake spanned by an elaborate wooden bridge. Only the bridge had since been smashed to pieces, and the lake's glaciers and shore completely blanketed in splintered shivers and shards. Lying in a heap amidst the wreckage were 3 corpses, flesh-eaten to the point they were practically skeletons. As Agatha and Tedros inched closer behind Merlin, they saw that the little skin left on the bodies was old and haggard, with downy coatings of grey and white hair. Those aren't humans. Tedros winced, repulsed. They're goats? Agatha kneeled for a closer look. Who would do all of this for goats? Very special goats, my dear, said Merlin, kicking aside scraps of wood to reveal a blood-stained storybook. It was open to its last page, a painting of a giant horned troll feasting on 3 goat brothers. The End was written beneath the scene in bold black letters. Merlin crouched down and touched the words. Fresh ink smeared onto his fingertips. He snapped the book shut. Hurry, children, he said, walking faster now. Every second we delay, more of our old friends are at risk. As Agatha followed, she looked back at the storybook on the shore and its mud-soaked cover. The 3 billy goats gruff. Keeping ahead of the young Evers, Merlin guided them through a snow-dusted valley between mountains of cliff rock that took nearly 2 hours to cross. The temperature plummeted as hulking grey clouds moved in over the melting sun, and soon it began to rain. With a glacial wind lashing at them and the grass slippery with frozen droplets, Agatha and Tedros clung their cloaks to their bodies and battled forward, dropping farther and farther behind the wizard, who was moving like a man half his age. Agatha saw Tedros's face chapped hot pink, his nose runny and red. She threw him a few darting looks, hoping he'd forgive her for what she'd said back at the cave. But Tedros looked away each time. Agatha's heart sank. Ever since Merlin had mentioned Tedros needing a queen, she'd felt self-conscious around her prince. Was Tedros having the same doubts?
"Here we are, bang on schedule," the wizard declared at last, looking fresh and bright as his charges caught up. Hunched and haggard, Agatha eyed a dead end of rock 50 feet high.
That isn't a school," she stammered, teeth chattering. But Merlin was already climbing the rock wall, grinning down at Tedros.
"Never beaten me, have you, dear boy?"
"You didn't say go!" the prince yelled, bounding after him.
"Always falling behind, then and now," Merlin tutted as he glided up the wall, pebbles raining down on Tedros's head.
"That's 'cause you always cheat. Hey! No magic! You're not even touching the rock."
"Something wrong with your eyes, boy. Must be getting old."
Agatha watched Tedros straining after Merlin, the prince at once irate and puffing with laughter. She suddenly felt like a small girl again in Gaveldon, watching boys playing ball with their fathers, pelting each other with snow clumps, flicking and nudging each other for no reason at all. What would her father have been like? Would he have been mischievous and batty like Merlin? Would he have been quiet and gentle like August Sader? She tried to ask her mother about her father over the years, but she'd concede only that he'd died in a mill accident many years before, and she hardly remembered him. Her stomach knotted, thinking of all the lies her mother had told. Was that story even true? What if her father wasn't dead at all? A pebble smacked her in the chest. Agatha craned to see Tedros almost catch up to Merlin, who shot the prince with a spell that glued his foot to the rock wall, slowing him down.
"Age before beauty,"
Merlin crowed.
"Go back to Honey Cheese Land,"
Tedros barked. Agatha waited for her prince to look down and check on her as he pulled over the ridge to the top. But he never did. "Don't mind me," she sighed, and climbed up the wall, using her finger glow to painstakingly burn crevices that she gripped with frozen fingers, so that by the time she belly-flopped over the cliff top, wind-whipped and pooped, her irritation had grown tenfold. "What's next? Potato sack races and water balloon fights? While you two are chasing each other like frisky baboons, I'm worrying how we're possibly going to get past an evil schoolmaster and make his queen destroy his ring when we don't even have a plan to get into—" Agatha stopped. She slowly rose to her feet and stepped beside Tedros. Together, they gazed silently at 2 black castles in the distance, towering against the horizon. One castle old and crumbling, one castle shiny and new, both ringed with slime-green fog over an eerie green bay. Merlin smiled ominously at Agatha.
"Now that, my dear, is a school."
On a pocky cliff top, peppered with rocks and shrubs, Merlin pulled all the ingredients for a picnic out of his hat: a quilted purple blanket, a bundle of logs that he lit into a fire, and a morning feast of ham and Swiss cheese croissants, truffled egg salad, avocado and tomato bruschetta, and chunks of walnut fudge.
"Listen carefully,"
Merlin said as the 2 Evers shoveled food into their mouths.
"The schoolmaster now divides his school into old and new, but each is dedicated to the cause of evil. Professor Dovey and the good teachers have been imprisoned in a secret location. In their absence, the School for Good has been turned into the school for new evil, where your fellow youth are being trained in the art of villainy, evers and nevers, both. Which means all your young colleagues obey the schoolmaster now, forced to prove their allegiance to evil or suffer dire consequences at the hands of his teachers.
Merlin paused.
Sophie being one of them.
Tedros and Agatha choked, mouths full.
Sophie is a teacher, the prince blurted.
Her first day of class was yesterday. The students gave her a rather chilly welcome, I hear,
said Merlin. How do you know any of this? Asked Agatha. You said the schoolmaster barred you from ever getting through the gates. Hold on. That's just the school for new, Tedros broke in, studying the other rotted castle. What's in the original evil castle? The school for old? Merlin fiddled with his beard.
That I cannot say for sure, only that the word old on its gates is surely no accident. The answer to why the schoolmaster is rewriting old fairy tales may very well be within that castle, and it is an answer we must find. The problem, however, is that there is no way inside. The schoolmaster forbids both students and teachers from crossing to the school for old, and Halfway Bridge still carries an impassable barrier. Even if someone did miraculously manage to cross that bridge, the old towers are well guarded. Which all leads me to one conclusion.
Merlin squinted across the bay.
Clearly the schoolmaster is protecting something in the school for old he doesn't want found.
Well, it doesn't matter. You said Sophie is teaching in the school for new, said Tedros, licking cheese off his fingers. All we have to do is break in and convince her to destroy the ring. Merlin looked amused.
Ah, the simple-mindedness of youth. There are 3 wrinkles in that plan, dear boy. First, remember that only Sophie can destroy the schoolmaster's ring and no one else, if the schoolmaster is to be killed forever. And yet, Sophie took his ring because she believed him her true love. Convincing her to destroy that ring will be no easy task.
Agatha bit her lip, knowing Merlin was right. Sophie hadn't just taken the schoolmaster's ring. She was a teacher now, a teacher for evil, as if willingly taking sides against good. Was it too late to bring her back?
The second problem, said Merlin, is that the schoolmaster's ring is surely crafted by the darkest magic, born of evil. Therefore, it can only be destroyed by a weapon equally powerful, born of good. A weapon that no evil can withstand. I know of only one on Earth that fulfills such a description.
What is it? Said Agatha expectantly. But Merlin was looking at Tedros. The prince's eyes bulged.
Excalibur, my sword. The Lady of the Lake made it for my father, and he gave it to me before he died. The Lady of the Lake is Good's greatest witch. That means Excalibur can destroy anything, including the ring. Agatha jumped in quickly. Sophie just has to use Tedros' sword.
Indeed, nodded Merlin. So, if you can just produce this sword...
Agatha's and Tedros' smiles dissipated at the same time.
Oh no,
Agatha breathed.
He has it, Tedros sputtered. The schoolmaster.
And it's no accident that he does, said Merlin. He knew full well to take it from you the night he came back to life. As long as he has Excalibur, Sophie cannot destroy his ring even if she wanted to.
The wizard's gaze hardened.
No doubt he's hidden your sword in an impenetrable fortress, somewhere neither Sophie nor any other student is allowed to go.
Agatha and Tedros slumped deeper.
The school for old, they groaned.
And that is only your second problem, said Merlin,
pulling a shaker from his hat and seasoning a scoop of eggs.
How can there be a third? Tedros rasped. It can't get any worse.
I'm afraid it can, snarled Merlin as he chewed. "The schoolmaster knows you're coming."
"What?"
Agatha said.
"The Storian writes your story, after all,"
replied the wizard, reposing against a shrub.
"As long as you remain Agatha, and you remain Tedros, the Storian will tell him precisely when and where you break into his school."
"We're doomed,"
said Agatha, and stuffed a block of walnut fudge into her mouth, waiting for Tedros to chime in with his usual pep talk. Instead, her prince shoved an even bigger piece of fudge in his mouth and twiddled with his sock. Agatha knew they were really doomed now. Tedros never gave up, no matter how dire a situation, and he cared too much about his body to eat dessert 2 days in a row.
"Goodness, you're both a sight," chortled Merlin. "As if I'd have brought you all this way if I didn't have something up my sleeve. I am a wood's famous wizard, after all."
Tedros dropped his fudge instantly, and he and Agatha looked up at Merlin with new hope.
"You see, we have 2 secret weapons that the schoolmaster hasn't quite anticipated. 2 secret weapons that will break you into school right under his nose without him knowing," said Merlin, peering down his spectacles. "The first explains just how I know so much about what's happening within those castle walls."
The wizard huddled in with a cat-like smile.
"Spies."
"You have spies inside the school?" asked Agatha, gobsmacked. "But who—"
Tedros waved her off. "Doesn't matter who. Even if you have spies to get us in, it still doesn't fix the problem of the schoolmaster knowing we're coming. Pay attention, boy. I said the Storian will tell him you're coming, only as long as you remain Agatha and you remain Tedros," the wizard said. "Which brings me to secret weapon number 2.
Like a magician performing his final trick, Merlin carefully pulled a tear-shaped vial from his hat into the glow of the rising sun. At first, they were blinded by a purple glare, and Agatha and Tedros shielded their eyes from the vial. But, as they slowly leaned closer, they saw a purple potion fluorescing hot against the stopper, until a shred of its smoke slid out of the vial. And Agatha caught a familiar whiff of wood and roses. She rocketed to her knees. "Oh no! No way!" Merlin grinned mischievously.
"It is my recipe, after all. Made just enough for 2.
Agatha wheeled to Tedros, who looked utterly lost. "What? I don't get it," he said, shaking his head. "I mean, that can't be." "No, of course not. Right?" He saw Merlin's face and launched to his feet. "Right?" He whirled to his princess, a violent red. "He couldn't possibly make you into a... and me into a..." But now he saw Agatha's face too. Tedros stiffened like a corpse. "Oh my God!" He clutched his heart as if he'd been stabbed and crumpled for a second time into his princess's arms. Merlin stared at the fainted prince a long while before he pursed his lips and looked up at Agatha, holding him.
"Well, my dear, at least you can say you're even now."
Chapter 16. Edgar and Essa. "Tedros?" said the honey-edged voice. "Tedros?" Sophie repeated sleepily, coddled in silky black blankets like a cocoon.
"What about him?"
"Who?" Sophie breathed, still deep in a dream.
"Tedros. You've been saying his name again and again."
Sophie launched awake. Rafal was sitting in the window, peering out at the dull morning, looking younger than ever in a black sleeveless shirt and short leather breeches that showed off his pale, sculpted legs.
"Seems strange you'd whisper the name of the boy you're supposed to kill,"
he said. Suddenly remembering, Sophie looked down in a panic and saw Tedros, carved into the skin beneath her ring.
She smushed her hand under her thigh and sat up on her elbows. Oh, just thinking, no matter where I go, he seems to follow me like a rash. Rafal pushed onto his feet.
Then you'll have to erase him once and for all, won't you? Along with his fair princess.
Sophie gritted a smile, her wary eyes following him as he sauntered towards her storybook on the altar table. The Storian was paused abruptly over a painting of Agatha and Tedros, surveying the school for evil from a cliff top. Sophie noticed the two Evers weren't holding hands anymore, and that Tedros's body was leaning away from Agatha's. Had something happened between them? Her heart flipped at the thought. She quashed it. Are you insane? A, Tedros already had a girl, her best friend. B, she already had a boy, Tedros's mortal enemy. And C, Tedros was on his way to kill that boy.
Before you woke, the Storian drew Tedros and his princess only a few miles away, and hasn't moved since.
Rafal mulled, black boots clacking on stone as he circled the table.
It's like there's a glitch in the story, preventing the pen from telling us where they've gone.
Maybe they gave up and went back to Gavaldon, gushed Sophie hopefully. Maybe we've won this story after all. Maybe I'll never have to see them, and if I don't have to see them, then I don't have to kill them.
Then why is the book still open? Why hasn't the sun restored?
Rafal narrowed his eyes at the storybook, his mouth a tight line.
No. Tedros and his love are somewhere close. The Storian just can't find them yet.
He glanced back, unruffled.
But it doesn't matter, my love. As long as my name is the one written in your heart, their days are numbered.
Sophie hacked a cough. Right, course. Sorry, allergies. She wheezed, shunting her hand further beneath her leg. She couldn't dare let him see Tedros's name under her ring. He'd know what it meant. And if Rafal knew he might not be her true love after all, he'd
kill me.
Sophie could feel her palm sticking to her thigh with sweat. How is this happening? All she'd ever wanted was love, and she'd finally found it in the snow-faced boy in front of her. But instead of reciprocating, instead of being faithful, now her heart was insisting her true love was Tedros? Tedros, who'd rejected her twice for her best friend. Rafal is my true love, she begged herself. Please, change it to Rafal. 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 She peeked down at her hand. Tedros. Sophie gulped. Whatever happened from here, she couldn't be anywhere near the prince again, let alone in the same room with him. Ever. She peered out at the iron-spiked school gates, the monstrous shadows guarding the school for old, the pestilent green bay. All barriers to Tedros and Agatha finding her. And yet, there was still a spy amidst the students, planning to break them in somehow. She needed to catch them all before her friends breached the castle. But who is it? Sophie pictured her crowded classroom of Evers and Nevers, trying to recall if there were any clues.
Sophie?
She looked up at Rafal, who was staring at her.
Is there a reason you're hiding your hand?
He asked. Sophie gaped like a toad.
You keep adjusting your position so that your hand stays covered.
Sophie cleared her throat and straightened against the bedpost. Honestly, darling, I know you come from the Bluebeard School of Love, but I haven't the faintest clue what you're talking about. While I have your attention, though, perhaps now's a good time to discuss campus business. Last year I found the choice of school play deeply underwhelming, to say the least. Given my light teaching load, I'm happy to take up the burden myself. Namely, a grand one-woman show with performances each night at 7:30 in the supper hall and an additional matinee on Sundays, followed by coffee and canapés. La Reine Sophie, we'll call it. An appropriate name, don't you think? For a sumptuous 3-hour pageant of...
Let me see your hand,
Rafal said, glowering. What?
Sophie croaked. The young schoolmaster slunk towards the bed.
You heard me.
Excuse me. You might be master of this school, but you are not master of my limbs.
Sophie puffed lamely, left hand sandwiched under her buttocks. But Rafal was 6 feet away, suspicion glowing in his eyes.
Sophie's heart throttled against her sternum. Really, darling, you're being utterly ridiculous.
He was 2 feet away now.
Rafal, please.
He seized her arm, yanking it out from under her, pooh-poohed, shoving her bloodied hand in her pocket and rushing past him.
Just a lingering blister that keeps reopening. A stupid little accident in the menagerie. Now, about that show, darling. It begins with a saucy little number called Thunder Down Tundra. So I'll need glaciers, nubile danseuses, and a male lion, preferably tamed.
Wait. You touched Agatha and Tedros's kiss.
Rafal stalked towards her.
Manly made that scene poisonous, specifically to catch anyone still loyal to good. No never would get within 10 feet of an Evers's kiss. Why would you touch it?
Oh, heavens to Betsy, look at the time. Can you fly me down to my classroom, dear?
Sophie snatched her teacher's dress off a hook and bustled towards the window, back turned.
You know how Lady Lesso is about tardiness. Wouldn't want her to think you're more irresponsible than she already does.
This time, Sophie felt very different in Rafal's arms as he flew, and yet, despite the roller coaster in her stomach, she realized Rafal was flying glacially slow, zigzagging off path. She glanced back and saw his leery blue gaze locked on her instead of the sky, clearly thinking about her behavior in the tower.
Eyes on the road, darling,
Sophie chided, faking a smile. The air was chillier than usual for a cloudless March day, the dappled sun streaking empty blue with copper and gold. She noticed a raw-boned raven flapping and panting behind her, with the woods decaying and its body weak. It was no doubt hunting in vain for a new home. Loud shouts echoed below, and Sophie spotted a woods training class in the swordplay moves. Sophie took in this dying forest, filled with aim. She'd been obsessing about Tedros, and blocking out the one person that mattered more to her than Tedros ever could. Even thinking of Agatha's name kicked up a storm of opposites. Love, hate, friend, foe, lost, found, truth, lies, live, die, until words and labels slipped away, and Sophie felt a hole at the center of herself, as if she was incomplete without Agatha, and Agatha incomplete without her. And suddenly, as she looked at 40 stuffings of her bug-eyed, flat-browed, pasty-white best friend, Sophie found herself snickering, because she knew Agatha would snicker at them too. Sophie would needle Agatha about the time she'd tried to add tweezers and suntan to her vocabulary, only to see the poor girl erase an eyebrow and give herself second-degree burns. While Agatha would remind Sophie how she'd chased her down Graves Hill, one-browed, hair bleached orange, a turtle egg yolk mask dripping off her face as she walloped her with a broomstick. And before they knew it, they'd been rolling on the floor together, giggling at how terrible and wonderful they were to each other. Sophie's smile shriveled. Just yesterday, she'd felt like a witch again in Lady Lesso's office, ready to slay Agatha and her prince for Rafal, ready to do whatever it took to keep the young schoolmaster as her true love and not be alone. And now, today, she had Tedros's name tattooed on her skin, was reminiscing about makeovers with Agatha, and couldn't wait to get out of Rafal's cold arms. What's happening to me? Her feet skidded into stone, and Sophie braced to see a black balcony off the old Honor Tower, and students stampeding by to get to their next sessions on time. Quickly, Sophie scrunched her hand deeper into her pocket and broke away from Rafal without looking back.
"Find me at lunch, darling."
Sophie.
Sophie slowly turned to Rafal, shadowed by the sun's glare against the railing.
You will kill them. Tedros and Agatha.
His voice was a hot, teenage snarl.
Or I'll know whose side you're really on.
His eyes flayed her for what seemed like an eternity before he rocketed straight up into the sky and she lost him in ashes of sun. Alone in the hallway, Sophie felt her hand sweating through her pocket. Rafal was onto her. If he saw Tedros's name carved into her, she was good as dead. If she didn't kill Agatha and Tedros, she was even deader. Which meant only one thing, Sophie thought. It was her friends' lives, or her own. Sifting into the crowd of students, Sophie veered towards the lollipop room, determined to catch the spy for good. If she caught the spy, then the spy couldn't break Agatha and Tedros into school, and if Agatha and Tedros couldn't break into school, then she'd never have to see them again. And if she never had to see them again, then she'd never have to kill them. Sophie froze, still. A white mouse was motoring past her shoe tip, a wooden stick in its mouth. It couldn't be the traitorous mouse Lady Lesso had warned her about, for it wasn't carrying a note or a key or anything useful to a spy. And yet, there was still something odd about the rodent, frantically weaving and skidding between boots, as if racing against a clock. And something even odder about the stick between its teeth, knobby, aged and tapering to the top, as if it wasn't a stick at all, but some kind of wand. A wand Sophie was quite sure she'd seen in this very school. But where? Wands were never used in classes or challenges, and most teachers mocked them as archaic training wheels or remnants of fusty godmothers. So who, at the School for Evil, could possibly have use for a... Sophie yelped. Like a runaway bull, she barreled headfirst into the crush of bodies chasing after the mouse. Wherever this little vermin was headed, toting Professor Clarissa Dovey's wand, it was surely leading her right to the spy. Did Dovey's wand have special powers? Is that how the spy planned to help Agatha and Tedros in? Was Professor Dovey the spy herself? But how? Given Dovey was locked up somewhere with the good teachers. Sophie didn't have time to think. Bucking and flinging kids aside, she tracked the mouse down dark spiral stairs, almost losing sight of it before her clacking heels woke a few sleeping fairies on the banister who glowed angry green and lit up the mouse as it skittered into the foyer. Hoisting her dress, Sophie sprinted after it through the supper hall kitchen, where enchanted pots stewed sardines and cold cabbage, past the laundry, where Beazle, the red-skinned dwarf, was single-handedly trying to wash 240 uniforms.
"Mama!"
he screeched, drowning in bubbles, and into the enormous Gallery of Good, refurbished black and green, which, instead of reflecting all of Good's great victories, now depicted something else. Sophie slowed her pace, taking in the museum cases around her. The glass boxes, once filled with heroes' triumphant weapons and proof of dead villains, flaunted new exhibits. Rapunzel's severed hair, Tom Thumb's clothes, Snow White's crown, and 7 dwarf-sized pairs of shoes, all splattered with blood. These weren't trophies of obscure evil victories from hundreds of years ago. These weren't Finola the Fairy Eater, Children Noodle Soup, and Rabid Bear Rex. These were stories every reader knew, only with the villains winning instead of the heroes. Sophie rolled her eyes at these clearly faked relics. First the murals in the hall, and now the gallery, too. Rafal obviously couldn't accept the real endings. Then she remembered something he'd said. "Endings can change, my queen. And change they must." Sophie shuddered, thinking of the way he'd grinned out at the School for Old, the strange roar from inside, the dark shadows on the rooftop. Had Rafal found a way to change the old fairy tale endings? And was that way hidden in the other school? Sophie's stomach dropped like a stone. She'd lost the mouse. Panicked, she ransacked every corner of the gallery. No sign of it. She groaned, furious with herself. Her one chance to catch the spy, and she'd botched it like a fool. She took a quick peek at her left hand, still tattooed with Tedros's name. Shoulders slumping, cursing under her breath, she tromped out of the museum. Late to her own class, spy still unfound, fully convinced her true love was going to kill her. Something caught her eye down the hall. A flit of white scampering towards the castle doors. Got you! Hurtling after the rodent like a castaway after a boat, Sophie blasted out of the gallery, through the black marble foyer, into the mirrored entrance hall, every mirror now cracked, and out the swan-frosted doors onto the great lawn, quite sure she was the first pretty girl in history to run towards a mouse, rather than away from it. A wall of green smoke blinded her. Sophie shielded her eyes, but wind was blowing more green mist towards her off the surface of the steaming, corrosive bay. Determined not to lose the mouse again, she hobbled down the hill, her suede stiletto boots snagging in dead, muddy grass as she scanned the ground, hoping the mouse had snagged somewhere too. But every time she thought she found it, it turned out to be a stray crogbone, which she punted in anger until she skirted the shore of the lethal moat, looking left, then right, at a loss which way to go. A human shadow skulked towards her out of the fog. Sophie stumbled back. Aggie? Only it wasn't one shadow. It was two. Aggie and Teddy. Stay where you are, she called out. The pair of shadows advanced faster. Sophie's fingertip burned pink with terror. Stop! Stop right there! But the shadows were coming even faster now, and Sophie held out her glow like a dagger, ready to stun them both as they broke through the mist. Oh! Sophie dropped her right hand, glow evaporating. It's you.
Had to fetch the new students,
Hester puffed, looking winded. Schoolmaster sent us to welcome them, said Dot, panting beside her.
Since we're the only ones that seem to like this school.
Annadil groused, coming out of the mist, trailed by two black rats, the third one flagging, looking wan and half dead. You might need another rat, Sophie cracked, relieved her friends were acknowledging her again. She pressed her tattooed hand deeper into her pocket. Listen, can we reconvene book club after lunch? I really need to talk to... Wait a second. Did you say new students? Over Hester's shoulder, Sophie saw two more shadows breaking through the fog. A teenage boy and girl she'd never seen before, both wearing Evil's black uniforms and equally black scowls. The boy resembled a malevolent penguin, with sickly pale skin, dark bulging eyes, sunken cheeks, and a hideous dome of black hair. He had scrawny thighs and calves, no muscle tone in his stick-like arms, and walked stiffly, as if afraid something might fall out of his pants. The girl was broad-shouldered and golden tan, with glimmering blue eyes, a small button nose, and long black hair that was so harshly black it didn't look her natural hue, as if it had been dyed in a hurry by someone who didn't understand the careful calculations of proper colouring, most certainly a man. Still, Sophie found her pretty overall, and for a moment felt threatened, until she noticed the girl's thuggish, swaggery walk, like a troll in search of something to club. The new boy and new girl spotted Sophie and stopped short. Sophie saw their legs go shaky, their foreheads sweaty, and their mouths hold back huge smiles as if they wanted to hug her, touch her, or at least get an autograph.
They're big fans of your storybook,
Hester mumbled, glaring at the gaping strangers. Good grief, that explains everything, Sophie sighed, suspicions melting away. She'd forgotten how famous her fairy tale was in the woods. She must have adoring fans like these everywhere. For all she knew, thousands of obsessed admirers had tried to get into the school to be close to her, and these were the first who succeeded. Well, The schoolmaster said nothing of this to me, Sophie sniffed, at once flattered and in no mood to interact with common groupies when there was a spy to catch. Surely he'd have at least mentioned their names. I'm Essa of Bloodbrook, cold-hearted ever-killer, sworn to protect evil, the girl interjected, her voice high and thin, layered with the snootiest accent Sophie had ever heard. She clutched the boy's hand. And this is Edgar. I can introduce myself, thank you. The boy growled at her in a low tone and turned to Sophie. I'm Edgar of Bloodbrook, cold-hearted ever-killer, also sworn to protect evil. Sophie peered at their joined hands. Two cold-hearted ever-killers in love? The boy and girl looked at each other as if prepared for every question but this one.
Cousins. They're cousins, snapped Hester, part of Captain Hook's family tree.
Edgar instantly let go of Essa's hand. We don't like to talk about it. Private people, Essa clipped. Doesn't make any sense, Sophie said. Since when does the School for Evil take new students?
Weren't old enough to be picked as nevers the first go-round,
Annadil broke in. Must be quite the ever-killers if the schoolmaster's willing to bring them in now, chimed Dot, snacking on a crog bone turned to fudge. Sophie noticed the cousins studying Rafal's ring on her finger, seeming less like ever-killers and more like jewel appraisers. She hid her hand. Well, like I said, the schoolmaster didn't mention anything to me about new students, so I really should check with—
Course he didn't mention it to you,
scoffed Hester, marching past Sophie towards the castle.
Bringing in outside assassins. Doesn't want you to think he's doubting your ability to kill Agatha and Tedros, does he? Since he's your true love, said Annadil, following Hester.
And it's your job to kill them, said Dot, following Annadil. Sophie bristled nervously and looked at the two strangers. Death to Agatha, Edgar blurted, raising a fist. Death to Tedros, squeaked Essa, fist up too. They hurried after the witches. As the two ever-killers ran up the hill, Sophie felt her heart curdle with dread. From the day he put his ring on her, Rafal had never trusted her loyalty to evil. Now he'd brought in two trained murderers to force her hand. Would Rafal make them kill her best friends if she wouldn't? Would Rafal kill her? And how long could she possibly keep Tedros's name hidden from him? Watching Edgar and Essa approach the castle, Sophie made a desperate wish to keep Agatha and Tedros away from this school, to stop them from trying to rescue her, to never see them again, and save all of their lives. But, as with most of Sophie's wishes, this one had gone wrong. For without realizing it, she was watching Agatha and Tedros right now, darting into the castle. She hadn't kept her friends out. She'd let them in. Chapter 17. Missions Impossible. As soon as the three witches thrust Edgar and Essa into their smelly, burnt dorm room, Hester locked the door and scowled at Essa.
Tedros, you brain-dead cow. Why'd you grab Agatha's hand? Almost gave yourselves away.
Tedros and Agatha were both bent over, slurping breaths. Sophie, she's wearing ring, Agatha wheezed. Almost hugged her. Should have taken your chance. No way we're getting out of this place alive. Tedros panted, glowering down at his shapely girl's body. Did you see the way those Everboys in the hall goggled at me? We saw our best friend again, and we're still in one piece. I'd call that success, said Agatha, flopping Boy's limbs across a bed and knocking over a frame on the nightstand. I'd call it suicide, said Tedros, yanking at his shorts.
Calm down, princess. So many kids crammed into this castle that no one knows who's who anymore, sneered Hester, fixing the picture of her mother in front of a gingerbread house. You'll both be safe in our room until tonight,
Annadil added, watching two of her rats nuzzle the weak and exhausted third.
Though if Essa talks any more in that horrible accent, I might slit her throat. It's the only way I can keep my voice high,
Tedros fought. Makes you sound like a milkmaid from Maidenvale, said Dot, airily rummaging in the closet. Daddy likes milkmaids. Kept one in our basement. Everyone in the room looked at her. Glad you find this funny, Tedros spat, still clawing at his shorts. Can't even think in this stupid body. Whatever spell Merlin used to dye my hair is itching like mad, my backside won't fit in my pants, my feet are too small, my legs are freezing, and I keep having to pee. At least one thing hasn't changed, mumbled Agatha. Tedros gave her a toxic look. And who came up with those idiotic names, Edgar and Essa, as if we were born with croquet mallets in our mouths, sipping tea in Malabar Hills? Names were my idea. Dot blushed, pulling out of the closet, looking hurt. Hester let me pick them on the condition that I got fat again. Said if I was fat like first year, and the three of us pretended to love this place, no one would suspect us being spies for good. We had to help you, of course. First, Agatha's our friend. Second, Auric almost killed Hester, and now he's Dean. And third, we can't just let the schoolmaster turn the whole school evil. No point being evil if there's no good to fight, is there? What will we do all day? Eat popcorn and give ourselves pedicures? Besides, I figured if I help you rescue Sophie, maybe I can't wear these now. She held up her old skimpy blue bodice from the school for girls. But at least I'll do something with my life, and Daddy won't call me a failure anymore, Dot said, sniffling. Spent all our classes trying to think of nice names for you, and that's why my ranks are low, and I'm going to end up a plant. But Edgar sounds like Agatha if you say it with a lisp, and Essa rhymes with Tedros if you don't think about it too much, and I thought you'd be proud of me for doing such a good job. She blew her nose into the bodice. Hester, Annadil, and Agatha all glared at Tedros. Put yourself in my shoes, Dot, he said guiltily, itching his hair. I'm Prince of Camelot, soon to be king if I don't die first. I came back into the woods with my princess to rescue our best friend, and I didn't sign up to do it as the girl, all right? As the girl? Is that what I am? Agatha rocketed up in her string bean body. The girl! Hey now, all I'm saying is that if any of my friends ever saw me like this, pretty sure they just saw you in the hall, Agatha snarled, boiling with boy hormones. Think Chaddick even winked at you. Tedros looked like he'd been slapped.
There's the old Agatha, Hester smirked. Back in the coven at last,
said Annadil. Not as an official member, of course, Dot snipped. Agatha splayed onto the mattress, stirring up soot. A boy's angry and starving all the time. I could eat this pillow. The pillow turned to chocolate. And that is why I'm not an official member, Agatha said as she bit into it, throwing Dot a grin. Tedros stared at his princess, now a ravenous, belligerent boy. At 3 evil witches, still sniggering at his expense. At his long-tressed, soft-jawed, smooth-legged reflection in a glass picture frame. The prince burst into a sweat. I can't do this. I just can't. His fingertip started glowing hot gold. I'm doing the counterspell and reversing the potion. Agatha lurched up and grabbed him. They'll catch you. The second you walk out this door, they'll kill all of us.
We've come this far, all right?
Begged Hester, coaxing his girl body down to the bed.
It's the only way, Tedros,
soothed Annadil, gripping his glowing finger. Might even make you a better person, Dot huffed, before adding under her breath, less dramatic at least. Tedros dumped his peachy cheeks into his hands and hunched over the bed. We're never going to make it. We're never going to get Sophie out of here. I'll never get back to Camelot. I'll never get to be king. And I'm going to die as a girl. Hester's demon swelled red on her neck.
You snivelling, cock-brained, yellow-bellied imp. The four of us girls have spent our whole lives proving we're more than girls, and here you are, acting like being a girl is a death sentence. Your whole life you've relied on your dimpled chin and moony eyes and washboard stomach to substitute for a soul. Well, now you're one of us, Essa, and all of our lives are depending on you. So if you don't stop whining and man up, you sorry excuse for a prince, I'll send this demon right up your... She saw Agatha shaking her head and stealthily blowing smoke letters off her own glowing fingertip. Mother issues. Hester bit her lip. Tedros. My friend, she said, trying to sound sympathetic with mixed results. I know this isn't easy, but you've made it into this hellish school. That was the hardest part. Now, we just need you and Agatha to finish the missions Merlin gave you. You have the whole day to figure out how you're going to do it. In the meantime, Hester, Dot, and me better get back to class or Sophie's going to suspect something, said Annadel, shooting Hester a look. Hester kneeled to Tedros's level and clasped his small, dainty fingers in hers. We'll leave you here with Agatha and be back after dinner. That's when your missions start, okay? Tedros didn't answer. Hester held up the tail of her shirt, revealing an ugly pink scar on her belly. I took Arik's knife to protect your princess, to protect your true love, Tedros. Now it's your turn to prove what you're made of. She glanced up at Agatha's gawky, penguinish boy. Both of you. If we're going to rescue Sophie and save our world, we need you to be a team. Agatha and Tedros didn't look at each other. One smile, Edgar and Essa, said Hester. Please. Hester asking for a smile. World's dying after all, Dot chipped. Slowly, Edgar and Essa made eye contact. They turned to Hester and conjured identical smiles. Hester slackened in relief. Back soon, lovebirds. Use your time wisely, she said as her two roommates followed her out. And try not to break any school rules, if you know what I mean. Agatha and Tedros held their smiles as the door closed and locked from the outside. Then they looked at each other and frowned. Less than an hour earlier, Edgar and Essa were squashed side by side on a tree stump in the woods, watching Merlin sprinkle glitter dust on a grove of carnivorous purple thorns, putting the thorns to sleep. "When can I turn back?" Tedros demanded in a deep voice, creamy girl cheeks glowing pink. "Once you return alive," the wizard said, poking testingly at a limp thorn. "Which means never," Agatha murmured, squinting ahead at tall, spiked gates that blocked entry to the school for good and evil. The lethally sharp slats that once shimmered solid gold now glowed acid green, flashing a familiar sign, "Trespassers will be killed." Agatha gulped. They'd had a short nap on the cliff top and a hat-made snack of kale omelettes and strawberry vanilla smoothies before Merlin dressed them in Evil's black and green uniforms. Spies, obviously, as to how he'd acquired them, and brought them to the threshold of the school without informing them how a girl and boy, now boy and girl, could get through gates vowing to kill them. "Only a teacher can open those gates," Agatha argued. "If we touch them, we'll get blasted to pieces." "Gates are the least of my problems. Suppose the counterspell doesn't work. Suppose I'm stuck a girl forever," said Tedros. "Please don't use your boy's voice in a girl's body, my child," said Merlin, picking his teeth with a thorn. "It's a bad habit and reeks of cheap burlesque. Now, you won't get very far without being able to convince people you're a girl. So let's start with your name." "My head itches," Tedros said, still in baritone. "Why can't I have my normal blonde hair?" "Because we need you to look like an evil assassin, not Goldilocks's lovelier sister." "You're a magician. You'd think you could dye hair without giving me lice."
The lance of a thorn landed between Tedros's legs.
"The finer art of hair care is not a priority when our world is on the line,"
said Merlin, searing him with a stare.
"Now, let's hear that voice before I really make you itch."
Tedros crossed his arms.
"My name is Essa,"
he squawked in a shrilly, ear-piercing snoot.
"Goodness, it's like a schoolmarm from Runyon Hills,"
Merlin said, then saw Agatha giggling, her high-pitched cackles mismatching her male frame. Merlin raised his brows.
"Really? You too could make a killing in the circus?"
"My name is Essa,"
Tedros repeated angrily, even more strident and prim. Agatha was laughing so hard she couldn't speak.
"You're using too much nose. Breathe from your stomach."
Tedros whipped back his hair. "What? You're the expert on being a girl?" Agatha stopped laughing. She stood up, looming over Tedros and her boy's body. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you have the easy job since you look and act like a boy most days anyway," Tedros blared. "Oh yeah?" Agatha shoved him with surprising force. "You think this is easy? My hips are so stiff I can barely walk. My Adam's apple is the size of a small animal. My jaw feels wired shut. And now I'll have to speak for both of us since you clearly can't handle it." "Handle it? I'm the one rescuing Sophie, not you." "You can't even say your own name." "I'm the prince and you're the princess, and rescuing our friend is my job. Just ask Merlin!" Tedros yelled, practically a shriek.
"Yes, now you've got it, boy,"
Merlin spouted, not looking at him as he trimmed his beard with a thorn.
"Sound perfectly female now."
Tedros gaped at him. Agatha burst into howls. Tedros tackled her. "Boys can't hit girls," Agatha yelled, grabbing Tedros in a headlock. "Lucky for you I'm not a boy," Tedros shouted, flinging dirt into Agatha's face. A spell zapped them both, ricocheting them to opposite trees.
"This is the future king and queen of Camelot? This is whom we've entrusted with our future?"
Merlin lashed, no longer the friendly old guide.
"My spies and I have risked everything, so that you may rescue your best friend and find a happy ending that will save good, old, and new. Countless lives are in your childish, untrained hands, least of all yours. Only you're too busy ogle-bogling and fiddle-faddling like two monkeys fighting over a spot to poo. So from now until it's time to go through those gates, I don't want to hear another word."
Agatha and Tedros looked down sullenly before Tedros peeked up. "Then can I be a boy again?" Merlin gave him a black scowl. "But we still need a teacher to unlock them, Merlin," said Agatha.
"Agatha's right," said Tedros. "The gates only opened for us first year because Dovey gave me permission to be in the woods." "Trust me, my dears, I am smarter than the both of you," said Merlin. "Now, once you safely arrive in the school for evil, the two of you will split up on 2 missions. One of you will go to the school for old and find Excalibur. The other will remain in the school for new and rescue Sophie. As to which one of you will rescue Sophie—"
"Me!"
his charges shouted. Merlin sighed.
"Uma did warn me this would happen. Nevertheless, the one to rescue Sophie should be the one who knows her best."
He cleared his throat and pulled what looked like a pack of purple playing cards from his star-covered hat. The wizard peered down his spectacles at the first.
"What is Sophie's favorite food?"
"Cucumbers!" Agatha and Tedros yelled. Merlin muttered and shuffled to the next card.
"What does Sophie use to wash her face?"
"Beetroot." The Evers overlapped.
"What color is Sophie's finger glow?"
"Hot pink."
"What position does Sophie sleep in?"
"On her back."
"What scent is Sophie's perfume?"
"Lavender, vanilla, patchouli." Merlin tugged at his mustache.
"It seems switching sexes has improved your brain capacities. Perhaps you should stay this way permanently."
He shouted into his hat like a bullhorn. "Harder, please!" The hat ejected a single card that Merlin fumbled and caught. "Dearest me," he said, squinting hard at it. "This seems rather unfair, given Agatha practically grew up with the girl, but all right. Which of you knew Sophie's mother's name when you were on Necro Ridge?" Agatha's stubbly cheeks greyed. Tedros's girly face grinned. "A twist in the tale indeed. And so it seems Essa will rescue Sophie from the school for new," the wizard said to Tedros before turning to Agatha. "Which means Edgar will go to the school for old and find Excalibur. Now, listen to me closely. We'll have only one chance for you to escape the school upon completing your missions. We must meet here at midnight, precisely midnight in this very spot. Tedros with Sophie, Agatha with Excalibur, and I'll whisk the three of you to safety. Understood?" "What about Sophie destroying the ring?" Tedros asked. "For the last time, please use your girl voice, Tedros."
"What about Sophie destroying the ring?"
Tedros squawked. Merlin rubbed at his ears. "I'm afraid destroying the ring is too much to ask of both you and Sophie for one night, my child. Tonight, your duty is to convince Sophie to escape the young schoolmaster and follow you to a place where he will not find her. I am well aware gaining Sophie's trust would be far easier in your princely form. But remember, as long as you are in the wrong bodies, the Storian ceases to write your whereabouts. Once you return to Tedros's body, however, the Storian will tell the schoolmaster exactly where you are, and his entire school will murder you on sight. So, if you plan on staying alive beyond tonight, don't do anything stupid." Tedros blanched as Merlin turned to Agatha. "As for you, my girl, or my boy, since we may as well be accurate, you must find a way to break into the school for old all on your own, as difficult as it might be. Tedros's sword is hidden somewhere in that castle, and it is your duty to steal it back. Remember, we cannot destroy Sophie's ring nor kill the schoolmaster without that sword." Merlin's eyes thinned. "Agatha?" She was still glaring sullenly at her girl-faced prince. "Agatha, my spies will be here any second, and we can't have you pouting over your assignment like a spoiled cat," said Merlin. Agatha noticed Tedros's gloating grin. She shoved down her disappointment, determined not to give him the satisfaction. "Look, I'll find the sword, but you still haven't told us who these spies even are." But now she and Tedros saw 3 ravens flapping out of green fog over the bay, one thin, one fat, and one albino white. All 3 were hopeless flyers, with the albino zagging off track, the fat one snarfing chocolate worms, and the thin one screeching a signal to dive before all 3 birds crashed into each other and plummeted like failed parachutes into a bush behind the gates.
"I can't find the uniforms,"
Anadil's voice croaked from inside the bush.
"I left them right here. Dot's sitting on them."
Hester's voice grouched. Was wondering why the ground's so soft. Dot's voice wisped.
"Unmogrify on 3,
said Hester.
1, 2...
With you watching? Dot gasped.
"As if we want to see you naked, you idiot,"
Hester yelled.
3!
A burst of red, green, and blue light exploded from the bush as it rocked side to side, with flashes of skin through leaves.
"I think this officially makes us a coven,"
Hester's voice grumped. "Has someone got my underpants?" Dot clucked.
"Let no one question my allegiance to evil, because there is nothing more evil than what I'm seeing right now,"
snarled Anadil. All at once, the 3 witches stood up in the bush, covered in pine needles and fully dressed in evil's uniforms. Through the spiked gates, they saw Edgar and Essa blinking at them.
"I take that back,"
said Anadil.
"You're the spies," Tedros blurted in his deep voice. Merlin frowned. "But I thought you were evil."
"And I thought you were a boy. Things aren't so black and white, are they?" Hester huffed. "Merlin, Fairy Patrol will be here in 2 minutes. We need to break them in now."
"Where's the wand, then?"
said the wizard, grimacing at Hester through the gate. Hester stared at Anadil and the 2 black rats peeking out of her pockets.
"The wand isn't here yet."
Anadil went a shade whiter, if that was possible. So did the rats.
He was supposed to arrive before us.
1 minute until Fairy Patrol, Dot warned, listening to jangling chinks in the distance. "And now we have an even worse problem," said Agatha, big boy eyes narrowed across the bay. Everyone spun and glimpsed Sophie's small shadow through the mist, tottering down the great lawn, head bent to the ground, as if searching for something in the grass. "She'll see us if the mist clears," Tedros fretted, voice somewhere between Esser's and his own. 30 seconds until fairies," Dot said, the ugly jangling growing louder.
"Anadil, we need that wand," Merlin pressed.
For the first time, Agatha saw a crack in the wizard's poise. Hester, too, normally unsinkable, was blotched red, haranguing Anadil.
"You told Merlin it could find anything, that it'd find Dovey wherever she's imprisoned and get her my message. You promised it'd bring back her wand in time." "It's a talent, not a guarantee,"
Anadil said weakly, her 2 black rats looking just as uptight. 15 seconds, said Dot. But now there were green fairy flashes from the east flitting along the bank, while green mist receded along the south shore, about to reveal 3 evil witches and a famous good wizard, breaking in 2 strangers at the gates. 5 seconds, Dot cried.
"There!"
Anadil hissed, pointing behind her. Everyone whirled to see a white mouse hurtling out of fog, Professor Dovey's wand in its mouth. Only as the mouse scuttled towards them, wheezing and sweating, Agatha saw its body engorging, its white fur blackening, its front teeth sharpening, its black eyes reddening, until the white mouse was no longer a mouse at all, but a rabid black rat charging straight for its master. With a last flail of effort, it flying leapt towards Anadil, flinging the wand through the air in seeming slow motion. The albino witch caught it and whirled to the school gates, stabbing the wand tip at the glowing spikes. The gates parted magically, opening a thin gap.
"Thanks, Fairy Godmother,"
Anadil sighed in relief.
"Wherever you are."
She tossed Dovey's wand to Merlin, and the wizard jammed Agatha and Tedros through before the bars slammed tight behind the intruders. Together, Agatha and Tedros swiveled to see Merlin on the other side of the deadly gates.
"Midnight," said the wizard. "Do not fail."
Then he pulled off his hat and jumped through its brim like a genie into a lamp, before the hat vanished too, with a thundering crack. For Agatha and Tedros, being trapped in a witch's dorm room was a lot like being trapped in a house on Graves Hill. The first few hours they simply didn't speak. Each claimed a bed. Agatha took Hester's, Tedros took Dot's, with Anadil's between them like a castle moat. Neither even acknowledged the other, partly because they were embarrassed by their new bodies, but more because both had a lot of thinking to do. Hugging a mouldy pillow, Agatha mulled every possible path into the school for old. Halfway bridge, sewers between castles, tree tunnels in the clearing, or a long slog around the bay. While Tedros, charred pillow over his face, racked his brain for ways to get Sophie alone. Soon, Agatha heard neighbours returning after sessions, then complaining about dinner, stewed sardines and cabbage, she gathered, leaving her extra thankful for Merlin's magic hat. And before she knew it, the wintry light had dimmed through the window, melting into night-time. Agatha lit Hester's claw-shaped candle on the nightstand and pored over some of the witch's books. Advanced Spells for Suffering, Why Villains Fail, Frequent Witch Mistakes, hoping she'd find something useful. Tedros, meanwhile, was scribbling at Dot's desk in the dark, balling up pages every 10 seconds, breaking quills in frustration, and cursing loudly in his boy voice. Agatha ignored him and focused on her task. Her best bet was Halfway Bridge, she thought. It's how she'd broken into both the school for evil and the school for boys. Surely she could find her way into the school for old the same way. Tedros broke another quill. "Oh, for God's sake, what are you writing?" Tedros slouched, like a maiden failing to spin straw into gold. Figured I should write down all the things I want to say to Sophie, but there's so much I don't know where to start. "You'll think of something," Agatha grumbled, nose still in her book. "If you haven't noticed, I'm crap under pressure." Agatha glanced up at him, her prince's earnest, puppy-dog eyes blinking through his girl's face. Strangely, he'd never looked more adorable. "What happened to, 'I'll know what to do when the time comes'?" she asked. "I know what to do when I'm with you. Never really thought I'd be rescuing her on my own, no matter how much I acted like it." Agatha blushed and went back to her book. "You've never been at a loss for words when it comes to Sophie. You flirted with her when she was a girl. When she was a boy, I'm sure you'll be charming her in no time." "I was me both of those times. This is different." Tedros stretched his arms and climbed onto Anadil's middle bed. "Besides, I already have a princess, even though she picks fights with me for no reason." "And I have a prince who doesn't listen to me and always thinks he's right," Agatha snapped. "Because you act like you don't need me half the time." "Because you act like I'm supposed to do what you say." "Because you're always trying to be the prince." "Well, I don't have the faintest clue how to be a princess," Agatha barked. "Obviously," Tedros roared. "Why do you think I like you so much?" He rolled onto his other side. Agatha watched him in silence, all the stress she'd been festering slowly seeping away. Tedros didn't flinch as she climbed onto the bed next to him, keeping a space between their bodies. Together, they lay side by side in the dark, staring at the burnt ceiling. Girl and boy. Boy and girl. "Hester's right. All I've ever had going for me is a crown, a fortune, and a face," Tedros said quietly. "Dovey used to say we'd need more than looks and charm to find our happy ending. Chaddock and the boys made fun of the old bat and I'd join in. But when I saw Sophie on the shore, and I was no longer a prince, I knew she was right. I felt naked, powerless, like I was hollow inside. You all think I'm scared of being a girl. It's not being a girl I'm scared of. It's that I'll only be loved for what's on the outside rather than the real me. That's been my biggest fear my whole life. That all anyone sees is a tall, blonde prince straight out of a storybook and fills in the rest without seeing what's actually there. But now, for the first time, that outside is gone and I'm in a weird body that isn't mine, and all I have is the Tedros inside me. The Tedros that I don't know is good enough for anybody to love." He blinked faster. "That's what happened to my father, isn't it? He made my mother see the king as long as he could, until she saw underneath the power and good looks and saw what was really inside of him. Arthur. Just Arthur, who wasn't even worth a goodbye to her." "What if I'm the same as my father, Agatha? What if you see what I am when you take away the prince and it isn't good enough? Maybe that's why you've been fighting with me so much the closer we get to Camelot, because underneath the prince, you see, I'm nothing." He smeared at his eyes. "I've always been the prince. Without that prince, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to get Sophie alone. I don't know what to say to her. I don't know how to convince her to trust me. I don't know how to get her out of this castle without the schoolmaster killing all of us." Agatha looked into his tear-streaked face. "And I don't know how to get your sword," she said. Tedros couldn't help but laugh through his sniffles.
Agatha cozied her head under his soft arm, her big, boyish palm wrapping his delicate hand. "When I look at you, I don't see a prince," Agatha breathed. "Even when you're at your most handsome and macho and charming, I can't see a prince. Because if I see a prince, then I'll have to see the king. And if I see the king, then I'll have to see myself as a queen of the most famous kingdom ever known." She could feel the panic rising and held it down. "That's why I struggle so much. That's why I said what I did to Princess Uma, because to be with you, I have to pretend you're not a prince. I have to pretend it'll always be you and me like we were those first few days in Gabaldon, an ordinary girl with an ordinary boy, and no kingdom waiting for you. And I can only do that by looking closer, beyond what's in front of me, to the heart and soul that made me fall in love with you. A soul that's sensitive, honest, and deep-feeling. A heart whose love is like a big, golden sun that makes you feel so warm when you have it and so cold when it's gone, and all anyone wants to do is find their way back to it." A tear slipped down Agatha's cheek. "It doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl. It doesn't matter who your father is or where you come from or what you look like. Here you are worried that I'll leave when I see your real self, when that's the part of you that lets me stay." Tedros propped up on his elbows and gazed at Agatha, his blue eyes wide and wet. Even though their bodies hadn't changed, Agatha didn't feel like a boy anymore, and Tedros no longer felt like a girl. As he slowly leaned towards her, she smelled his minty breath and closed her eyes. "This is where you tell me how to get your sword," Agatha whispered. "No idea," Tedros whispered back. She tasted his lips against hers.
"Well, well,"
a sharp voice stung. Agatha twirled in Tedros's arms to see 3 shadows in the doorway, Hester's eyes gleaming through darkness.
"So much for using your time wisely."
Chapter 18. Tedros in the Sky with Chocolate. It wasn't until after she and Tedros split up that Agatha wondered if she would ever see him again.
"Showtime, kids,"
said Hester, storming into the room and snatching Agatha off the bed.
"Annie, Dot, you take Essa. Edgar's with me. We have 2 hours until midnight." "Why do we get the twit?"
Annadel moaned.
"Because you're the henchman,"
Hester snapped, sweeping Agatha out of the room. Agatha looked back frantically, just in time to see her prince-turned-princess lunge off the bed and catch her at the door. "See you soon," he breathed. "See you soon," Agatha said. The door closed between them, and Tedros was gone. Hester yanked Agatha's boy body down a dim hall.
"Annadel and I tried for weeks to find a path into the school for old with 0 luck, so you better have a damn good plan."
"Barely said goodbye," Agatha mourned, looking back at the receding door.
"Didn't look like you two were saying much of anything,"
Hester snarked, pulling her past a few evers and nevers, hightailing into rooms as if their lives depended on it. Kiko froze in her tracks, gawking at them.
"What are you looking at?"
Hester growled. Kiko shut her door, her voice echoing from inside.
"Mona, Hester had a boyfriend."
Hester dragged Agatha ahead.
"Halfway bridge is suicide, obviously. We'll be sitting ducks, and no way can you get past the invisible barrier a 3rd time. Sewers are still blocked off from last year, so that's a no-go. Best bet is to risk the ferry patrol around the bay."
"Hold on. We?" Agatha asked excitedly. "Merlin said I'd be on my own."
"Because Merlin thinks you're the only one who can get into the school for old alive," said Hester. "What he doesn't understand is that a coven is a coven, and we protect each other to the death. Besides, no chance I'm letting you see inside that school without me.
She saw Agatha's expression, grateful and moved, and Hester glowered impatiently.
Well, which way? Anything but the
bridge. Agatha smiled.
I knew you'd say that,
Hester sighed, towing her into a dark breezeway.
And don't tell Dot I said you're in the coven. She'll turn us both into mocha pudding.
Agatha followed her out the glass passage into a shadowy honor dormitory, noticing more students ducking into rooms as if outrunning a monster. How did you get to be Merlin's spies, anyway?
We used Annadil's rat to ferry a message into the woods, looking for help to fight the schoolmaster. Turns out your cat Reaper was in the woods at the same time, delivering your mother's message. Well, Cat found Rat and chased it halfway to Maidenvale, intent on eating it, before Yuba discovered both of them. Ever since then, Reaper, so cute by the way, brings Merlin's messages to us, while Annie's rat brings our messages back to Merlin.
Agatha slowed down. League business, she thought, remembering why Merlin said she couldn't see Reaper. Meanwhile, her bald, mashed-up cat, who she thought had no other use than scaring away strangers and decapitating birds, had been communicating with her 3 witch friends all this time. She suddenly missed that vile old coot even more, and wondered if Reaper knew her mother was dead. Agatha's heart sank. She didn't have the strength to tell him. Hester was far down the hall now, and Agatha could barely see her, with the sky ink-black out the porthole windows and a brisk crosswind blowing through. As her eyes adjusted, she had to put her hands out to find a stuccoed wall, and resisted calling out Hester's name. Only then did she notice the mural splashed beneath her fingers. 7 brightly dressed dwarves, face down in blood. Slowly Agatha backed up, taking in more scenes. Tom Thumb devoured by a giant, Rapunzel and her prince thrown from a tower by a witch. Good endings she'd seen tacked to a wall in Yuba's cave. Good endings already rewritten for evil. Agatha remembered what Merlin had warned her in the woods. The schoolmaster was behind all of this, each fairy tale revised a piece of a bigger plan. But what plan? Why was he killing old heroes? Why did he need the old stories at all? Unless the old gives him power over the new, Merlin's voice echoed. Stomach squeezing, Agatha crept further along the muraled walls. Captain Hook plunging his hook into Peter Pan's heart. A wolf biting into Red Riding Hood's neck. A pock-marked old witch jamming Hansel and Gretel into an oven. "Hurry up!" Hester hissed ahead. Agatha bustled to catch up, terrified for the old League members she'd left behind, safe in a cave, for the time being. Whatever the schoolmaster's plan, they had to destroy his ring before any more of these scenes came true. As the clock tower tolled 10, Agatha noticed the dormitories dead quiet now. Where'd everyone go?
Auric declared mandatory study time, since tracking week is next week, said Hester, tugging her up the rear staircase. No club meetings, no common rooms, all bodies in assigned rooms. Anyone who saw us thinks we're trying to make curfew. Weird hearing your voice come out of that body, by the way. You look like a creepy page boy.
What if teachers see me? Or fairies? Agatha pushed.
Doing room checks, starting with first floor. Relax, no one will stop you if you're with me. Teachers all love me, except...
Hester froze, staring upwards. Agatha squinted through the dark gap in the staircase to see a tall, spike-haired shadow glaring down from the 5th floor. Glittering purple eyes flashed like warning flares.
"Hester, my sweet, shouldn't you be in your room?"
said Auric, slinking down the stairs.
Edgar forgot his book bag in the library, said Hester, foisting Agatha past Auric. You know how disorganized boys are.
Auric barred them with his big arm.
You may be teacher's pet, but that doesn't mean you can break the rules, Hester. Even I can't break the rules, or I'd have cut my mother into pieces by now and served her as a midnight treat.
His tongue traced his teeth, his eyes on Hester.
Strange, though. My mother insists you're one of evil's great hopes, sure to become an illustrious witch. And yet, I can't imagine evil's great hope cavorting about with a dodgy boy after curfew.
His pupils flicked to Agatha.
Stranger indeed, given I've personally punished almost every boy in school, but don't recognize this one in the slightest.
He fingered the coiled whip on his belt hook, prowling towards the twiggy stranger.
The muscleless legs, flaccid wrists, weak jaw. Almost feminine, don't you think?
Edgar keeps to himself,
Hester replied calmly.
With all the evers and nevers mixed together and your being new here, no wonder you don't recognize.
Oh, I'd remember a boy this soft,
Auric purred, backing Agatha against the banister.
You see, Edgar, I don't like boys who don't act like boys. I spent years trapped in a cave, abandoned by my own mother, and yet I taught myself not to shed a tear. Boys don't cry or snivel or bend over like passive little princesses. Boys fight. Boys dominate. It's what I told Tristan in the trial when he begged for his life like a dog. No matter how many times I'd taken that tart to the dungeon, teaching him what it meant to be a boy, still he didn't learn his lesson. And then to find him high up in that tree, unashamedly a girl.
Auric's cheeks raged red.
Never again. Every boy in this school belongs to me now, especially ones like my new friend Edgar, who don't seem much like boys at all.
He leaned in, his lips almost touching Agatha's as he grinned into her eyes.
Best move along, Hester dear. I need some alone time with our young Edgar tonight, and when I send him back in the morning, he'll be a real boy.
Agatha couldn't breathe. Hester didn't move.
Go,
Auric hissed at Hester, viper quick.
Because this time when I slit you open, you won't have a trial flag to save you.
Hester swallowed and gave Edgar a helpless stare. Legs shaking, Agatha watched her friend quail up the stairs and vanish. Agatha hastily focused on her fear, feeling her own fingertip start to burn gold. She had only one hope to escape. Auric's whip lashed around her wrist. Agatha's glow extinguished in surprise.
Magic? How feeble.
He yanked her down the stairs by the whip like a leash.
Can't even fight like a boy.
Agatha's fear scorched to adrenaline. How's this then? Auric turned. She punched him in the face. Auric reeled backwards into the wall, nose gushing blood, before he recovered and charged her like a bear. Agatha dove under him, but he grappled her by the belly, ramming her head first into the banister. Bleary with pain, Agatha made out a hard stone floor 4 flights down. Auric hoisted her over the deadly drop and smiled brutally, teeth speckled with blood.
Say hello to Tristan for me.
He loosened his grip. A red, horned demon smashed into his groin, and Auric cried out in shock. Throwing Agatha's boy body to the stairs. Shrieking like a banshee, the shoe-sized demon spread-eagled on Auric's face like a mask, blinding him as he writhed against the wall. Agatha gaped at Hester, slithering down the staircase.
Best move along, Edgar dear,
Hester cooed, lurking towards Auric.
The Dean and I have some old business to settle.
No, I can't leave you alone, Agatha hissed in her ear. Not like last time.
This isn't like last time at all,
Hester swished her red-lit finger, and her demon squeezed Auric by the throat, choking him until he gurgled. "But he's dangerous," Agatha sputtered. "What if—"
"You're forgetting something very important about me, my dear," said Hester. She turned to Agatha, eyeballs clouding with blood. "I'm a villain."
Agatha didn't ask any more questions. She sprinted up the last 2 flights, hearing Auric's muffled wails as she pushed through the frosted door and slammed it shut behind her. Fingerglow lighting her path, Agatha dashed along the dark, chilly rooftop between the scenes of Merlin's menagerie, guzzling in air. "Hester's fine, Hester's fine, Hester's fine." What wasn't fine was the fact that she was all alone in her mission now, just as Merlin predicted, and the fact that teachers were surely on the way given the noise they'd made in the stairwell. She didn't risk the time to study the hedges or see how they'd changed. She had to find the scene with water. That was the secret portal from the roof to the bridge. Just find water. 3 minutes later, Agatha was still running in circles, hyper-breaths fogging, spying nothing but landlocked hedges as she swerved deeper and deeper into the maze. Agatha stalled, Fingerglow pinned ahead. Dead center in the garden was a leafy sculpture of herself as a girl, floating magically above a rippling pond in Tedros's arms. Beneath them, Sophie raged on the pond's shore, fists gnarled, mouth wide open in a scream. Agatha shivered, reliving the moment by the lake on the night of the Evers snowball. That single moment when 3 friends had been torn apart. Now it was up to her and her prince to bring them back together. From the shore, Agatha lifted her gaze to the black towers of the school for new, menacing outlines in the night. What happened to Tedros? She thought. What if he never makes it to Sophie? What if I never see him again? Shouts rang out from the stairwell inside.
"Check the roof!"
Lady Lesso cried.
"Find who did this to my son!"
Agatha gasped. No time to worry, only to act. On an inhale, she closed her eyes and leapt into water. Meanwhile, in the schoolmaster's tower, Sophie was still thinking about Edgar and Essa. After the discomforting morning, barely hiding Tedros's name from Rafal, botching her chance to find the spy, meeting those 2 strange fans on the shore, the rest of the day had taken a decided upturn. By the time she'd gotten to her class, Pollux had already begun the challenge, a repeat of yesterday's test to get inside the enemy's head, except with the students in Phantom Agatha masks. Hester won easily this time, despite arriving late herself. After class, Sophie managed to catch up with the 3 witches in the hall, who seemed aloof as to the whereabout of Edgar and Essa.
"Different schedules than us,"
Hester snipped. With her friends rushing off to history, Sophie barely had time to ask them for a spell that might cover an imperfection of the skin. Dot grabbed her cheeks. "You're not turning warty and psychotic again, are you?" No, just an oddly placed pimple. You know, unbecoming of a queen," Sophie warbled.
"Well, if you're queen of anything, it's curing pimples," said Hester. "Come on, girls. Can't be late to the schoolmaster's class."
Annadil followed, but Sophie overheard her whispering, "Don't know why we bother going. All he talks about is Sophie this and Sophie that, and how she inspires evil's future, whatever that means." "Means we got a love-sloshed teenager as schoolmaster," Dot chirped, toddling after them. Sophie lingered behind, stunned. Rafal was gushing moonily to the whole school about her, and here she was, still terrified of him. All he'd asked of her was loyalty and love, the same things he'd given her, and so far she'd failed on both counts. She bit her lip guiltily, hand fidgeting in her pocket. Tedros had to be dealt with now. The old Library of Virtue, once a gold, impeccable coliseum, was a musty, weed-grown mess, with books strewn out of order. Not surprising, considering Evelyn Sader had killed the old tortoise librarian, who'd yet to be replaced. Even so, Sophie managed to excavate an old copy of The Recipe Book for Good Looks, and spent the rest of the morning brewing a flesh-over potion of beets, wildflower, and dwarf sweat. Beazle was filched of the last before yipping,
"Grand Witch Ultimate!"
and bolting away. According to the book, the spell would only last until the covered area grew wet, and yet, the moment Sophie slathered the potion on her finger and watched Tedros's name flesh over with fresh skin, she felt good as new, as if she'd earned a fresh start with Rafal, too. The young schoolmaster also seemed to have turned the page, for he no longer acted angry when they met for lunch on the faculty balcony. Instead, while Sophie pecked at a fresh salmon salad he'd brought in a basket, Rafal nervously picked at the laces of his black shirt.
"Sophie, I was thinking. I've been asking your loyalty without truly earning it first. Maybe we haven't spent enough time getting to know each other like, normal young people."
He glanced at the other teachers on the balcony, and the students on the ground, all sneaking peeks at him and Sophie together.
"So, perhaps you and I could do that. I mean, spend time without other people around, like away from school. You know, like
Sophie raised her brows.
Date? Right, yes, exactly."
Rafal tugged at his sticky shirt.
"I could take you on a tour over the woods, maybe. You know, after everyone goes to sleep. Lady Lesso won't get on our case about going too fast, and we can stay out as late as we want because, well, obviously. Wait until you see the Netherwood from really high up. With the trees all dead, it looks brilliant, like a devil-made scarecrow. And the stars over the murmuring mountains connect into a giant skull."
He rambled like a nerdy never boy.
"Could even do it tonight, after supper. You know, get some time together without everyone watching us."
Sophie looked into his milky face, which seemed to be getting younger and younger. For a moment, he sounded so open to love. "I'd like that, very much," she breathed. Rafal smiled, relieved. The young master and queen spent the rest of lunch in bashful silence, like two normal teenagers who'd just arranged their first date. That evening, after dinner, as Rafal flew her back to his tower, Sophie nestled into his arms, no longer doubting who her true love was. Tedros's name was fleshed over and forgotten. The Storian had written nothing further of him or Agatha, and for the first time, even Rafal wondered whether the two Nevers had left the woods entirely.
"Perhaps they came to their senses,"
he said, as they landed in the chamber. He gave the Storian a cursory glance, still paused over a blank page.
"Let me change, and then we can go on our, you know."
His larynx bobbed.
"I'll go change."
Sophie looked out the window. After all this, she'd never see her best friends again, she thought, battling a wave of sadness. She shook it off, remembering this is what she'd wished for. Agatha safe with her true love, and she safe with hers. Bucking up, she looked back at the handsome, loving boy in the corner, doffing his sweaty shirt. The boy, about to take her on her first real date. "Well, with no Agatha and no Tedros, we'll finally have time to focus on us, won't we?" she said. "And what better way to start than a proper date night?" She fixed her hair, gussying up for their evening. "Goodbye, troubles. Goodbye, ordinary life. I can picture it now, going to school together every morning, gossiping about our students, quiet dinners in the tower, planning the places we want to go and things we want to see. Like a princess and prince in the throes of ever after."
"I'm not your prince. This is not ever after. And everything you described sounds like ordinary life to me,"
said Rafal, his back turned. Sophie bristled. "Well, I'm sure a bit of routine will be good for us after everything that's happened," she said, straightening books on a shelf to fill the silence. "At the very least, we can send those Everkillers back to Bloodbrook."
"Everkillers?
Rafal said, sniffing at a pile of dirty shirts, looking for one clean enough to wear. Sophie made a mental note to do his laundry in the morning. He was becoming more of a teenage boy by the minute. "You know, the new students you brought in," she yawned, noticing the new flesh on her ring finger starting to wear thin. She'd have to apply more potion tomorrow. "Edgar and Essa, I think it was. You didn't think I'd find out, did you?"
"I'm sorry. Who?"
"Those cousins, Rafal." Sophie plopped stomach down on the bed. "Captain Hook's family. Strange pair, really. Clearly obsessive fans of mine, but couldn't bring themselves to ask for an autograph. Spent the whole time sizing up my ring. Don't blame them, of course, it is rather lovely. Said you'd brought them here to kill Agatha and—" But now she saw Rafal staring at her.
"Hook murdered his whole family," he said, "by the age of 10.
Sophie bolted up, confused. "What? But then who?" Slowly, Rafal's gaze moved to the Storian, still frozen inexplicably over the storybook. A light dawned in his pupils, red patches growing on his cheeks and bare chest. "You didn't bring any new students in, did you?" Sophie said quietly. The schoolmaster fixed his eyes on her, and Sophie saw there would be no date tonight.
"If anyone dares to enter this tower, kill them,"
he hissed. Then he leapt out the window and was gone.
"You want us to break into the schoolmaster's tower?"
Tedros shouted through blustering green mist as he stood on a window ledge high over the bay.
"Not us. You,"
Anadil said, flattening next to his girl body against a black stone wall.
"And stop using your boy voice. You'll be alone with Sophie in a matter of seconds."
"Seconds? The tower's half a mile away,"
Tedros barked in his boy's voice again, pointing at the schoolmaster's spire far into the blue forest.
"How am I possibly supposed to get from here to there?"
"Stop waving your hands, you ninny. Someone might see you," Dot said, peering through binoculars from inside the window. "Annie, the schoolmaster just left, so this is our chance. Sophie's in there alone until he comes back. Plus, fog's at its peak." Indeed, Tedros could hardly see the schoolmaster's tower now, cloaked in green mist, blowing off the bay.
"First of all, what does fog have to do with getting me into that tower? Second, there's no such thing as flying spells. Third, I can't mogrify into a bird without reverting to a boy once I land. And fourth, I don't see either of you carrying fairy dust, so please tell me what I'm doing in a girl's body 10 miles above ground in the middle of the night."
Anadil and Dot looked amused.
"You didn't think Merlin was going to leave the details to you, did you?"
said Anadil. "Fog patterns and mapping Sophie's movements were my job," said Dot. "And Annie's job was, well, show him, Annie." Annie drew a black rat from her pocket, paws up and whimpering on its back, with a small black helmet fitted over its head.
"This is how you're getting to Sophie,"
she said, plunking the rat in Tedros's palm.
"This?"
Tedros goggled at the rodent.
"This is how I'm supposed to fly halfway across the school."
"Rat number 1 got you through the gates, didn't it?"
said Anadil, stroking the still pooped pet in her pocket.
"Rat number 2 gets you to the tower."
"And rat number 3 negotiates world peace?"
Tedros bellowed, glaring at the shaking, shivering rat in his palm.
"Last time I checked, villain talents have limits, Anadil. Maybe you have the talent to make a rat small, or white, or dance the rumba, but rats don't fly, that's for sure, especially rat number 2, who's acting as if I'm about to chuck it off this tower."
"Smart rat,"
Anadil grinned.
"Huh?"
said Tedros. Dot stabbed out her glowing fingertip, and a tuft of green fog floating over his head froze to ice, before turning a dark toast brown.
Tedros looked up, and a single drop of condensation dripped onto his lips. Chocolate. Like flames racing up dynamite, the green fog around him started to freeze and spread to cocoa brown, morphing into frozen fractals and swirls, some flat, some loopy, some blade-sharp, some spaghetti-thin, until the entire sky over the bay looked like a chocolate roller coaster, camouflaged by the night. Running out of steam, Dot focused harder, her flickering finger glow chasing a last thin trail of green fog as it surged towards Tedros's girl body, plastered against the castle wall.
Dot, that's the important one,
Anadil warned. Dot gritted her teeth, trying to keep her glow steady, aiming right at the whip of fog lashing for Tedros's face.
"Now, Dot!"
Anadil cried. Dot screeched with effort and shot a blast of light. The fog froze into a knife-sharp icicle an inch from Tedros's eye. Tedros blinked in shock, eyelashes grazing the chocolate spear. Then slowly, he looked down at the shaking, helmeted rat in his hand. The rat locked its paws onto the icicle, with Tedros still holding on to the rat's body. "Oh no," Tedros peeped. Anadil kicked him off the ledge, and Tedros let out a howling scream, clinging to the rat like a handlebar as it zip-lined down the chocolate icicle. At the end of the icicle, the rat flew off, like a sled off a track, before hooking onto another piece of fog-turned chocolate. The rat zip-lined so fast along the chocolate tracks, corkscrews, dive drops, sidewinder spins, that Tedros saw nothing but a kaleidoscope of cocoa and stars, as if magically sucked into one of Merlin's hot toddies. He could hear the chocolate rails splintering as he zoomed past, and the rat squealing with terror, knowing it was only a matter of time before the entire ride shattered under their weight. The rat flew into an upside-down loop, and blood surged into Tedros's head, his mind blanking blissfully, his legs kicking through air detached from gravity. Above him, the rat's claws shredded even faster along the chocolate tracks, sending creamy brown flakes scattering like snow. Delirious, Tedros closed his eyes and stuck out his tongue, tasting cottony sweetness, wondering if he'd died and gone to Prince Heaven, where he could ravish and pleasure without duty or responsibility, forever and ever and ever. He smelled a sharp, awful stench, and the rat jammed to a stop, ejecting him off the chocolate roller coaster, over the rancid blue forest, through a wide-open window, and onto a hard stone floor, flat on his bottom. Tedros didn't move, panting on the floor. "I want Agatha's mission." Then he remembered where he was, the body he was in, and what he was supposed to be doing. His eyes jerked open. Hobbled and hurting, he lumbered onto his legs, still unused to his girl's squishy form. He peered around the schoolmaster's deserted chamber, licking the last chocolate off his lips.
"Sophie!"
he squeaked in his girly snoot, moving deeper into the room.
"Sophie, it's Essa! Essa from Bloodbrook. We met this morning. Sorry to barge in like this, but you're in terrible danger."
He imagined Agatha at his side, her spirit egging him on.
"We have to leave here now, Sophie," he said, confidence growing, "before the schoolmaster comes back. So if you'll just listen to me, girl to girl—"
A blast of pain exploded through his head, knocking him out, and he crashed face first to the floor. Far across the bay, inside the witch's room, Anadil and Dot gaped in horror through binoculars at Sophie, who was looming over Essa's fallen body, wielding a giant storybook like a club. Anadil slowly turned to Dot. "Never was much of a girl's girl, was she?" Dot quipped. As soon as the fog started turning to chocolate, Agatha saw her chance. She'd been hiding at one end of Halfway Bridge, trapped in her boy body, ogling 10 hulking armed shadows atop the school for old. None of them looked human. Agatha's heart seized. She had no hope to get past one of the schoolmaster's guards, whoever they were, let alone a fleet of them. That's when the fog over the bay started detonating into iced chocolate. Flabbergasted, she swiveled and saw Dot's finger glow pulsing from a dark window high in the other school. Shouts of shock and panic rang out from the shadowy guards over the bridge, who flooded off the balconies into the castle, leaving the roof unattended. Agatha smiled, hidden at the other end. Whatever Dot was doing in the school for new, it served as the perfect diversion in the school for old. Not a coincidence, Agatha thought. Merlin and his spies had done everything they could to help her and Tedros finish their missions. The rest was up to them. As fast as she could, Agatha darted from her hiding place and sprinted across the dim, frigid bridge, feeling the wind on her scrawny boy chest, hands out in front of her, knowing the barrier was coming. Bam! She slammed into it a quarter of the way down the span, leaving her palms stinging, and her body fully exposed in the moonlight. The guards would spot her the second they returned. "Let me through," she begged, hands flat on the barrier. Her crystal-clear reflection magically appeared in the mirror, dressed in Evil's uniform, only it was her usual girl self instead of a boy. "Old with old, new with new. Back to your tower before—" Her reflection peered at her. "Wait a second, lad. You're not a student here at all." Her face darkened. "Intruder." Her reflection opened her mouth wide. No! It's me!" Agatha yelped. "It's Agatha!" "All I see is an underfed, googly-eyed boy," her reflection said, opening her mouth again to scream. "I'll prove it!" cried Agatha, knowing she had no choice now. She closed her eyes, visualizing the counterspell. Her hair began to thicken, her jaw to round, and all at once, her body eased back into her girl shape, filling out her uniform. "See? Me," she smiled, now matching the reflection in the barrier. "So let me pass." "Oh, you," her reflection growled, not smiling back. "You nearly got me destroyed for confusing the sides the past 2 years. First, you convinced me you were evil when you were good. Then you convinced me you were a boy when you were a girl. No way are you getting past me a third time, so listen clear. Old with old, new with new. Back to your tower, before I call you-know-who." Agatha tightened. Out of the corner of her eye she could see the chocolate patterns in the sky starting to evaporate. The sound of guards storming to the rooftop amplified inside the castle. "And how do you know I'm not supposed to be on the old side instead of the new?" Agatha asked her reflection, trying to stay calm. "Easy," her image huffed. "Because you're as young as me, and I'm as young as you. So if I'm young, I can't be old." "Have you ever met an old person who's young?" her reflection fleered. "Well, would a newborn baby see me as young or old?" said Agatha. "Old? But that's because it doesn't know any better." "So what about a child?" "Depends on how old the child is," her reflection snapped. "So how young or old you are depends on things?" Agatha asked. "No, it's obvious to anything that's full-grown. What about a full-grown flower, or a full-grown fish?" "Don't be stupid. A flower or fish can't see age," said her reflection. "But you said anything full-grown, a full-grown person. So you're a person, if it's obvious to you," reasoned Agatha. "Yet you've been on this bridge for thousands of years, so what does that make you, young or old?" "Old, of course," her reflection puffed. "And if you're me and I'm you, then what does that make me?" Agatha said, lips curling to a smile. Her reflection gasped, realizing the answer. "Definitely old." Agatha's mirror image could only gape in anguish, fading into night as the real Agatha reached her fingers through the barrier and felt the cold, empty wind. Seconds later, the monstrous shadows swarmed to their post and saw nothing on the bridge but a glint of black and green sliding into the castle, which they thought an errant piece of mist blown from the bay. If they'd looked closer, they may have seen a small rain puddle still rippling over stone, a single clump print gleaming under the moon, or the 2 specks of light across the bridge, floating low like fallen stars. The bold yellow eyes of a bald, wrinkled cat, watching Agatha vanish safely into a den of danger, before the cat pulled into darkness and pit-patted away. Chapter 19. Old School Reunions. Do girls have softer heads than boys? All Tedros could feel was drool dripping off his lip, his scraped-up cheek, and his skull ripping with pain. He couldn't feel his eyes, let alone open them, and he wondered if this is how mangoes felt when they fell off trees and smashed to bits, before he realized mangoes don't have feelings and he was likely suffering from a violent concussion. Between pangs of nausea, he tried to touch the back of his head and check for blood, but his hands wouldn't budge. Slowly, he slit open his eyes to see he was still in a girl's body, splayed on a white canopied bed, his mouth gagged and wrists lashed to bedposts with red velvet sheets. Stomach sinking, he turned his head to see Sophie perched on a stone altar table in the corner, the Storian paused over a blank page. "Well, Essa, if that is indeed your name, you've told me so many lies that listening to you, girl to girl, seems rather pointless, don't you think? But let me tell you what I do know. You're not a new student, you're not a never assassin, you're not a never at all. You and your cousin are spies for good, here to destroy my happy ending. Only you're too late, Essa dear. Agatha and Tedros are long gone, as this blank page attests, and Rafal and I would be in the throes of a heavenly romantic evening if it wasn't for you." Tedros garbled urgently into his gag. "Still have something to say?" "Oh dear," Sophie drawled, standing up. "Well, since the schoolmaster and you are such bosom buddies, why don't you just tell it to him?" She raised her finger-glow towards the window, about to shoot a flare into the sky. Sophie dropped her hand, eyes widening. On the bed, Essa's long hair was lightening from black to gold. It shrank into her scalp, as her chin dimpled and her cheeks hardened, amber stubble stippling her jaw. Faster now, her legs and arms sprouted with fuzz, her feet ballooned 2 sizes, and her shoulders and chest broadened, shredding her shirt seams. As the girl stranger writhed in pain, her calves chiseled, her biceps rippled, her forearms swelled, bursting the knots of her binds, until at last she tore away the gag with a virile roar. No longer a girl or stranger at all, but a prince in his body, like a lion uncaged. Sophie backed into a corner. "Teddy?" A familiar scratching sound filled the chamber, and Sophie looked down to see the Storian spill a new scene on the blank page. A bow-legged, helmet-haired girl hurtling across Halfway Bridge into the school for old. "Aggie?" Sophie squeaked. She looked up at Tedros, legs shaking, breath shallowing. "Don't panic," the prince soothed as he inched across the bed. "Just don't panic, sweet pea." He reached for her, breaking into a winning smile. "A prince is here to rescue you, okay? Everything is just fine." Sophie panicked. She lurched for the window, finger glowing, and shot a hot pink flare into the night. A blast of gold light obliterated it, and Sophie spun to see Tedros's glowing finger pointed at her. "Listen, I'm a boy now, so either we do this the easy way or the hard way," he warned, waiting for Sophie to stop hyperventilating and come to her senses. Instead, she ran for the window, trying to fire off another flare. "Hard way it is," sighed Tedros.
2 minutes later, Sophie was cuffed to the bedpost with red velvet sheets, shouting every possible curse word into her gag. Tedros glared back from the altar table, shirt ripped and covered in scratch marks. "Now, for once in our lives, Sophie, the two of us are going to have a normal conversation."
The Storian knows where I am, Agatha thought as she stole through a dark corridor back in her girl body. It was only a matter of time before the schoolmaster came hunting her. A clock clanged high in the castle. 11 o'clock. 1 hour left. Her clump steps quickened, muffled by loud drips from the mouldy ceiling. She had to find Tedros's sword now. Excalibur was their only hope to destroy the schoolmaster's ring, and thus the schoolmaster himself. But where was it? Even with a head start, she had no idea what was inside the School for Old, let alone who was lurking within its castle, or where to look for a single sword blade that could be hidden anywhere. In a secret cabinet, behind a fireplace, under a doormat, through an invisible door, beneath the stones she was treading on. Who was she kidding? This was a fool's mission! Agatha buckled against a wall, trying not to throw up. "I can't do this. I'll never find it." An old voice answered inside of her. "Do not fail." Merlin's last words. The same as her mother's. The wizard had put Good's fate in her and Tedros's hands for a reason. Maybe she doubted herself, but she didn't doubt Merlin. Do not fail. This time, the voice was hers. On a deep breath, Agatha turned into the foyer. The entrance chamber was quiet, empty, and insufferably humid. Any trace of the military-themed refurbished school for boys had been rubbed out, with the black stone foyer back the way it was first year, leaky, lumpy, and dimly lit by gargoyles wielding torches in their mouths. With no sign of guards, Agatha scampered into the sunken anteroom adjoining the foyer, where 3 twisting staircases ascended to the dormitories. The portraits of the new Nevers were gone, no doubt moved across the bay. But the rest of the walls were still jam-packed with old, evil students, each frame carrying a portrait next to a scene of what they became after graduation. Only now, as Agatha inched closer, she saw that the frames of evil's most famous villains had all been defaced. Captain James Hook's old student portrait, as a young, broodingly handsome boy, was splotched in graffiti from multiple people. "Don't blow it this time. Pay back for Pan. No one beats Hook twice." Over a gluttonous boy who became Jack's giant, there were more scribbled exhortations. "Second chance at glory. Kill him and his little cow too. Just step on the lad." Agatha scanned more frames along the wall. A willowy girl who'd become a famous evil fairy. No spinning wheels this time. A blonde boy with a scanty blue mustache who'd become Bluebeard. You gonna let a girl win again? And dozens more notorious villains, their portraits splashed with more motivational creeds, until her eyes stopped on a Never girl, whose face looked eerily familiar. Then Agatha noticed the graduation scene next to it. A raven-haired witch, standing in front of a gingerbread house with her daughter. It was the same picture as the one on Hester's night table. Only here, scrawled with a single taunt. "Hear your kid's a better witch than you." Agatha inched closer. Who did all this? Voices suddenly floated from the foyer. She dove behind a staircase. An undead ogre and an undead hobgoblin stalked into the stair room, both stitched up, and shedding off skin like the zombie villains she'd seen in the woods. The ogre, bald and pot-bellied, had a thick grey hide, a serrated spine, and wielded a wooden cudgel, while the slimy green hobgoblin, with stumpy white horns, carried a twisted brass dagger.
"Turning fog to chocolate? Bloody good prank if you ask me," chortled the ogre in a gravelly voice. "Few of those new whippersnappers might amount to something after all."
Don't know why you think this is funny,
piped the shrill-voiced goblin.
Came back to do our stories over again, not patrol empty halls and chase candy. Why can't I be in class upstairs with the others?
Henchmen guard the castle, not go to class, groused the ogre. Biscuit, back to your post. Anyone breaks in and the schoolmaster will shove us back in a graves we came from. The goblin sighed, and the two parted ways into opposing halls. Behind the stairwell, Agatha didn't move. Class? What classes were taught in the school for old? And more importantly, who was taking them? On instinct, she tiptoed from her hiding place and up a staircase, quite sure that whoever the students were at this school were the same hooligans who'd defaced the portraits. The classrooms were lined up in an airless corridor off the first floor of Malice Tower, Agatha recalled, but as soon as she turned off the landing, she saw two spear-toting guards down the hall and ducked behind the banister. Of course the classrooms are guarded, you idiot. But how else was she supposed to get a view inside? She racked her brain for a plan, listening to the trolls pace up and down the hall, feeling a cold breeze raise goosebumps on her skin. A cold breeze? In an airless hall? She looked up. High over her head, there was a hollow air shaft, boxed out of the ceiling. Moments later, Agatha's bare toes clung to the banister like a balance beam, her clumps tucked into the waist of her breeches as she reached for the sides of the vent, trying not to make a sound. She unfurled her fingers as far as they'd go, but they were still 2 inches short. Leaning on her tiptoes, she stretched her hands higher, higher, feeling her shoulders strain out of their sockets, and clawed her finger pads into the mildew coating the vent. Hoisting herself up with desperate strength, Agatha had almost jammed her head and neck through when she felt one of her clumps sliding out of her shorts. Gasping, she swung one-armed from the vent like a monkey, lunging to catch it, only to see her shoe fall through the gap in the staircase and crash far below with an ear-splitting boom. Crap. Instantly, she propelled herself back into the vent, nearly breaking her elbows, and crawled as fast as she could through the cramped stone shaft, hearing the trolls' stunned voices and footsteps racing towards the stairs. Soon, she didn't hear them anymore. Only the swirling air in the vent, churning past her. The light from the staircase dwindled, and she was in pitch dark, with no clue where she was headed until she began to hear a growing clamour, and glimpsed wintry grey light spraying into the vent from a grating ahead. The buzz grew louder as Agatha drew closer, knees skinning along stone before she flattened her belly against the grates and peered down through the slats. Her mouth fell open. Lady Lesso's old frozen classroom was teeming with famous villains, stitched up and undead. At least 40 of them, hunched at desks, jammed under chairs, stuffed into corners, practically sitting on laps, so that there wasn't an inch of frosted floor untaken. She recognized many of these crusty, stitched-up nevers, either from storybooks she'd read in Gavaldon, their gravestones on Necro Ridge, or the portraits downstairs. There was Runty Rumpelstiltskin, the frog-faced witch of the wood, Bloodshot Bluebeard, wizened old Baba Yaga, and even Jack's oafish giant, looking bruised and battered from his encounter with Princess Uma's army. No wonder we didn't see more of them in the woods, Agatha thought. The villains had all been at their old school. But doing what? At the front of the classroom was a slender, ferocious-looking woman in a tattered silver gown with a full face of makeup, a coiled bun of white hair, and skin stitched up like the rest.
A month since the schoolmaster brought us back to school, and what do we have to show for it? 5 old stories turned evil. 5! We'll never make it to Woods Beyond with 5 stories. You heard the schoolmaster. Every story changed brings us one step closer to the reader world.
Agatha's heart stopped. Reader world? Woods beyond? Was she talking about Gavaldon?
I have my own work to do, it seems, the old woman's voice harumphed. Cinderella is alive, out there in the woods, and my worthless daughters have yet to locate her. Can't have another turn at a fairy tale unless you find your old nemesis first, can you?
She glowered at two hideous undead girls in the corner.
Now, for homework, the schoolmaster asked each of you to pinpoint the mistake that made you lose your story the first time. Giant, let's start with you.
Jack's giant held up a storybook, open to a painting of him sleeping in his castle as Jack sneaked past him.
Napping on the job, he sulked.
Is that what got you beat by Princess Uma and a bunch of animals too? Napping on the job?
Rumpelstiltskin snorted.
Just 'cause you redone your story already don't mean you can be rude.
The giant fired.
Who's next?
Cinderella's stepmother snapped. As the old villains continued presenting their worst moments, Agatha crept ahead to the grating over the next classroom. Dozens of undead villains milled between corkboards, blanketed in hand-drawn maps of the woods, covered with red and blue pins and scraps of multicolored notes. At first, Agatha didn't recognize many of these witches and monsters. Then, her stomach plunged. Near the far wall, Snow White's rotted old witch and Red Riding Hood's wolf, nursing a black eye and bandaged leg, were both having an intense conversation with a third villain Agatha had never met before. A man, tall and darkly handsome despite his zombified skin, with curly black hair, a pirate's hat, and instead of a right hand, a gleaming silver hook.
Wolf found them on Necro Ridge, and I saw them here at Cottage White,
grunted Snow White's witch, tapping a yellowed fingernail on a map.
Which means League headquarters must be north of Maiden Vale,
Captain Hook surmised in a deep, silken voice.
I'm guessing within a mile of Nobble Hill.
He smiled thinly, stroking his hook.
13 heroes at once. Wouldn't that be dandy?
Agatha's heart was in her throat. A mile from Nobble Hill? That's precisely where League headquarters was. She had to warn Merlin as soon as she got back. But first things first, she had a sword to find. Suddenly, ogre howls rang through the castle like a fire alarm. The door burst open and a troll guard crashed in.
Intruder! Intruder in the castle! Double meals to whoever finds it!
Villains raucously stampeded out of the room after the troll, leaving Agatha petrified. She skirted to the wall and skittered through the vent like a cockroach, stopping at each grating, catching glimpses of 5 classrooms of undead nevers emptying into the hall with bloodthirsty whoops, until she saw Captain Hook again, right under her, speaking to a tall, shirtless boy, gorgeous and lean, with spiked white hair and alabaster skin. Agatha froze. Him. And he was holding her clump.
Troll found this,
the young schoolmaster snarled.
Agatha's inside this castle, and either that mincing prince is with her, or he'll come to us once we capture her. I need you to command the rest, and...
He stopped cold. His eyes rose to the ceiling, and Agatha dove away from the grating just in time. Hidden in shadow, she held her breath. Keep talking. Keep talking. Please, please, please.
Search the dungeons and the belfry,
the schoolmaster's voice continued.
Leave no stone unturned.
Agatha almost fainted in relief. As long as he was here, away from the Storian, he couldn't know she was hiding right over his head.
But I want Agatha alive. It's time I had a little talk with our dear princess.
said the schoolmaster. "Now, marshal the men while I secure the museum. Understood?"
"Yes, master,"
Hook said. Agatha peeked through the grate and watched them part ways. Captain Hook, the Captain Hook, was looking for her. And not only him, hundreds of villains just as famous and deadly. She was dead, more than dead. She was horse meat. And yet, as she watched the mob of hooting villains combing the castle, something the schoolmaster said was still gnawing at her. Secure the museum. He had the chance to find and kill her, and he was worried about the museum. Of all the things in the castle, why would an invincible sorcerer possibly need to secure a museum? Agatha choked and bolted upright, smacking her head into the vent. Scrambling onto her hands and knees, she started down the air shaft in the direction he went. There was only one thing in the world the wood's greatest villain needed to secure. The one weapon that could destroy him and his minions forever. A holy sword Agatha never thought she could find. And now, the schoolmaster was surely taking her right to it. Tedros used magic to whisk away Sophie's gag, because he was afraid she'd bite his face if he got too close. "Better pray I never get out of these," Sophie spat, flailing against the velvet sheets, binding her to the bedpost.
"Now hold your horses,"
Tedros growled, trying to salvage what was left of his shirt. "Rafal will be here any moment, so I suggest you take your horses and scat if you don't want to end up dissected for evil research. Where's Agatha?"
"Getting my sword from the School for Evil. You'll need it to destroy your ring."
Tedros started, only to instantly regret it when he saw Sophie's face. "My ring! My queen's ring!" Sophie shot back. "That's why you were ogling it on the shore, because you want me to destroy it."
It's how we kill the schoolmaster,"
Tedros stammered, knowing he was talking too much.
"It's how you'll be free.
Look, we can discuss this later once we get out of—" "Free!" Sophie hissed, shielding her ring. "By killing the boy who loves me. By taking me away from the one place where I might finally be happy, so I can live ever after following you and your princess like a dog."
"Be reasonable, Sophie. You can't stay with the schoolmaster. He's a monster."
"His name is Rafal. He's different now, and for your information, we were supposed to have our first date tonight."
"Where you'd probably end up drinking the blood of little children together,"
Tedros retorted.
"Now hear me out before I gag you again."
"Don't you dare threaten me!" Sophie scorched. "You can't hurt me more than you already have, Tedros. You made Agatha pick you over me. You made her believe she couldn't have her best friend and her prince. You tried to send me back home alone to no mother, a rotten father, a haggish stepmother, stepbrothers who've already moved into my room, and a town where no one cares about me. You and your princess sent me to hell with a kiss, and just when I found my way to a boy who truly cares about me, to a happy ending that might finally be real, here you are riding in on your white horse again to take it all away." Tedros gazed at his once princess, tied up on the bed.
"Sophie, don't you get it? He isn't what he looks like. He isn't your true love. He's evil. And if you stay with him, that makes you evil too. There'll be no way back to good this time."
Sophie's eyes sparkled. "Do you know why I wanted a fairy tale my whole life? Because a fairy tale means love that never ends. I thought that love was you, Tedros. Then I thought it was Agatha. But it's him. It has to be him." Tedros stood up from the table. Sophie watched the prince move towards the bed, his hair haloed in torchlight, as he slipped onto the sheets next to her. Their legs touched as they sat in silence.
"You think we'd come all this way if we didn't love you?" he said softly. "We're your best friends."
Sophie turned away. "No, Agatha was my best friend, my only friend. I needed her, Tedros, more than I needed anyone. But you made Agatha choose between a boy and her friend, and now you're trying to make me choose too. Sophie shook her head, letting tears fall. How could she do it? How could she just throw me away?
She made a mistake, Sophie, Tedros said. When you fight for love, sometimes you think it's you against the world. You become scared. You see what isn't there. It happened to Agatha. It happened to me. And now, it's happening to you.
She felt him reach up behind her, undoing her first bind.
But there's nothing holding us back anymore, he said. We can all be together now.
Even fairy tales have limits, said Sophie. 3 people can't have an ever after. Not without me being alone.
You won't be alone, Sophie.
She could feel his forearm caress her neck as it reached for the other bind.
You'll have 2 people who want to see you happy. And until we have you in our lives again, we can't be happy either.
You and Agatha have each other, you don't need me.
She and I could barely be in the same room together until we came to find you. We should never have left you behind.
She felt his skin on her wrist, the loosening of a knot.
This journey to find you and fix our past mistakes ended up making Agatha and I closer. You brought Agatha and I together, like you always have before.
The velvet cuff fell away, setting Sophie free. She stared into his eyes, his last words stinging her.
Come with us, Sophie,
Tedros said, tilting her chin up, the way he once asked her to a ball.
Come with Agatha and me to Camelot.
Sophie curled into his chest, making him hold her. Maybe you can't see it, but now you brought me and Rafal closer too, she whispered, almost to herself.
What?
If I go with you, I won't find love again, Sophie said, nuzzling Tedros tighter. My story proves it. I'm unlovable by anyone else. My best friend, my father, my prince. Not even Hort wants me anymore.
Because you've forgotten what love really is. Good is the path to love, Sophie, not evil.
Rafal is my only path now, she said, remembering what it was like to be this close to a prince.
There has to be a way, Tedros pressed. There has to be a way to make you come with us.
No, it's too late. Sophie inhaled his scent, trying to wrest herself away, trying to let him go. Take Agatha and leave.
Not without you,
he said, his lips at her ear. I won't leave him. I won't leave my true love, Sophie fought, looking to Rafal's ring for strength. Only now she saw something else on her finger, rubbed raw by the binds, her heart's only answer all along. Unless, she whispered.
Unless,
Tedros breathed. Sophie clasped his hand. Tedros looked down and stiffened, because now he saw his name on her flesh too. Unless I had you back, Sophie said. Chapter 20. Last stop on the Fairy Dust Express. A clock struck somewhere across the bay, 11:30. 30 minutes to find Excalibur. What happens if I'm not at the gates by midnight? Agatha thought, scuttling through the air shaft to follow the schoolmaster. Will Tedros come looking for me? Will he try to get into the castle? She couldn't let that happen. He'd be walking into a death trap. She stopped short. Agatha stared at a wall of black rock, sealing off the vent, as the sound of the schoolmaster's footsteps receded into the buzz of villains hunting her. Alarmed, she was about to turn back and search for another route to the museum when she noticed there was a small gap in the vent before the dead end. Agatha crept to the edge of the gap and looked down. A black void. Either she backtracked to the last crossroads in the vent and risked losing the schoolmaster, or she took a stupidly lethal chance. Agatha slid her legs over the edge of the gap. She let go. Gravity blasted her into free fall. Then her backside clamped onto a smooth stone slide, rocketing her through darkness. Without warning, the slide swerved left, and Agatha was thrown onto her side with no idea where she was going. There were no more gratings, no more rays of light, just merciless black, with the odd green flicker of a dead fairy caught in the sealed-off maze. Crossing her arms over her chest, Agatha let go like a swimmer in a riptide as she veered at the sharpest, scariest angles, convinced this would all end in a gruesome death, before she shot off the slide like shrapnel, skidded onto a smooth metal surface, and halted face first over a steel grating. Ow! Agatha pried off the slats, rubbing the welts on her cheeks. Through the grate, she could see an empty room underneath her, lit by a weak green torch. No one inside it, nothing on the walls, nothing on the sooty black floor. And yet, something about the place seemed familiar. Bending closer to the grate, she squinted across the room until she made out an ash-spattered door and its simmering red letters. The Exhibition of Evil. Evil's Museum. Agatha bobbed to her knees. Given how quickly she'd crossed the castle, there was no way the schoolmaster could have gotten here already, which meant I made it before him. Sweating in the shadows, Agatha waited for him to come and lead her to the weapon that could kill him. She waited. And waited. And waited. A clock in the castle tolled once. 11:45. Something stopped him on the way, she thought. But there was no more time to wait. In 15 minutes, Merlin would be at the gates. She grabbed hold of the steel grating, which dislodged easily from stone. She left her remaining clump behind and lowered down through the hole, hanging onto the sides of the shaft. Arms stretched, she kicked the air as if to dismount a swing and landed on her soles without a sound. Agatha scanned the museum, once filled with relics of Evil's scant victories and now wiped clean. True, she hadn't expected Excalibur to be waiting on a table for her, but there was nowhere in this room that Tedros's sword could possibly be hidden. The floor was a single slab of stone. Every case and frame was gone, every wall bare. Not every wall, Agatha realized, moving towards the corner. For, on the far wall, hidden in shadows, there was one painting left. Agatha stalked closer, her eyes adjusting to the dark until she realized it was a painting she knew well. In a village square, raging children heaved storybooks into a bonfire and watched them burn. Behind the village, a dark forest went up in flames, blanketing the sky with red and black smoke. The colors were gauzy and impressionistic, the style unmistakable. It was the work of Professor August Sader, a blind seer who once taught history before he sacrificed his life fighting the schoolmaster. Agatha recognized the scene as the last in his Reader Prophecy, a series of paintings once mounted in the Gallery of Good. As part of the prophecy, Sader had predicted pairs of readers kidnapped to the School for Good and Evil, leading up to her and Sophie. But there had been no more readers predicted after them. Instead, only this scene of Gavaldon's children burning its fairy tales as smoke clouds closed in. And yet, they weren't smoke clouds. Agatha remembered now from her first year, focusing harder on them. They were shadows, hulking and monstrous, invading the town. And, as Agatha leaned closer, her nose to the canvas, she began to see familiar shapes in the smoke.
a giant's bald head, a wolf's toothy snout, a stepmother's coiled bun, a captain's round hook. These weren't just shadows. These were villains. Real villains. All coming to Gavaldon. Agatha backed up, hearing the stepmother's ominous warning, "Every story changed brings us one step closer to the reader world." Before his death, Seda had seen this too. The schoolmaster's dark army crossing into her village. But why? What could the schoolmaster possibly want in Gavaldon? Terrified, Agatha studied the shadows harder, trying to understand. But something else caught her attention in the painting now. Behind the bonfire, in the recesses of the square, there was a tiny slash of gold beneath the canopy of Mr. Deauville's hollowed-out bookshop. Agatha made out a pattern of diamonds on a golden hilt, and the start of a wide silver sword buried blade first in an anvil. She rubbed her eyes. No doubt about it, Excalibur was inside the picture. Flummoxed, Agatha ran her hand along the surface of the oil-painted canvas, hard and stubbly, until her fingers touched the sword hilt. All of a sudden, the texture was different, warm, smooth and metallic. She pushed harder against the canvas and watched her nails slowly penetrate the tight, viscous surface, a strange wetness soaking her fingertips. Further and further, her hand sucked in, all the way to the wrist, before Agatha began to see her fingers appear within the painting itself, reaching for the hilt of the sword. Eyes widening, she grasped Excalibur's handle from inside the picture, her knuckles locking a firm grip, and pulled as hard as she could. The sword flew out of the anvil like a flower out of water. Agatha reeled as hand and sword ejected from the frame, and the weight of the blade sent her toppling to the floor. Slowly, Agatha raised her head and looked at Excalibur, still clenched in her fist. Then she looked up at the painting, where an empty anvil posed in front of Mr. Deauville's. Oh my God! She launched to her feet, thrusting her prince's sword into the torchlight. I did it! I really did it! Mission complete, with 10 minutes to spare. A beam of pride and relief ripped across her face, and she whirled to the door, sword in hand, ready to mogrify out of this depraved castle. Agatha dropped the sword. I never underestimate you, Agatha, the young schoolmaster said, leaning against a wall, bare-chested in black breeches. And yet you underestimate me. A sorcerer who defeats death, returns to youth, takes your best friend as my queen, and here you think that I can't hear your breath in a vent, 10 feet over my head, that I'd randomly announce my need to secure a museum, that I'd willfully leave the search for an intruder in my castle, all for no good reason. The beautiful boy arched a brow. Unless, of course, I knew you'd overhear it. Agatha's heart imploded. Then why didn't you just kill me in the hall? For one thing, I've been suspecting for a while that a pesky old wizard has been advising you and your prince as to how to defeat me, and now I have proof my suspicions are correct. For another, I was curious as to whether Excalibur is really as powerful as Merlin believes. So I put a charm on the sword when I hid it in the painting, so that no one except me could retrieve it. Which means that if you pulled it out, Excalibur's magic indeed exceeds mine, and once able to recognize its allies, and surely powerful enough to destroy the ring that keeps me alive. But I suppose there's also a third reason I haven't killed you just yet, Agatha. I thought you should meet the boy who's claimed your best friend's heart, up close and personal. You may call me Rafal, by the way. He smiled, striding towards her. Sophie does. Agatha snatched the sword and flung it out at him, halting his advance. Why did Seda paint the villains in Gavaldon? What's the painting mean?
Rafal eyed the sword blade, bemused.
Agatha, can you recall what I told you when you and Sophie visited my tower first year? I gave you a riddle to solve and sent you back to your schools, but you were angry with me. You said I should prey on other villages and leave yours alone. Do you remember what I answered?
Agatha could feel herself transported back to that very moment, his reply vivid in her memory. The old, masked schoolmaster, so different from this young boy in front of her, leaving her with a single question as she and Sophie free fell into a sea of white. A question that had tormented her for 2 years. A question that never made any sense. "What other villages?" she whispered.
That's the one, Rafal grinned. You see, Agatha, all this time you thought the Reader world was the real world, far away from the realm of magic, when, in fact, your world is part of the Endless Woods. For how can a land of stories exist without readers to believe in them?
Agatha paled. Gavaldon is in the woods.
Why do you think readers from your village are the only ones kidnapped? Why do you think any attempt to escape your village leads right back to it? Said Rafal. Yours is the one unenchanted kingdom of our world, but still part of the fairy tale world. As much a part of fairy tales as Camelot or Netherwood or this school itself. It is why no class here is ever complete without 2 readers, one who believes in good and one who believes in evil.
Agatha felt her brain whirring, trying to grasp the enormity of his words.
Actually, the only access I have to readers is to make sure they are fairly and safely represented at my school, like every other realm of the woods, Rafal went on. Our world needs new readers to survive just as much as it needs new stories. That is why there are magic gates that protect Gavaldon from the rest of our world. That is why we call it the Woods Beyond. Because readers keep our stories alive long after the people in them are dead and gone. You could even say that readers are the one force in our world more powerful than me. Because as long as there are readers who believe in good's power over evil, good will still win. Even if I obliterate every ever kingdom in the woods, because there will always be readers no matter what I do. Readers who put their faith in the old stories, passing them down forever and ever, keeping good alive beyond my control.
The young schoolmaster paused.
And yet, what if readers learn that the old has been made new, just like all your fellow students? What if the one power to keep stories alive discovers that the good stories they hold dear are all a lie? That evil always wins, has always won, and always will. What then?
His sapphire eyes reflected the fires of the painting.
The gates to Gavaldon will open for the true ending to your fairy tale. An ending that will erase every ever after, down to the very last one, and put an end to good forever.
Agatha was corpse white. What's the ending? What do you want with Gavaldon?
Me?
Rafal cocked a grin.
Oh no, it isn't me you should be worrying about, Agatha. If there's one thing you should have learned from Evelyn Sader, it's that the most dangerous person in a fairy tale is the one willing to do anything for love. A description that fits your best friend, doesn't it?
The schoolmaster held out his palm, and Excalibur flew out of her hand and into his. He smiled wider, handsome as the devil.
And it just happens your best friend's love is me.
Me. Tedros leapt off the bed. Have me back. Sophie lifted to her knees on the mattress. I know you chose Agatha over me, Teddy. I know she's your princess now. All I'm asking is that you keep yourself open before you decide for sure. The end isn't written yet, is it? I'll come with you and Aggie to Camelot. I'll do anything you want. Just give me another chance to be your ever after.
Tedros looked like he'd been kicked in the pants. I don't know what you're saying.
That if you're asking me to question my happy ending, so should you, said Sophie. Tedros shrank against a wall, clutching the shreds of his shirt. He could see the Storian furiously capturing the two of them alone in the schoolmaster's chamber.
And if I won't?
Sophie's fingertip glowed pink. Then I'll choose Rafal and my loyalty will be to him, which means I have to tell him you're here.
Listen to yourself, Sophie. Listen to what you're asking me. Tedros pleaded. You're dazzling, intelligent, and absolutely mental in every way, and I can't imagine my life without you. From the moment I saw you first year, I thought you were my future queen. But we already tried to be together. No matter how good we might seem on paper, in the end we're meant to be friends. Just friends, like we were last year.
When you tried to kiss me, said Sophie.
That's irrelevant, Tedros stuttered. What matters is that Agatha and I are happy together.
Really, said Sophie, sliding off the bed and moving towards him. You said I was the one who brought you two back together, which means you two had broken apart. Which means you two aren't particularly happy if it takes a third person to fix your love.
Look, happy endings take time and work and commitment, Tedros retorted. Mine and Agatha's won't be the last ever after that wrestles and doubts and fights to hold on to love. Just look at your own.
Sophie paused. You're right, Teddy. That's why I asked my heart to tell me my real ending. And this is what it said. She held up the ink on her skin, desperation creeping into her voice. I want to love Rafal. I want to love anyone but you. You bring me nothing but pain and hurt and humiliation, yet my heart only knows your name, Teddy. What else can I do but see if it's right? She gazed at him through tears. Our fairy tale brought us back together here and now because it wants a different ending. Why else would you be here alone without Agatha? Why else would you be the one to rescue me instead of my best friend? Tedros went rigid, thinking of all the twists and turns that brought him and Sophie to this very moment. The two of them alone, face to face, no disguises, no tricks, for the first time in 2 years. Then his cheeks went apple red. I could never do that to Agatha. Neither could you, Sophie. You're not a witch anymore. And yet Agatha and I had our own ever after until you made her reconsider, Sophie said, treading closer. So if asking you to open your heart makes me a witch, then you're one too, Tedros, because you did the same thing to Agatha when she was my princess. Tedros was speechless. But now it's time for all of us to face the truth. It's time for the last ever after. Sophie pressed, cornering him. Don't you want to know who your princess is without a doubt, Teddy? She stared into his eyes. Wouldn't your father want you to look closer one last time? Tedros turned away, gritting so hard she could see the bones of his jaw. You know nothing about my father, he said. Teddy, listen to me. I'll leave Rafal, just like you ask, said Sophie gently. I'll destroy his ring and commit my heart to good forever. I'll follow you and Agatha to your kingdom, fully accepting you might choose her and I'll end up alone, the sidekick to your happy ending. All I ask of you is a simple promise, that you'll give me another chance before picking your princess forever. Slowly, Tedros looked back at her. Sounds like quite a deal, said a voice. They spun to the window. Rafal glared at Sophie. Excalibur to Agatha's throat. But his expression wasn't nearly as surprised as Agatha's. Hort woke up when he heard Teacher's muffled shouts upstairs. He couldn't make out more than a few words, something about Auric attacked, an intruder on the loose. His first thought was to check if Sophie was safe. Then he remembered she was in the old cretin's tower, far away from the castle, and he'd been so good at not thinking about her, and now wasn't the time to regress. He glanced at Chaddock and Nicholas asleep in their beds, handsome, beloved Everboys, who girls once drooled over. Hort smirked. Now the girls all wanted him. He saw the way they goggled at his new muscles and flirted shamelessly in the hall, sizing him up like a lamb shank. He could have anyone at this school, ever or never. And yet, as he leaned against the window, staring at the schoolmaster's spire over the blue forest, Hort found himself wondering what it would be like to live there with Sophie. The two of them, ruling all of evil together. A hot, burning feeling edged through his body as he imagined her in his arms for a perfect kiss. He flushed pink, smearing away sweat. No. She hurts you. She only hurts you. You don't love her any more. Tearing his eyes away from the forest, he clenched his teeth, sank to his pillow, and bolted back up. A small pinpoint of gold glowed from the schoolmaster's window. Not just gold. Buff, brassy gold, halfway between flaxen and amber. He knew this because he knew everything about Camelot's prince, down to the precise hue of his glow. What he didn't know is why that prince's glow was in the schoolmaster's tower. Tedros grabbed Sophie by the waist and held his glowing finger to her throat. "Hurt Agatha, and I kill your queen," he warned the young schoolmaster, only to see Rafal press Excalibur deeper into Agatha's neck.
"Teddy, not a good deal,"
Sophie wheezed, straining for breath. But the two bare-chested boys locked eyes across the chamber, gripping their hostages tighter. Feeling the sword's cold blade, Agatha shivered with confusion. Here she was, counting on her prince and best friend to rescue her from a lethal villain. Instead, she'd arrived to find Tedros's shirt ripped open and Sophie asking to be his princess. "I said, let Agatha go," Tedros growled at Rafal, his torso red with heat. "Oh ho, now you're my prince?" said Agatha against the schoolmaster's cold, pale chest. The prince who a second ago seemed rather open to testing out a new princess. "Stop it, Agatha," Tedros snapped, digging his lit fingertip into Sophie's throat. "Rafal, release her or—" "Or what?" Rafal was strangely calm, staring at Sophie. "You'll kill a girl you've come all this way to save. A girl pledging her heart to you." There was no anger or vengeance in his face, only a cool evenness that left Sophie unnerved. "Rafal, I'm sorry," she said, "but I have to make the right choice this time. The right choice for me." "Like betraying your best friend," Agatha lambasted her before turning on Tedros, "or telling your princess to her face how much you love her, and the moment she's out of sight pretending she doesn't exist." "I was just hearing her out," Tedros fired back. "Sophie said she'd come with us if I gave her a second chance. With everything on the line, don't you think that's a worthy request?" "A second chance?" Agatha scoffed. "After all we've been through, after everything we said to each other in Hester's room, now you want to try out another girl?" "You're not getting it," said Tedros, temper flaring. "Why can't you ever trust me? Why can't you trust us?" Rafal raised his brows. "And here I am, asking the same of my queen. For the first time I have something in common with an Everboy." He grinned at the handsome prince, and Tedros looked away. Silence fell between the two couples. Even the Storian faltered, unsure who was defending who anymore. "Don't mind me," Rafal prodded, smiling. "Who needs a villain when you three have each other?" "Ignore him, Agatha," Tedros started. "If you want me to trust us, then tell her, Tedros."
said Agatha quietly. "Tell Sophie I'm your princess forever. Right here, right now." Tedros looked at her, dejected, as if they were talking past each other. "You can't do it, can you?" Agatha breathed.
"Agatha dear, I know we haven't seen each other in a while," Sophie jumped in, "but knowing the male species as well as I do, ultimatums only drive them away."
"I'd rather have my throat slit than talk to you," Agatha thrashed. Sophie shut up. "Agatha, I love you," Tedros said, firm and clear. "But all Sophie wants is for me to think twice before we seal our ever after, just like we're asking her to do. That's fair, isn't it?" He turned to Sophie. "Promise me that if I give you a chance you'll destroy the ring. Promise me you'll destroy it as soon as we leave here." Sophie waited for Rafal to get angry, to threaten her, but he looked oddly entertained. She nodded, distracted by Rafal's smirk.
"I promise."
Rafal snorted. "See?" Tedros pressed Agatha. "All I have to do is be willing to follow my heart, and everything will end happily." Agatha could see his frustration, as if she was the problem here, not him. It only rankled her more. "And what about my heart? Tedros, how can you stand there and look me in the eye and—" She froze, finally feeling the clarity of her prince's blue stare. He was lying. Tedros was lying. The prince, bound to his promises, bound to the truth, was lying. For her. He was telling Sophie only what she wanted to hear. He'd do whatever he had to in order to rescue their best friend from evil's clutches and destroy that ring, including pretending to give Sophie a real chance at his heart. This whole time, Tedros had been trying to tell her the stakes were worth it. A ring destroyed, good heroes spared, her best friend saved, her prince still hers. And all Agatha had to do was go along with the lie. So much for being 100% good, she thought, resisting tackling and kissing him right there. "Do you understand the terms?" Her prince smiled, seeing the change in her face. "You'll give Sophie a chance and follow your heart?" Agatha smiled back, her face glowing. Sophie was beaming now, too, glancing between them obliviously. "Straight to Camelot's future queen," said Tedros, eyes on Agatha. Agatha's smile vanished. Queen. That word again, that word that never seemed real. From the moment they came back to the woods, she'd put off thoughts of ever making it to Camelot, assuming Tedros and her would break up first, or she'd die rescuing Sophie, or the woods would go dark and kill them all. Indeed, the closer they got to finding Sophie again, the more she'd fought with Tedros, as if unconsciously trying to tell them they couldn't ever get to Camelot. But here she was, on the cusp of her future as queen of the most famous kingdom ever known, as a queen who the people would judge so closely after Tedros's mother failed them, as a queen who must restore the legend of her crown. And nothing standing in the way between her and that crown, except one big little lie. Right then and there, in a moment where Agatha had accused Tedros of doubting their future, only to see he was, in fact, rock solid, it was she who suddenly had the doubts. Me, a queen, a real queen. Tedros saw her face darken, and his smile dissipated too, as if he knew she'd stalled before the last hurdle.
"Aggie?"
said Sophie's voice. Agatha looked up. "I still feel like his queen," Sophie said, reading her expression, "which means something in our story's still wrong, isn't it?" Agatha could see the unswerving belief in Sophie's face, and her gut twisted deeper. Something was wrong. For how could she and Tedros be the end if everything in her heart told her she'd never make a queen to Camelot,
while everything in Sophie's heart told her she would. Maybe that's why she and Tedros never sealed their happy ending, Agatha thought. Because something was broken between them, and maybe that something couldn't be fixed, because that something was... her.
Now it's getting interesting, isn't it?
Said a chilling voice. All eyes went to the young schoolmaster, his sensual lips in a twisted grin.
Evil's queen, ladies and gentlemen, still vying for Good's throne,
Rafal said, Excalibur's blade reflecting him.
But trust her at your peril, because in the end, she'll end up right back here, my ring on her finger, her heart belonging to me.
Sophie felt his placid stare, and sweat trickled down her side. You don't know what will happen any more than we do, Rafal, said Agatha, still looking at her best friend.
You're trying to talk reason to a murderer,
Tedros blurted. Agatha's eyes never left Sophie. Maybe she's right, Tedros. Maybe we have to think twice about our happy ending if we're ever going to find it. Sophie looked at Agatha, stunned. Tedros brightened instantly.
Wait. Agatha, you're saying that you're okay with Sophie's terms? That you get what I'm proposing? That...
We question our happy ending, Tedros, just like you said, spoke Agatha, still looking at Sophie. That we all wipe the slate clean, Sophie said eagerly, looking at Agatha. The three of us, said Agatha. This time with no secrets, no hiding, no guilt. We go in with eyes wide open and let the truth lead us to the end. That's the only way we'll know how each of us can be happy. Tedros glanced between them, baffled.
Okay, this got a little deep for me.
He smiled lovingly at Agatha.
But I knew you'd understand.
Agatha smiled back at him sadly. He couldn't see she meant it for real. Midnight tolled from distant castles, a deadline come and gone. Agatha took a full breath, looking at her prince. To new beginnings. Tedros smiled at his princess.
New beginnings.
They both turned to Sophie. Sophie smiled at Tedros. New beginnings. The three students' eyes held for just a moment, then all at once moved to Rafal. The young schoolmaster's smirk vanished. In a flash, he seized Agatha tighter to the sword, about to slice her throat.
Now!
Tedros yelled. Sophie shot Rafal's hand with a scorching pink spell, and he dropped Tedros's sword in shock. Agatha caught it and rammed the hilt into his gut, sending him reeling into a bookcase which crashed on top of him along with hundreds of colourful fairy tales. Agatha flipped Excalibur to Tedros, who slid the hilt into the back of his shorts, the flat of the blade against his spine. Instantly, he, Sophie and Agatha sprinted to the window and climbed onto the ledge.
We need to get to Merlin, Tedros panted. Mogrifying is our only chance.
The schoolmaster can fly, Tedros. He'll catch us, said Agatha, watching Rafal blast through the bookcase with magic. We need something faster. You came in without a plan to get me out, Sophie said, the sounds of the bookcase splintering behind them.
Was pretty sure we'd be dead by now, puffed Tedros. What's faster than mogrifying?
The bookcase over Rafal flew across the room, shattering against the opposite wall. He's coming, Agatha stammered, spinning back to her friends. We have to leave right now. Her eyes bulged. Sweeping from the woods towards the schoolmaster's tower was a sooty black cloud, boxy and elongated like a passenger train, and strangely mouldy in texture. For a moment, she thought it was smoke from a distant fire, until she saw the familiar twinkles sewn into the cloud, glittering like... Fairy dust? Agatha said, agape. And indeed, now she, Sophie, and Tedros all glimpsed the shadow inside the fairy dust cloud, a shadow with flowing purple robes and a cone-shaped hat, flying and flapping his arms as he steered towards the window.
If you don't come to Merlin, Merlin comes to you, the wizard trumpeted, bringing the cloud a few feet from the window ledge. Quickly, children, Tink's dust won't last much longer.
Agatha glanced back and saw Rafal starting to rise. She spun to Sophie and Tedros. We have to jump into the fairy dust. Jump! Sophie squeaked, peering off the ledge. On 3, said Agatha. 1, 2, said Tedros. 3! They yelled. Agatha and Tedros cannonballed into the thick of the cloud and felt a magic lightness buoy them into air as if they'd lost all mass. As Merlin veered the cloud train towards the school gates, Agatha closed her eyes, abandoning to weightless flight. Tedros, meanwhile, couldn't stop somersaulting in mid-air like an asteroid knocked from its path.
How do I stop spinning?
Tedros howled.
Relax your buttocks, dear boy,
Merlin called back. Swimming through dust, Agatha grabbed onto the prince's wrist, stopping his orbit. Tedros smiled gratefully, then frowned.
Where's Sophie?
He asked. They twirled to see her standing on the windowsill, white as a ghost, while the dust train floated away. Sophie! What are you doing? Agatha cried. Jump now! Tedros hollered. Terrified, Sophie inched closer to the ledge and suddenly felt a clamp on her left hand. She spun to see Rafal holding on to her, calmer than ever. You'll come back to me, Sophie, he promised. Leave now, and you'll come back, begging for forgiveness. Sophie saw the cold confidence in his pupils, reflecting her scared face. His grip on her hardened, her hand weakening in his. Sophie, come on! A boy's voice called. She turned and saw the golden, shirtless prince suspended in the sparkle cloud, beckoning her to his side, like the first day they ever met. I'll never be your queen, Rafal, Sophie whispered, a pink princess's song swelling in her heart. She turned to the young schoolmaster. Because I'll be someone else's. Her pink fingertip glowed, lighting up Tedros beneath Rafal's golden ring. The schoolmaster reddened in surprise, his hand slipping off his queen's. Like a dove breaking free, Sophie leapt backwards out of his window, beaming radiantly as she floated into the last tail of glitter dust. Agatha and Tedros swam through twinkling soot and caught Sophie in their arms, the 3 of them drifting over the bay like flowers in a sandstorm, as Merlin helmed the dust train towards the school gates. Tedros draped his arms over the 2 levitating girls. We're together, he marveled. We're actually together. And finally on the same side, said Sophie, hugging him. Watching Sophie and Tedros as friends for the first time, Agatha smiled tightly, at once relieved and on edge, until her face deadened. What is it, Aggie? Sophie asked. Agatha squinted at the beautiful white-haired boy in the window, letting them escape. He's not chasing us. Why isn't he chasing us?
Because everyone else is,
said Tedros. The 2 girls spun to see 200 undead villains exploding out of the school for old. Witches, warlocks, ogres, giants, and trolls, roaring and shrieking like banshees and hurtling after the fairy dust cloud. Speed up, Merlin! Agatha shouted at the wizard, who was turned away at the front of the cloud.
What? What? Can't be feeding you now, child, Merlin bellowed, sucking on a lemon lollipop. Tink's dust's already lasted longer than I expected.
Not feed, speed! Agatha blared. But now the dust train sputtered with an ominous hiss and broke apart like a weak mist, sending the 3 students parachuting on sooty wisps to the shore, barely clearing the corrosive bay. Shell-shocked, they looked up from the ground and saw Merlin flying towards the gates in a piece of cloud, blissfully unaware that he'd lost his passengers.
Horrified, Agatha glanced back and saw the zombie army smashing towards them. "Run!" she yelled, bolting up onto bare feet and hot-stepping towards the gates. Sophie and Tedros thundered after her, the three of them waving and screaming at Merlin, trying to get his attention. "Why can't he hear us?" Agatha shouted. "He's old," Tedros barked. Hobbling in her stilettos, Sophie lagged behind, an ogre within arm's reach, before she slung off a high heel and pelted him in the head, sending him spinning into a three-troll pile-up. Flinging her other heel into the pestilent bay, Sophie raced after her friends, who were so far ahead she could hardly see them. "Wait for me! Already the third wheel and we're still at school!" Agatha and Tedros scampered side by side for the gates, whose green glow seeped through a patch of pine bushes. But as the gates came into full view, Agatha's eyes bulged in horror. "They're sealed, Tedros!" "'Cause Merlin has Dovy's wand," he moaned. They craned up to see Merlin's cloud wisp crossing over the towering school gates, about to abscond safely into the woods. Aghast, Tedros unleashed a two-fingered whistle. Merlin flicked back a dismissive smile, only to see the caboose of his train missing and Tedros and Agatha on the ground inside the school gates. "The wand, Merlin!" Agatha hollered. "Use Dovy's wand!" Merlin frantically pulled off his hat, rifling through it and yanking out champagne bottles, throw pillows, an empty birdcage. "God help us," Tedros breathed. Agatha looked back and saw Captain Hook, Jack's giant and Red Riding Hood's wolf closing in on Sophie, the latter's jaws snapping at her behind. "Aggie! I'm hallucinating!" Sophie squealed. "There's famous villains chasing me!" Agatha whipped back to Merlin. "Hurry, Merlin!" The wizard pulled out a bowl of cashews, a chain of rainbow Christmas lights. "Ooh, these are lovely!" Before he heard Sophie's screams and glimpsed the wolf rip the hem of her dress as Sophie skidded towards her best friends, who were still trapped behind the gates. Pursing his lips, Merlin dug deeper into his hat, his arm all the way in, and fished out Professor Dovy's wand with a relieved smile. "Goodness, this really should come with a case." "Merlin!" Agatha screeched. Merlin wheeled and stabbed Dovy's wand at the glowing green gates, which slid open on command. Tedros swept Agatha through in his arms, and they collapsed together, face first into dirt. "Close the gates!" Tedros wheezed at Merlin. "No!" Agatha yelled. Because Sophie was still bungling towards the opening, the wolf shredding more of her clothes with every second, and the rest of the villain army nipping at the wolf's heels, poised to stampede through the gate with Sophie. "Don't stand there like lumps!" she shrieked at her friends. "Do something!" Tedros drew his sword, but it was shaking in his hand. "There's too many of them," he said to Agatha, watching Merlin awkwardly trying to turn his cloud around. "They'll tear us apart." Agatha saw Merlin flash the same panicked expression, because the prince was right. By the time Merlin turned, the villains would be picking their bones. The three of them needed a place to disappear, a place the villains couldn't get to, a cave or a tunnel or a... "Wait!" she cried, waving at the wizard. "Your cloak!" This time, Merlin understood. He stripped off his purple robe, hurled it into the air like a kite, and with Dovy's wand, shot it down like a comet into Agatha's hands. Standing in the gate opening, Agatha flung open Merlin's cloak like a bullfighter, the childish stitching of a night sky shimmering in the moonlight. She and Tedros climbed into the wizard's cloak, half their bodies magically disappearing into the silk before the two Evers gripped onto the collar with both hands like miners about to drop into a cave. "Sophie, hurry!" Agatha shouted, holding open the cloak lining. Sophie staggered through grass towards the gate opening, the wolf clawing into her petticoat, a giant about to throttle her from the left, Captain Hook hacking at her from the right. Only there was another shadow coming from the other side of the shore, tall, muscular, and astonishingly fast, smashing out of the trees. "Oh my God! He's coming!" she choked as she raced towards the magic cloak, waving madly at Tedros and Agatha. "Help! The schoolmaster's coming!" But it wasn't the schoolmaster at all. It was a pallid, dark-haired boy, weasel quick and charging towards Sophie, black eyes aflame. Agatha gasped. "Hort! No!" Forces collided into the cloak, knocking Agatha into freefall. Losing consciousness, she looked up in horror as 4 bodies, not 3, tumbled through a starry purple sky. Then a blast of white sun blinded her, and the universe went dark.